So without further ado, let's dive in. April 28th, 9:15 a.m. District Court, Defendant, Lobby number 3. So yeah, right now, for some reason, the world hates us. Because it's like social media, stuff like that. They show that team in Persona 5 and yet again in Like a Dragon Infinite. Well, Spirit of Justice is no exception. So there it is. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm Apollo Justice, and I'm fine. Is Apollo okay? He's been muttering to himself all morning. Well, he's been like that since yesterday. Guess the pressure of today's trial is getting to him. Oh, poor Polly. He's really tearing himself up over all of this. Get it together, Apollo! Yikes! Athena, when did you get here? Try to relax a bit, will you? You're getting yourself way too worked up. Yeah, but I'm alright now. I'm fine! You know, I did a little digging on this Nayuta Sanmadi guy. He's apparently not your run-of-the-mill prosecutor. Well, I hope not. Oh yeah? What did you find out? Well, they say he wields an incredible power to accurately read a trial's karma and its ultimate fate. What is that supposed to mean? I don't have all the details, but apparently he can foresee how the arguments will go and even lead his opposition. So instead of using his power of suggestion to read a guy's put idea into his mind and lead the argument where he needs to go, he can actually foresee it, so he can counter it the way. Well, I wonder to see how he goes. Like I know he's gonna be an impressive opponent. But is he gonna be Edward good? We'll see about that. So the defense basically ends up going in whatever direction he has in his head. Man, this isn't going to be a cakewalk if that's true. Emma did say she would talk to him for us, though. Here's hoping that went well. In any case, it sounds like he's going to keep us on our toes. So we're gonna have to beat this. That's why I know you're ready. Why I know I can leave Trucy and the office to you. Phoenix. I believe in you, Apollo. Mr. Wright is putting his faith in me. I can't let him down now. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine! There he goes again! It's almost like he's chanting a prayer. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm Apollo Justice and I'm fine! If you say so, Apollo. The trial will start momentarily. Is the defense ready? Yes! We're fine! Trucy's fate and the fate of the agency rest on this trial. This is it, Justice! If there was a time to shine, it's now. April 28th, 9:30 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 6. Okay, court is now in session. All rise. I can see Apollo and Athena's face. Court is now in session for the trial of Trucy. You guys again? Every time, and half of my cases is around you family. What's wrong with you? Can't you just act like normal citizens for a change? The defense is ready, Your Honor. Okay, the guy is holding one hand, praying with his index and thumb together, closing his eyes, and there's some sort of veil floating gracefully in the sky. Like, it's not wind, it's like mantra. Nayuta ... His other arm is on his back. He has one of those sleeves that goes attach itself on a ring, so the whole palm is covered with some cloth and some sort of spider-like spider flower emblem of white, and he's wearing some sort of bracelet made of nagatama, very small green nagatama. A ring attached his sleeve on his middle finger, and he has some sort of head bracelet with a diamond-shaped gem on his third eye, and there's also the dot between his eyebrows. He's wearing ostentatious earrings, a circle with a crescent moon inside of it, made of gold. Wearing a bead necklace, very broad, that goes all the way down to his solar plexus. Wearing Indian garbs of beige, well, very light beige. He has braided hair that goes all the way down to his waist. And his braided hair are covering his right shoulder, and his hair are lilac. I want to say lavender, but I don't know which of these two is pinker. But yeah, it's not quite white. It's not silvery. It's like violet-ish, like flower lilac. It's not periwinkle, but close. But now he's chanting. Not chanting, but like he seems to be meditating. And the prosecution? Nayuta, prosecutor's not muddy. 1,000 pardons. Okay, he opens his eyes. Very bright green eyes. Like, he has very long eyelashes, and it's either his natural eyes or he's been soaked in Mako like Cloud in Final Fantasy VII. 1,000 pardons. It was rude of me to keep you waiting. I was praying for the victim. Oh, praying. Yes, I see. You're crying the smoke, correct, prosecutor? Yes, that is correct. I am but a lowly monk from the kingdom of Kurain. I beg in advance for the forgiveness and kind patience of everyone here in this court. I am unfamiliar with the proceedings of this country and may make many blunders. He seems like such a gentle-mannered soul, doesn't he? I wonder if I might have a chance to talk with him about Chusi. Now then, Prosecutor Sanmani, your opening statement, if you would. Certainly. In the name of the Holy Mother, I vow to give the victim's soul to a land of eternal peace known as the Twilight Realm. Pose. Now let the last rite of the victim begin. Nayuta Sanmani. He's really been making a name for himself, apparently, but that nickname, Last Rites Prosecutor, I wonder how that will come into play today. Okay, opens the scroll. With a flick of a wrist, he opens it and it goes all the way across this stand. The incident took place in the middle of a spectacular magic show. The accused performed a magic trick in which she thrust the sword into a coffin. A coffin from which the body of the victim is then spilled out dead from a fatal stabbing. The victim's name was Manav Mystery, otherwise known as the Great Mysterious. Man of Mystery? Okay! Ha ha ha! Man of Mystery? Manav? Mr. Mystery? Oh, mysterious! Mysterious! I just get it now. Fuck. Sorry, guys. the pun was... His blood was found on the sword that was used during the magic trick. Okay, and now with another flick of the wrist, he summoned he rolled the scroll back in, like he was holding the scroll on one hand, and with a flick of the wrist unravels it, and he yanks it back, and he re-rolled himself perfectly and fall into his palm, very perfectly. Autopsy report added to the court record. The victim's real name was Manov, mystery. His blood is on the murder weapon. Okay.
So his death was just an unfortunate accident.
It is only natural for one to assume as such, Your Honor. However, it was no mere accident, but rather a homicide. The prosecution's position is thus that this was a murder made to look like an accident.
I see. And you believe this crime was committed by the defendant?
After a thorough consideration of all possible scenarios, I unfortunately had no other choice but to conclude as much. Exclamation mark. So that's how it's going to be, huh? I guess I couldn't convince him after all.
Very well. And now let us hear from the defense.
Naturally, we maintain that the defendant is innocent, Your Honor. If the defense wouldn't mind, could you please explain your reasoning? Very serene, like he's too calm. Like he's way too zen, he's sure of himself. And it could be destabilizing having a guy in the defense, in the prosecution table, being so calm and accuse somebody of murder without showing any strong emotion. Like he has a very neutral look and a very faint smile. His face is the definition of a kind soul. My reasoning, well, I would have to say that my main reason is because I believe in the defendant. ... I see. So you find it difficult to come up with anything more concrete than that, do you? Well, fine demonstration of the fact that you are indeed a lawyer of putrid mind. Putrid mind?
Prosecutor Sanmadi?
Excuse me, but I don't... Whoa! That was a sutra. What did he say? And now he's speaking in the foreign language, but we're seeing sutras in display. So that's his way of shutting us up. He said Satora.
If you don't mind asking, prosecutor, what was that you were just chanting?
A sutra of the Holy Mother that guides those of tainted soul towards enlightenment. It is a Kurainis incantation to awaken the foolish from their fruitless slumber. Fitting for a lawyer who indulges as fancy as the innocence of the accused.
I see. So basically you're asking the defense to get real?
Allow me these few words, defense. It is my duty as a monk to punish sinners and to guide victims' souls to the twilight realm. Should you show repentance and admit to the accuser's guilt now, no harm will come to you. But should you interfere with my sacred last rites for the victim, hand clasp, then I shall cast you down into the pit of hell along with Trucy Wright. Now wait just a minute here. Putrid? Pit of hell? Is that any way to address someone in a court of law?
Prosecutor Sanmadi, that may be the way you conduct trials in Korean, but I would appreciate if you would refrain from such charged language here.
Your Honor, that was but a Koreanist sermon for those who have strayed from the path. Harsh words are often necessary to admonish contemptible deviants who cannot see reason.
Oh, I see. I didn't realize.
I guess they really do hate defense attorney Kurain, huh? Even still, that was way over the top as far as verbal abuse goes. And the trial's only just begun.
Well, defense, I suppose the way of a prosecutor does things varies by country. Why don't we look at this as a cross-cultural exchange and try to be open-minded about it?
What?
Bailiff, please bring in the first witness.
So the first witness is Emma. Oh shit, she's munching snackoos and she's stressed as shit. Oh. Uh-oh, I thought she would say goodbye to the snackoos. She's eating very fast.
Detective Sky! The courtroom is no place for gorging yourself.
What's wrong with having a little snack? Girls gotta eat, right? Pouts. She seems a little stressed out. Detective Sky, your testimony, please. Yeah, about that. I just want to state for the record that I believe Juicy Wright is innocent too.
I'm sorry.
Detective Sky, this path you seek to follow is misguided. Giving the wrongdoer false hope will only deepen her despair in the end. But let it go and move on. Acts will go against your duty will earn you divine punishment from the Holy Mother. Well, why does she care? She's a heathen. Oh, she's stressed even more. Chew. Okay, she stopped eating. Fine. I don't know about the divine part, but I get the punishment a bit loud and clear. I guess I'm not gonna sign tons of paperwork or something for sticking up for Trucy. She and Prosecutor San Maddie don't seem to get along very well, do they? Shall we continue? The prosecution contends that the accused has a clear motive. The evidence, if you would, Detective Sky. All right. Please take a look at this poster. It's a Troop Grammary poster from 13 years ago. It has a sticker cancel on in front of Mr. Reyes. Was Mr. Reyes cancelled? Is it just me or is it a little different from the one in Miss Wright's dressing room? This is a revised version of that poster. This one says cancel under Mr. Reyes. Mr. Reyes left the troop after the first version of the poster was printed. Take a look at Mr. Reyes' right forearm, near his elbow. See the big scar there? Yep, it has, it's a scar that says... It looks like somebody carved an M on his forearm. I thought it was two X's, but it's basically an M carved with a knife, with kind of a broad blade, like the scar for each notch, or like at least 1 inch wide. He apparently got that when he made a mistake while practicing a magic trick. Ouch, that's quite a scar. Because of the accident, Magnify Grammary concluded Mr. Reyes was too unskilled. Just before the show was to open, Magnify announced Mr. Reyes wouldn't be appearing. But in defiance of Magnify's decision, Mr. Reyes tried to go on stage anyway. This in turn caused Magnify to oust Mr. Reyes from the truth on the spot.
He kicked Mr. Reyes out? That seems rather extreme. Did he really have to go that far?
When it came to magic, Troop Grammary was so passionate, or should I say extreme, about what it is, that it causes problem for them from time to time.
Yes, they even caused this a court a matter of trouble with their extreme antics.
And now the troop's successor has committed a murder. It seems the troop's rare talent was inherited by the right person after all. A putrid talent for criminality. ... The gallery ... Judge ...
You sound rather extreme yourself, prosecutor.
Criminals with impure soul do not deserve sympathy, Your Honor. Ahem! As I was saying, after his expulsion, Mr. Rios apparently went on to hold a grudge against the troop. He would tell those close to him, I will get my revenge on Troop Grammary someday.
Revenge, That certainly sounds antagonistic.
13-year-old poster updated in the court record. Mr. Rios was apparently ousted from Troop Grammary 13 years ago due to an injury sustained. And then his chance for revenge finally came. If you would be so kind, Detective Sky. I guess I don't have a choice, do I? Witness testimony. The defendant's motive. The victim planned to get his revenge on Troop Grammary during Trucy's magic show. Mr. Rios was going to first steal the Grammary notebook from the defendant. He then intended to reveal the secrets behind their magic tricks during the show. Whoa! That was the victim's plan for revenge. And while he did, in fact, steal the notebook, the defendant murdered him before he had a chance to reveal the secrets. Oh, well, there's a hole in the argument right now. He did steal the notebook, but he never managed to open it because he doesn't have a key. By the time the accused had discovered the notebook's theft, he was too late. Her only option was to kill Mr. Rios and made it look like an accident.
Objection!
That's nothing but conjecture.
Objection!
The victim's assistant, Bonnie DeFam, gave the police a statement. She testified that just before the start of the show, Mr. Rios said, I'm going to reveal all of Troop Grammary's secret on stage today. What? Well, that isn't exactly a great starting point for a rebuttal, is it? You're telling me. Allow me to give you a piece of advice, defense. Oh, and what's that? Oh, he's doing the Krishna pose. Oh, and the soul butterfly is landing on his pinky. Let it go and move on. Should I say a Krishna pose or a Buddha pose? Because Buddha does that also as well. The lower left arm, left hand, doing with his index. No, it's middle and ring finger on the thumb, with the index and pinky finger pointing down, and doing the same thing with the right arm, with the index and pinky facing up. So this, I'm gonna call this the Buddha pose. But when he does that, there's a soul butterfly, a pink one with glowing with a little light particle emanating from it, like fizzing out of its body, was posing itself on his, this is his index finger. Excuse me? Helping a sinner will only sully your own soul. One possessed of an unclean soul will burn in the flames of hell, and then be ever burdened with that sin in their next life. But I don't believe in that sort of thing. Besides, I have no intention of giving up. Oh, Holy Mother, grant me the strength to deal with this putrid lawyer. And the soul butterfly leaves. All actions have consequences, and yours will surely earn you the honor of being a mere stink bug at best in your next life. A stink bug?
Now then, Mr. Mr. Justice, your cross-examination, please.
Oh, I got 5 badges now. The victim planned to get his revenge on Troop Gramarye during Trucy's magic show.
Hold it!
Revenge after all this time? It's been 13 years already. Why now? I know, right? I thought that was pretty sketchy myself. I mean, wouldn't he have done it a long time ago if he was gonna do it? Shut her up! Detective Sky, self-indulgent outbursts such as those will earn you divine punishment in the form of a salary evaluation. Oops. Eep! Munch, 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 munch. Yeah, munch, 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 munch. Wait, that's what divine punishment means? Let the detective have her snack. This humble servant of the Holy Mother shall explain. This is, prayer pose. Over a prayer pose is gonna be the right index on thumb, rising forearm. Over a decade ago, Troop Gramarye was at the height of their popularity, but then their reputation declined and they had all but faded from public memory. Until recently, that is, when Trucy Wright sought to recapture their former glory.
The defendant, and at such a young age too, how impressive!
Yes, the accused's skill at magic is undeniably impressive. If she hadn't fallen onto the path of sin, she would have had a bright future ahead of her.
It's always sad to see such promising young potential go to waste. Now then, Detective Sky, how did Mr. Reyes plan to get his revenge? And please put down the snack cools before you continue with your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Reyes was going to first steal the Gramarye notebook from the defendant.
Hold it!
What evidence do we have that Mr. Reyes actually stole the notebook? Well, you see, Munch. Whenever you're ready, Detective. Fret not, Detective Sky, you have nothing to repent for. You should be proud of the fine forensic discovery that you made. Forensic discovery? And what did you discover specifically? Let me guess. Reyes' fingerprints on Trucy's notebook. Detective Sky identified a certain set of fingerprints on the notebook. Called it. Upon further inspection, she determined that they belonged to Mr. Reyes. What? The detective found the fingerprints entirely of her own volition. For that, I must say, well done, Detective Sky. She's not glad. Get a little too addicted to using your precious white powder, did you, Emma? Now, Detective Sky, I would ask you to explain exactly how Mr. Reyes intended to use the notebook to exact his revenge. Alright, well first, he stole the notebook. He then intended to reveal the secrets behind their magic tricks during the show.
Hold it!
I'm going to reveal all the True Gramarye's secret on stage today. That's what Mr. Reyes himself said, right? Right. But he didn't exactly specify which Gramarye secret he was talking about. But the prosecution thinks he was referring to the secrets behind True Gramarye's magic? Yes, that is the prosecution's assertion. When the accuser realized that Mr. Reyes was to reveal her family's most closely guarded secrets, she naturally panicked. So basically, Trucy's notebook was hiding in Mr. Reyes' things because he had stolen it himself?
I see. Surely a motive that only a magician could have.
Yes, that's what the prosecution believes anyway. That was the victim's plan for revenge, and while he did in fact steal the notebook...
Hold it!
Do Do you really believe what you're saying, Detective Sky? Do you really think Miss Wright killed Mr. Reyes to stop him from getting his revenge?
Of course I don't think that. The truth is, we know.
Keep your private considerations separate from public duty.
She would never.
I warned you about this very thing before the trial began, did I not, Detective Sky?
Yes, you did.
Please recite my exact word to you. Emma Sky, you are a detective first and foremost, not the accused's friend. Remember your duty and fulfill it faithfully. Excellent. So you do remember what I said to you? Budapest, your devotion to your work will be rewarded, for the Holy Mother sees all.
This Holy Mother is no scientific concept I ever heard of.
Those two really don't get along, do they? Well, science and religion go together about as well as oil and water.
As I was saying, the defendant murdered him before he had a chance to reveal the secrets.
Hold it!
I'm sorry, but what exactly is the basis for claiming it was murder?
Beats me.
What? The basis is beats me?
Well, you'll have to ask Prosecutor Salmani over there, because he hasn't told me his reasoning either.
Detective Sky, your feeding of information to defense has not gone unnoticed by my eyes.
Oop.
The bad karma of acts which go against your duty would impinge upon you in your next life. But even before that, it may impinge upon your job in the form of a transfer.
Please don't get me kicked out of the forensics unit. Anything but that.
Poor Emma. She's really been risking everything for us. Well, Prosecutor Sanmati, what are your grounds for claiming homicide? It was the luminous tape in the understage passage. The X? I realized that it had been moved. Moved so that Mr. Reyes would climb up into the downstage coffin by mistake. Huh? What? Mr. Reyes, who was waiting in the understage passage, was supposed to have used the upstage ladder shown here on the left. Oh yeah, I was supposed to come back from the back, because if he used the forward ladder, he would appear on the coffin, but they say that the tape was removed. Oh, he was supposed to appear in the dummy coffin. He was to climb into the coffin that had been set up in the backstage area. After being turned into a stuffed dragon during Act 1, Mr. Reyes was supposed to come back to life and emerge from that coffin. But the luminous tape has been moved to mark the downstage ladder. So the victim climbed up to the coffin on the stage itself by mistake. The very same coffin the accused thrust her sword into. And you have proved that it was my client who moved the tape. But of course, Detective Sky...
Oh, that's right. I identified the defendant's fingerprints on the luminous tape.
You what? You actually had proof? Well, defense, are you finally ready to let it all go and move on? Absolutely not.
Detective, please add the information about the prints on the tape to your testimony. The defendant's prints were on the tape. I guess she must have moved it during the show.
But she's wearing gloves. Do I have proof that she was wearing gloves? In addition to prints from the victim and Bonnie, a set of unknown fingerprints were found on the top. Trucy statement. She moved the stage lift to cover for her Bonnie mistake. She told no one about this. Oh. Okay. So, if Bonnie was in on it, she would have moved the tape herself. But for some reason, she managed to mimic Trucy's fingerprints, or those are old fingerprints from way back when. Because I think what happened is Bonnie moved the tape, and she said, "Oh, I made a mistake. I make Mr. Hat appear from the left instead of the right." That was totally on purpose. She signaled Trucy that she made an oopsie, and then she moves the way to incriminate herself. So I don't have any proof that Trucy was wearing gloves. Hello, Blind Pizza Guy. How you doing? You come in just in time. This is the first cross-examination. Emma is being grilled. Basically, I think I can scroll up. Because we found... this is as far as I can go. Okay. So the victim's name was Manov Mystery. So Man of Mystery, and I just realized it didn't click not yesterday, last week. It didn't click last week. It probably clicked to you, but you know, Mr. Reyes is also a pawn. Because I was about to say, was the pawn about something Reyes? No, it was about Mr. Reyes. Mysterious. So, Man of Mystery or Mysterious. So, his stage name was supposed to be Mr. Reyes. Anyway, so, yeah, that's the pawn for the victim's name. We found that, basically the reason why Trucy's motive was that Mr. Reyes had a plan to get revenge on True Gramarye because 13 years ago he made a mistake that caused injuries into his arm. Like I didn't told you, but he has some sort of sword mark on his forearm that's shaped kind of like an M. Like those are scars from 13 years ago, and Magnify decided to remove him from the roster because he was too unskilled. But the guy did it anyway, and he hurt himself during the trick, and then he was kicked out of the troop. And he swore revenge on True Gramarye. Like for a while, True Gramarye was dead, so he was like kind of okay. But then Trucy came in with the performance right and tried to resuscitate the group. To which he says, "Oh, this is gonna be my perfect way to get revenge on the troop." So basically, he managed to steal the notebook from Trucy, and his plan was to leak the secret on stage. And for some reason, Trucy heard about it, and then she managed to kill the guy and make it look like an accident. To which we call bullshit, conjecture, Your Honor. But then we found fingerprints on the defendant on Trucy's notebook, which says that it was true that he did stole it from her. And then we found fingerprints of Trucy on the luminous tape. You remember the X that was underneath the ladder that goes into the coffin. Well, basically, it was meant to be put under the one in the back, the one with the dummy dragon, because in the stage, remember, in part 1, he was changed into a dragon, and then he got defeated. On the Act 2 is supposed to be resurrected. Like, he would come out of the coffin, there would be a baby plushy dragon, and then he would turn into his real self again. So, basically, the story of Act 2 was him returning from the dead, from, like, Bonnie being, like, behind this, using Mr. Hat, and da-da-da-da-da. Like, that was part of the story of the script, you know? And, right now I'm trying to prove that Trucy could not have removed the tape on that day because she was wearing gloves. Sadly, I didn't find any evidence that says straight Trucy was wearing gloves, Trucy does not have fingerprints, blah blah blah. I was wondering why we added out for, yeah, Gramarye. Yeah, now we know. So, okay. There's gonna be Nayuta, when he wants to silence us, he's gonna call a sutra called Satora. We have her testimony, so it's hearsay, yeah. Yeah, basically we have Bonnie's testimony, we have Trucy's testimony, and Mysterious' hearsay. Basically, yeah, and Emma is kind of torn. She's back on the Snackoos because she's Trucy's friend, and Sadmadi was drilling her, saying, okay, you're a detective first, and you're the accused's friend last. Remember your duty, fulfill it faithfully, otherwise you're gonna get a salary evaluation. Basically, he's threatening her the same way Edgeworth threatens Gumshoe. But contrary to Edgeworth, when she does a good forensics job, he claims that Annie bothers her up. Like, he has a kind soul. He can speak harshly, but basically, he does that for people who consider it impure. He calls Apollo a putrid lawyer. So it's like you have to stop believing in your client, otherwise your soul is going to be as tainted as the accused. Like, it's going to carry on to your next life, and it's going to be your sin is going to be a burden on your next life. It's like reincarnation and karma and stuff like that. He said that Apollo is going to be reincarnated into a stink bug if he keeps up like that. Like, there's a lot of on a side note, I had my first band rehearsal today with the new praise band I just joined. It's official. I'm a new member of the praise band. Woo! So the name of the band is Praise Band. Okay, so I'm gonna press on the added statement.
Hold it!
What made you think to check the luminous tape for prints? Well, I bet it was detective's intuition. I dusted not just the tape, but just about everywhere for fingerprints. Oh. I dusted pretty much every single surface in the theater. I mean, it was so nice to be able to dust for prints without anybody getting mad at me. Pouts. It's great that you're enthusiastic, Emma, but there is such a thing as too enthusiastic. The tape was moved to guide Mr. Rios into the coffin that was downstage? If that's true, it does sound like a murder rather than an accident. It's a band for a local church, so that's why it's called a praise band. I've been trying to work with the head of a guy. He's friends with my parents. I'm changing churches because there was a lot of drama, the current one that was going on. Finally go down to my first band rehearsal today. Was beyond impressed, so it's official, I'm a new member. Yay! So what instrument are you being playing? You said you're a band member. Are you doing vocals as well? Are you singing? Like... We've been friends for a while, but I'm not sure if you had ever told me what instrument you've been playing. Is it piano? Is it guitar? Like, I don't know. It certainly doesn't help that True C's prints are on the tape. Ugh! I wish I knew what sound would even be appropriate to make in this situation. Auxiliary percussion, tambourines, conga drum, shaker. Ooh, okay. You have a djembe? Okay, so the statements are as follows. The victim planned to get his revenge on True Gramarye during True C's magic show. Mysterious was going to first steal the Gramarye notebook from the defendant. He then intended to reveal the secrets behind their magic tricks during the show. That was the victim's plan for revenge, and while he did, he in fact stole the notebook. The defendant murdered him before he had a chance to reveal the secrets. The defendant's prints were on the tape. I guess she must have moved it during the show. Those are expensive as fuck, but conga drums are basically kind of the same principle. They're louder. Oh! Sort of works out. I didn't know though djembe was expensive. I thought they were cheaper than conga drums. Okay, so... Usually when they add statements, it's because that's the faulty one. But I don't know what to show. Right now I have my attorney's badge, my stage diagram, a 13-year-old poster, show script, Gramarye notebook, the crime photo, fingerprints results, oh! That's it! True she wore gloves in the show, so none of her fingerprints were found. Okay, I just found it. The defendant's prints were on the tape. Okay, I got it. So I got the right statement.
Objection!
There you go! I'm sorry, Detective Skies, but there's a flaw in your testimony. Oh, really? The prosecution is claiming that Miss Wright moved the understage tape during the show in order to guide the victim into the coffin downstage. But it doesn't make sense that she would leave prints on the tape at that time. Jim Bassehor, far from expensive, because they have a specific kind of pine wood shelves that they use, and so they have to be smoothed out and sanded, all that kind of stuff. Okay, so the skin, oh, okay, you have to sand the skin, so it sounds different. You could pay about $200 for a nice pair of conga drums, but a djembe costs $500. Oh, okay. All right. Well, you got me pinned. You threw an objection. Is like, oh, all right. I have nothing to say to that.
It doesn't?
Please consider the fingerprinting results of the main coffin, which shows that not one of my client's fingerprints were found on or in it. That's true. We didn't find any other prints on that coffin. Any of our prints on that coffin. I think you realize what the flaw is in your testimony. It's a big process to make one of those djembe. They're very hard to get because of that. Alright, got it. Claiming Miss Wright left prints on the tape during the show is inconsistent with the facts. Because she was wearing gloves during the show. Oh! She must have left the prints sometime before the show started. In other words, her prints do not prove she moved the tape to mislead the victim. The prosecution investigation was insufficient. Oh my! But on a personal level, I'm very happy about that. And now we have the 2016 Apollo Justice team.
Well, Prosecutor Sadmani, if the defense's argument is true, then you have no evidence the defendant moved the tape to deceive the victim.
I see. Apparently the defense is more intelligent than I thought. More than a stink bug at any rate. Come on, you can bump me up to at least a stag beetle now, can you? Would that really be any better? Of course! Way better! Stag beetles are cool! With those huge mandibles of theirs! Satura! Satura! If the defense wishes to be promoted to a stag beetle, then answer me this question. Alright, shoot! Even with no evidence that the accused moved the tape to misguide the victim, the victim still climbed that ladder using the tape as a guide and entered the coffin on the stage. The accused then thrust her sword into said coffin with the victim in it.
So what you're saying is, the fact remains that the victim was stabbed to death, right?
Precisely. However, this does drastically change one aspect of this case. If the accused did not lead the victim into the coffin on purpose, then it means the victim's death could only have been accidental. If it was indeed an accident, the defense can argue that it was involuntary manslaughter! This is what we were saying. So if it's not Chusi's fault, the agency cannot be foreclosed and repossessed.
I see. If it wasn't involuntary manslaughter, it could plead extenuating circumstances. And the severity of the crime could be mitigated.
Defense, if you believe the accused did not murder the victim, then do you argue that it was an accident? This is it, the all-important question. The defense argued that Mr. Rios' death was an accident or murder. You know what? That's a trick question. He was murdered, but not by our client, you know? So, I'm not gonna say an accident because of that. But just because the game fucked me once, I'm not gonna take any chance, I'm gonna save. Murder! The defense maintains that the defendant is entirely innocent. Yes! We believe that it wasn't an accident, but murder. And what's more, we believe it was committed by a third party. A third party? As in the true culprit is someone else? Robble. Huh. That is quite a brazen claim to make, and one wholly without grounds. Your voice is as loud as your suit, and your mind echoes just as loudly in emptiness. Shakes his head. Oh, he's doing the Buddha pose with a soul butterfly emitting light particles, sitting on his right index finger. Surely you were but a loud red pepper in your previous life. Apparently you made the right choice because there wasn't a weird cutscene. Yeah. Well, I knew I had the right choice when he started the sentence like, we believe that our client remains innocent. I've been demoted to a vegetable? Wow, I didn't know a person could be reincarnated as a non-sentient plant. Yeah. In any case, I do have grounds to make this claim. Let us hear this reasoning of yours then. Oh yeah. Apparently, because he's a monk, he has some foresight powers. I feel like he would have picked accident. He probably would have gotten like a strange cutscene or something. Yeah. No, but we have a piece of evidence that proved that it was there was an involvement from a third party. That's the only reason why we say it's not an accident. And yeah, as I was saying, Nayuta has a power of foresight. He can foresee where the trial is going, and basically he can lead the trial into his own way. So the defense would play into his hand without them knowing. Alright, but before I give it, there is one question that we need to address. If the victim was killed by some third party, then the sword the defendant thrust into the coffin wasn't the cause of death. If that's the case, then how did we wind up with a dead body inside the coffin?
A very good question. Now let's hear your opinion, Mr. Justice. How did the victim's body wind up inside the coffin?
He was killed in the coffin, it was magic! Or he was killed under stage. Oh. If I get it wrong, I'm gonna have a point for that. Because my theory is that he was killed in the coffin, but not by Trucy. He was dead before Trucy thrusted a sword in it. So I'm gonna say killed in the coffin first. I suppose the victim might have been killed inside the coffin. Exactly, and who was the one who thrust the sword into the coffin? It was Miss Wright. No! Yeah, it would be, Your Honor, it would appear the defense have finally given up. Please render your verdict. Whoa! Hold it. No, wait just a minute. I said might have been. I didn't say definitely was.
Did you really think such verbal acrobatics would get you off the hook?
I lost it. Oh, if only I could have struck the landing better.
Why don't you try again, defense?
Yes, let me try again. So, yeah, apparently he was killed under stage. What if the victim was killed under the stage before being put into the coffin? Here's what I didn't think about that first. I always think about where we finding blood. They had no time to wipe off the blood from under the stage. Like, there was, if there's only such few blood, it means that he was killed elsewhere, and he was put into the coffin, and, you know... Like, in Phoenix Wright, they always underplay the amount of blood, because usually, that's evidence as well. In other words, what if the victim was already dead in the coffin from the get-go? It would have to be under stage because all that blood and all the stuff that we found under there, yeah. But then another problem remains. Like, if he was killed under the... If he was killed under stage, somebody would have to carry a body. And... No! The lift! I was about to say, like... The lift on... The stage lift number 2 was already in the up position. So I think what happened is somebody put the body in the second lift, raised it up, and pushed it back into their position. So Trucy would have to remove it and use the other one to... Okay, I got it. Because I was about to say, like... It would be troublesome to carry a body onto a set of stairs. It's the lift. I was about to say, because remember, the switch was lift on the other one was being used to transport. Yeah, one was already in upright position. Yeah, so it has to be it.
Oh, I see. In that case, the defendant's sword wouldn't have been the cause of death. How do you respond, Prosecutor Sanmari?
The blood was found on the sword. That is the third time.
The third time of what?
Oh, beads. Oh, he threw beads. Ah! He took his necklace of beads, wrapped him around his wrists, and then tossed it at Apollo, and now the beads are entangled into across his forehead, and now he tries to grab him and remove them, but they seems to be stuck. And Apollo has a what the fuck face. Apollo ... What the heck is this? Are you trying to exercise the lawyer? So yeah, he was doing some sutras with his hands, and yeah, you heard that. So basically, it's a sutra that means to banish the evil. So yeah, he threw the beads, and he does that. So basically, this is what monks do for exorcism. Ah! My head! What do you think you're doing? So after he did the thing, he put some chakra into his prayer, and the bead constricted onto his head. Yeah, the rosary beads. Even the merciful Holy Mother loses patience if she's struck 3 times. Oh, okay, so the third time. That's what he was counting. Yeah, because there's a saying that says that you can hit. No, you are allowed to hit Buddha 3 times after he loses patience. So that's what he says. So he says Holy Mother instead, because he cannot refer to Buddha. So they're gonna change their prophet. So it's a fictitious Holy Mother instead of the real Buddha. Since you never learned, you needed to be punished. Why don't you let me worry about what I need and don't need? It is what you deserve for interfering with my sacred last rites for the victim. You are a brainless lawyer chasing phantoms. You know nothing, Jon Snow. Let this humble servant of the Holy Mother give you an edifying sermon. A sermon? Now? There is a passage in the sacred scriptures of Corainism. A cornered frog will swallow even a snake. Thank you. Thank you. When I see these 3 words, I cannot help myself but adding Jon Snow at the end.
A cornered lawyer has unexpectedly struck back hard against the prosecution. Did I get it right?
No, for I am not done with my sermon. Oh, it's gonna take 3 hours. And yet the frog still dies, its belly bitten and torn from within. Just great. And in this case, you are that frog defense. What exactly is your point anyway? Let us assume for a moment that the victim was killed under the stage. Who then had the opportunity to do so during the show? Let's see, the people in the show were Bonnie the Femme, the victim Mysterious, and Trucy Wright. Like, the only 2 who are still alive were on the stage when it happened, so who could have killed them under the stage? Like, we have an alibi for, freaking, what's his face? Roger Rittins. Roger Rittins was at, the Take-Two TV studios when it happened. Bonnie the Femme was on stage throughout the entire show, as easily confirmed by the footage from the show. Which leaves us with only one suspect, Trucy Wright. It's gotta be Bonnie, that's the only other person who could have done it. Well, yeah, but then again, we have a third set of fingerprints on the coffin. This is the only reason why it's murder by a third party. Like, there's somebody unrelated to the show who has his fingerprints on the coffin. We have no idea who it is. So we need more time. Now, do you see? Prayer. The accused killed Mr. Reyes as he waited on standby in the understage passage. Have we looked to see who the fingerprints belong to yet? Prints on the coffin lid, Bonnie the Femme. Prints on the side panel, Mr. Reyes. Prints on the top panel, unknown. We could have gone with the database from the police, but we only have to rely on Emma Skies. And she only had a database from everybody related to the case. So now we see in this picture the fingerprints for Mr. Reyes, but they're inverted. Like the panel has been put back in the wrong position, since the left and right panel can be interchanged. So I believe they were placed wrong, or the coffin simply flipped. And then place his dead body in the coffin above, thus making the murder look like an accident. No! Buddha's pose, butterfly. Oh, great and merciful Mother, thus another putrid mind has been guided toward enlightenment. Remember, I was wondering about the fingerprints on top. We don't know who those belong to. No, we have no idea who those belong to. We haven't met that guy yet, basically. Ugh, I can't believe I swallowed his trick question whole. Rubble, 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 rubble.
Objection!
Guy or girl? Can you tell a gender by fingerprints? It's not a DNA analysis, it's just fingerprints. Sorry, but I have to raise an objection here. Athena, what are you... There's something I want to point out, Apollo. And who might you be? You strike me as a mere child in countenance. I may be young, but I have an attorney's badge just the same. And you would contribute to this discussion in that capacity? I most certainly would. What I'm saying is, yeah, we can't tell. So you could be a woman who committed a crime. It's just, can't tell. So you know, it could very well be a woman who committed a crime. Could have been a man. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, when I'm looking at a case, I'm not like it's always like it's either a man or a woman unless there are proof that evidence that disprove that it could be either a man or a woman, depending on some circumstances. Like if it's like heavy everything to lift, it narrows down many women. I guess it looks at things that were too objectively. Yeah. Okay. Okay, she opens widget. You just argued that the defendant killed the victim under the stage. But let me remind you that Miss Wright is a girl. Clearly, surely you didn't raise an objection simply to point out such an obvious fact. Your Honor, please send for this little child's guardian to take her home. Oh, she's underage. Have her guardian take her away. But I'm not done with my sermon. You don't need to talk like Prosecutor San Mari, you know. Listen, if the victim was killed in the understage passage, then his body would then have to be hauled up to the stage, right? However, Miss Wright is a young girl and a pretty petite one at that. She couldn't possibly have hefted that large body up and put it in the coffin.
That's true, it does seem like it would be a rather difficult task for the defendant.
It's so sad that we're just so far ahead in our deduction that right now Athena tried to be nice to us and saying that, oh, she couldn't have done it. Yes, she totally could. And it's so sad.
I don't think even I could do it.
What do you think of that, prosecutor? Who's the child now? In my religion, the priestess of Corainism are reversed as the pillar of our beliefs. Yeah, how are we miles ahead of you? So I naturally hold nothing but deep respect for women. I also take highly of the female perspective. Says the man who called his fair maiden a little child. Who's a fair maiden? No, seriously, who's the fair maiden here? You? I agree that your point is worth discussing, defense. Prayer symbol. How indeed was the dead body raised up into the coffin? By the accused, Trucy Wright, that is. You're coming to point the finger at her no matter what, huh? Then you explain how that even be possible. But of course, Buddha pose, butterfly on the index. There was a way for even a small creature like her to raise the victim's body up. Huh? Wait, you really can't explain it? I foresaw that our argument would come to this, so I have prepared a witness.
Well, I admire your readiness, prosecutor.
It is really not that difficult when one can read the ultimate outcome of any trial. He couldn't have really predicted that things would turn out like this, could he? It's pretty hard to believe. Excuse me, but may I step down now?
Yes, I suppose you may.
One moment, Detective Sky. Exclamation mark. I'm sorry for, the way I handled all of this. You did a fine job, Detective. Your testimony was invaluable. It was? Yes, you served well as a detective and did not allow your personal feelings to interfere. You overcame the conflicted emotion you felt and performed your duty admirably. This is what I'm saying. Like, you never hear Gumshoe say that to Gumshoe. You never hear Edward say that to Gumshoe, but him, even though they're like oil and water, like religion and science, like, he still acknowledges her virtues. You will be rewarded for your fine work. Oh, thank you. I hope we can work together again in the future. Emma seems bewildered by the unexpected praise. I guess he's a pretty nice person, like they say, as long as you're not up against him.
Now then, let us call the next witness.
Okay, who's it gonna be? Yeah, it's Bonnie. I knew Bonnie would be there. Alright. She's not standing at the defendant's stance for some reason. This is true. I mean, I do like that. I don't know what Gumshoe would do. Gumshoe would be sad. Like, I can only afford ramen. I make lunchboxes out of hot dog wieners because it's all I can afford. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Hello. Oh, sorry. To do the voice, I have to have a clear mouth. Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the court. It's very nice to meet all of you. I'm a lagomorphing illusionist from the land of fairy tales, Buddy the Fam. I can't wait to do some magic tricks for all of you. Please, witness. There is a time and a place for all things, including magic. Aww, but it would be okay if I do just one little magic right. Come on, please, please. Look, everybody's waiting. Now's my chance to shine. Oh. That is your second time. Oh, shit. The third time, she's gonna get the beads. Not the beads! Not the beads! They're in my eye! My eye! My second time doing what? There will be no further warnings. You should know that from our preparatory meeting, correct? Oh! Yeep. She's scared. And she's crying. Is no one exempt from His Holiness's rosary of suffering?
May we have your testimony, witness, once you recover from your disappointment?
Well, as a huge fan of Trucy's, I don't really want to testify against her. This is an act. But I guess I have to, don't I? As a huge fan of Trucy's, huh? She remembers, like, the scornful, I hate her, I loathe her, I can't stand that Trucy Wright. Just because she's a little good at magic, she thinks she's all that. So this is exactly that sniveling brat deserves. We don't know. Sure, you're a real fan of, right? Of destroying Trucy, you mean? Alright, the understage passage. Alright, what bullshit are you gonna concoct to us? I really can't believe that Trucy killed Mr. Reyes. I guess it's possible for a small girl to lift a dead body up if she used a stage lift. Is it possible? Truly, Trucy really have? Could Trucy really have? If Trucy did use a stage lift, I think she must have used stage lift number 2. It was on stage for the entire show, by the way. No. Well, it was stage lift number 2, but she could not have done it while she was in the middle of her magic trick. You were on stage the whole time, and you're sure about that? There is no question. The entire audience could testify to that fact. What's more, she is shown clearly in the TV show footage as well. I couldn't possibly have killed Mr. Reyes, not little old me. Therefore, the only person who could have killed the victim under stage is the accused. Furthermore, by using a stage lift, even the petite young lady, Buddha pose, could have raised the body up to the stage without difficulty. You've got to be kidding me.
Very well, the defense may now cross-examine the witness.
The understage passage. Really can't believe that Trucy killed Mr. Reyes.
Hold it!
You said you're a huge fan of Trucy's, isn't that right? Oh yes, I even became a magician because I wanted to be just like her. The first time I saw her, she was performing at the Wonder Bar. She was only in junior high back then, but she got up on stage with tons of confidence. And then she proceeded to win my heart with her astonishing tricks and winning smiles. So apparently, underage people are welcome at the Wonder Bar so long as they don't drink. Or don't drink alcohol. She certainly sounds like she means all of that. So, finally being able to perform with her must have been quite a treat for you, right? Oh yes, after all, it was my chance to have her see me. Not just as a fan, but as a fellow magician. And little bunny appeared from her hat, and he hops away. Hop, hop, hop. But then that horrible accident happened. It was not an accident, it was murder. Witness, please explain if you would. How a small young woman such as Trucy Wright could have raised the body? I guess it's possible for a small girl to lift a dead body up if she used a stage lift.
Hold it!
What makes you think it would be possible? It's not like you tried it out yourself, right? Well, actually, we did try it out for ourselves. You did? Detective Sky, if you would.
Oh! So that's why you made me do that.
Detective Sky, what did he have you do? Seems to be the case when my brother used to have a band back in the day. I was 17, 18, some case. I was able to go to the bars and watch him perform as long as I didn't. Okay, alright, yeah.
The prosecutor asked me to try raising one of the male police officers with the stage lift, without a single word of explanation as to why he was making me do it.
You're kidding.
It's as if he really can't foresee all of our counter-arguments.
Do not underestimate this humble servant of the Holy Mother. More like haughty. H-A-U-G-H-T-Y. I guess that means that Trucy could have lifted the dead body up. Does that mean... Is it possible? Could Trucy really have?
Hold it!
Is what possible? Could Trucy really have what, Mr. Pham? Please finish your sentence. Eek! Well, she's sweating beads already? She's twirling her cane around her finger. Don't try to beat around the bush, come right out and say it! Why not tell this court what you really believe? What I really believe? Of course I don't believe Trucy could ever commit murder. But such an amazing and wonderful magician would never do such a thing. But taking all the facts into account, what else can I think? I know of at least 3 other unflattering things you really think about Trucy. How can you attack this girl when she is obviously speaking with reserve?
There is such a thing as reading between the lines, Mr. Justice. It's sad how the youth of today lack the ability to see such a basic thing. ...
Oh, the judge has angry eyes now. He's looking at him wrong. Looking at me like that isn't going to help me stick my foot in my mouth less, Your Honor. Witness, please describe what the accused might have used to lift the dead body. Alright. If Trucy did use a stage lift, I think it must have used stage lift number 2. No. Stage lift number 2 had to be moved out of the way since it was already all the way up.
Objection!
Oh, no? Oh, no. Alright, I'm gonna take this one.
Just what part of the testimony is inconsistent with this evidence?
That's funny. I thought I saw an inconsistency a second ago. Oh, it disappeared like magic. The murder occurred during a magic show, so crazy things like this are bound to happen.
Oh, really? Well, let's see how magical you think this penalty is. Poof! Magic!
Seems pretty normal to me, Your Honor.
I know, right?
Hold it!
Stage lift number 2? You mean the stage lift shown here on the left? Yeah, that's right. With a stage lift, I think even a small girl could easily fit a dead body up to the stage. And so that makes her the murderer in your opinion? Of course not. I believe in Trucy. Like I said, I'm a huge fan of hers. Oh, brother. How long is she gonna keep this act up? Defense! What position was stage lift number 2 in after the show? Well, let's see. If I recall, it was in the fully raised position. Ah! Okay. And the reason why it was fully raised, it's because the accused used it to lift the victim's body, wouldn't you agree? Beads, feel free to slowly mull it over while you roast over the flames of hell, you evil red pepper! Oh, you didn't throw it. but he's pointing at us with 2 fingers holding the rosary between his finger. Okay. So that's his pointing finger pose. Not bad. So now I'm also evil? I'm an evil red pepper. I was on stage for the entire show, by the way. At one point you teleported, but, let's see. Yeah, the Trucy statement said she moved the stage lift to cover for Bonnie's mistake, and she told no one about it. I never read the autopsy report. Time of death, April 27, approximately 10:30 a.m. Cause of death, shock as a result of being stabbed through the back with a sharp blade. The victim's real name was Man of Mystery. Okay.
Hold it!
You didn't have a single spare moment to slip down on the understage passage? Huh? Don't tell me you suspect me now. I'm just trying to do my job by fully examining your alibi. Depending on how solid it is, I might have to suspect you, yes. You gotta be kidding me! Don't spit on my head and tell me it's raining, Gloria boy! I'm right here in this footage! Oh, are you too much of an idiot to see? Huh?
Mr. Pham, are you feeling alright? You seem suddenly different.
Bonnie, ... Oh, actually, whoops. Where did that come from, right? Oh my, I seem to have snapped there for a second, didn't I? Chee-hee. Another bunny. You didn't just snap, you broke character just now. In any case, I was on stage the whole time performing magic. I mean, you saw me in the footage, right? My dazzling and flawless performance. Flawless? That's odd, considering what you told me. You said that you made a mistake with where you positioned Mr. Hat. Oh, yeah.
Mr. Pham, to what is the defense referring?
Well, I made a little mistake on stage. I was in charge of operating Mr. Hat, you see. According to the script, I was supposed to place him to the left of her coffin. But I flubbed it up and made it stand to the right of the coffin instead. And because of that mistake, Trucy had to move the stage lift around. I feel really bad about messing Trucy like my goof. Oop. Messing Trucy up like that with my goof. Tee-hee! Darn it, I don't see any inconsistencies in her testimony. Now, do you know who the real killer is? Come on, Gramps, don't you just sit there. Hand down your ruling pronto. Quick, quick, before you keel over up there.
I beg your pardon?
Oops. Oh, what's gotten into me? I'm so sorry. I give her another 5 minutes before she tears off that mask. Well, defense, are you ready to let it all go now? Of course not. I'll never give up. I see. I suppose this too is fate. Scroll. The sacred scripture of Coriolism describe a variety of hells for the damned. For someone like you who struggles ceaselessly against his fate, Papul Boljig seems more appropriate. I'm sorry, people boil what? Oh yeah, wait, that's Coriolis.
What sort of terrible place is Papul Boljig?
A place where the more one struggles, the further one falls into the abyss. Like quicksand. At the bottom of the abyss, a ferocious beast awaits. Think of it as something akin to an ant lion sandpit trap.
Oh, there's one of those in my backyard.
Wow, crying this hell is closer to home than I thought.
Now then, it would appear that the witness testimony supports the prosecution's claims that the defendant is the only one who could have killed the victim on their stage.
How are we supposed to get out of this jam? Hey, Apollo, if you can't find any contradiction, maybe it's time to use analytical psychology. You mean... I heard some discord in Bonnie's voice while she was testifying. Noise level 100%. See? Widget is picking up on the noise in her heart too. That's right, Athena can hear things others can't with her super sensitive hearing. She can hear the emotion people suppress as a kind of noise or discord in their voices. Alright, Athena, let's give it a try. You got it!
Hold it!
Yeah, he was about to raise his gavel. Your Honor? I'm afraid that our witness, Miss DeFam, is suffering under terrible traumatic stress due to his horrible incident.
She is?
Yeah? What with that terrible death on stage, and her beloved Trucy getting arrested, she's under awful strain and shock. In fact, I don't know how much more she can take before she's unfit to testify. What?
Oh, I heard of that. What is this called? Postal stress disorder, right? It's where a person becomes uncontrollably angry, I think. I read about it somewhere.
That's going postal, Your Honor. This is PTSD.
Oh, my. Sorry. So that's why the witness acts so hostile at times, as if she were a different person.
Yes, and I think her condition is clouding her memory of the incident. Therefore, I suggest a short therapy session for the witness. Hold it! Therapy? You don't know the first thing about a magician's mental strength. I've risked my life jumping through rings of fire and having my body sawed in half. Oopsie. Boy, I have to watch my temper, don't I? The judge shakes his head.
Miss Sykes, please do whatever you can to help this unfortunate young lady.
And what exactly is this child planning to do, Mr. Justice? Oh, with her super sensitive hearing, Miss Sykes can hear witness true emotions. Simply from tone and inflection, she can tell exactly what a person is feeling. I can even pick out feelings that a witness is trying to suppress or hide. Widget projects the emotions I hear into the mood matrix where I can analyze them. It sounds like some sort of spurious devilry, though I find it hard to believe. I must ask, how do emotion constitute evidence?
Well, I won't say that emotion can be taken as evidence per se. I have seen how instrumental Miss Sykes' work has been in cracking a case. Therefore, I wholly support giving it a try.
I see. If you are in favor of it, Your Honor, I have no objections. Even this mere monk can see that something disturbs the witness.
I'll disturb you!
Oh, thank you for understanding, Prosecutor San Mari. Apollo, you remember how to conduct a therapy session, right? You want me to lead the session? Of course! You're the lead on this case, after all. Well, fair enough. But, do I need a refresh? I just played that game before, no need. He makes a little slappy noise. Well, the slappy noise is basically, her, like, holding the candy cane as a club and hit it against her wrist, like, preparing to bat somebody with it. Like, it's a gangster threatening pose, you know? Like, she's holding her candy cane as a baseball bat. I think I still remember from the last time, so let's get right into it. Okie dokie. You ready, Widget? Let's do this. Okay. Oh, I think I give. Oh, you were probably weren't there during the description of the character I made, but yeah, she's holding a walking stick shaped like a candy cane with a little pink ribbon tied onto it. So she would twirl her cane around her finger when she's thinking, and when she's in her real mode, she would slap the candy cane on his hand. Like so. Okay, so I guess Trucy is the one who killed Mr. Reyes. Sad. Even she could move the body with that lift. So we see a picture of Trucy raising the lift. She used the number 2 lift to raise Reyes. Still sad. I was on stage at the time. No emotion. But that terrible mistake, a lot of surprise, a little sadness. My stupid flub caused Trucy so much trouble, sad. I feel so bad about it, but there's obvious happiness.
Got it!
I have to say, Ms. DeFam, you certainly are a strange one. Even though you said I feel so bad about it, it seems you were feeling happy about it. Sweating beads. Ow! She twirls it and it fell on her head. I think I can guess why you were feeling happy. It must be because it was Trucy's big debut, you made a mistake, or you messed Trucy up. You were happy because it was Trucy's big debut. I think you were happy because it was Mr. Wright's big debut. You're a big fan of hers after all, right? You're kidding me, forehead boy? Why in the world would I be happy about her debut?
What did you just say, Mr. Fan? I thought you said you were Trucy Wright's biggest fan.
Oopsie. Yes, of course I was happy for her. Oh, her act is starting to get pretty sloppy. Alright, if that wasn't it, then maybe it was something else. I think I can guess why you were feeling happy. It must be because you were happy because you messed Trucy up. I think you were happy because you messed the defendant up. Yeah. I'm right, aren't I? You gotta be kidding me! Why would I be happy I messed Trucy up? I'm a big fan of hers! Because we saw you. I hate her. I loathe her. I can't stand that Trucy Wright. Just because she's a little good at magic, she thinks she's all that. So this is exactly what that sniveling brat deserves. We saw how you said you hated Trucy Wright. How you were glad she was in trouble. And even how it was what she deserved. Ow! It looks like I hit the bunny on the head, so to speak. Noise level 50%. Apollo, the noise level dropped. Now if you could get it down to 0%. Well, Mr. Pham, are you ready to confess how you really feel? What? What do you mean? I'm Bonnie, the sweet, cute little bunny. I'm a rookie magician working hard to be just like my idol Trucy. That's the character I'm supposed to be.
Objection!
Keep that up, Mr. Pham, and you're going to have a mental breakdown. Just let yourself be who you really are. Who I really am? The two sides of you are fighting each other and doing you psychic harm. There are two wolves inside of you and they're eating each other up. I can hear them, two distinct voices battling inside of you. Shut your pie hole! You know nothing, know it all. You know nothing, know-it-all. I mean, you mustn't say things like that or I might get flash taped. Mr. Pham, how long do you insist on maintaining this wolf in sheep's clothing act? We can't hand this therapy session until you get real with us. See, set the wild beast inside of you free. Ow! Dot dot dot. Don't make me laugh. You don't know a dang thing about me. You want to see who I really am? Fine, take a good look. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde? Not really, but close. She's setting the beast inside free. It's like, not the Hulk, but nah, not even. Twirling the stick, pointing at her, turns into an umbrella. Woo! Bats are coming out, and her hairstyle is transformed into bat wings. And there's a little pattern of stars and bats fluttering. Oh, that's so nice. I'm a bat bunny. What in the world? Sheep's clothing? You got it all wrong. It's a rabbit suit I've got on. And I'm not a wolf. I'm a blood-sucking vampire. A bat with fangs and wings. I think we just opened Pandora's box. I'm finally done with that goody two-shoes cottontail act. I feel free as a bat. Rubble, 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 rubble.
Order! Defense! Your therapy session has taken a turn for the worse, from the looks of it.
There's a perfectly good explanation for this, Your Honor. Isn't there, Miss Sykes? Hello, Elder Lila here. I'm so glad that the vampires I grew up with didn't act like that. Yeah. Hello there, Elder Lila. Good to see you here. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, it's like a very big caricature of all vampire kind. Like, I'm sure real power look at this and they'll think it as a joke. Like, pff, okay, what a clown. Me thinks I created a monster. We blew it. Hey, you! Lobster boy! What? Who, me? You think I'm glad Juicy's in trouble? That I think she's getting her just desserts? Umbrella. Well, guess what? You're right. Does this mean you admit to wishing the defendant harm? Well, the bat is out of the bag now. That mistake of mine was a work of art. Oh, now she's twirling from her other end. Okay. Thanks to my goof, poor little Chusey had to do all of that hard physical labor. When you say hard physical labor, what are you referring to? Because of Mr. Hat's new position, Chusey had to move both of those huge stage lifts. It must have been so heavy. What a riot. That's strange. Athena, could you please add that last part of that last statement to Bonnie's testimony? All right, I'll update the mood matrix with the new info. I know where he's getting into. Like, Chusey told nobody about this, but how come she knows? It's like she expected her to do that. Hey, Apollo! Now there's a new inconsistency in the testimony. Yeah, she finally slipped up. So what do I need to do now? Well, from this point onward, you just do what you do best. Find the contradiction in the testimony and present evidence to refute it. Alright, I've got you now, buddy the fam. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking too, and that's what Onyx is also thinking. Okay. I was on stage at the time, that terrible mistake. Info update. You know what? Serves her right. Hee. Thanks to that, she ended up having to move the stage lift. I'm gonna save.
Objection!
Yep. That doesn't make sense. What? So you think I'm crazy now? No, that's not the point I was trying to make. But I don't hear you denying it. Mr. Pham, allow me to repeat your statement. Thanks to that, she ended up having to move the stage lift. That's right, and I still say that's just what she did. How did you know? How did you know Miss Wright moved the stage lifts? Huh? According to her own statement, she didn't tell anyone that she had done so. What? So how could you possibly have known that what she had done unless you saw her? You saw Miss Wright moving the lifts in the understage passage, didn't you? Yep. So the info update is that she was in the understage passage and saw Trucy push the lifts. So I think we found our third party here. Yeah, noise level 0%. Bye-bye. You did it, Apollo! Noise level at 0%.
But, Mr. Justice, wouldn't that mean...
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Pham herself was under the stage where the victim was killed. And I hardly need to tell the court what that means. You are one artful liar, Mr. Pham, and one spectacular suspect. Yeah! Why, you shiny red lobster boy! You're saying I killed Mr. Reyes? I'm saying that it's a possibility. What's more? I say you had a solid motive to frame my client for the murder as well.
Objection!
My apologies for raining on the defense's merry revelry. But you seem to have forgotten one very important point. Oh, really? The TV footage. As you can clearly see, Mr. Pham was on the stage the whole time. The entire audience can bear witness to that fact, including you. Oh yeah. Prayer. You have just taken a long and senseless journey only to return to the starting line. The witness could not have been the understage passage, which means rosary pointing fingers. The only one left who could have killed the victim is the accused. Guess the party's over. But Mr. Pham knew something she couldn't have known unless she was under the stage. How do you explain that, Prosecutor Salmati? It's quite simple. The accused must have told Mr. Pham about it, but then forgot. Open those useless eyes of yours and take a good look at the footage. Mr. Pham really was in the understage passage. It would mean she was on stage and understage at the same time. You mean she was in two places at once? That seems to be the only explanation that makes any sense. It may be an explanation, but I'm not sure about the make sense part. Then we'll just have to make it make sense. Your Honor, the witness was both on stage and understage at the same time. That is the defense's assertion.
I've heard some illogical things come out of you before, but this is absurd.
I'm sure you'll change your tune once you hear my reasoning, Your Honor.
My gut tells me you're bluffing, but I'll bite. Very well, Mr. Justice. How do you explain how the witness was in two places at once?
She teleported, the bunny on stage was fake, or there were two bunnies? There were two bunnies, Your Honor. If that were the case, it would all make sense, wouldn't it? Twins?
There were...
Two of them? I suspected you had a few screw loose, but now I see some are missing altogether. Is there a toolkit in this courtroom, Your Honor? I suppose two? No? Three? 3 screws to the head should righten his putrid brain.
Very well, bailiff, could you,
No, wait! Please listen to my argument.
Very well, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to at least give it a listen.
As was argued earlier, Mr. Pham is shown in the footage the whole time. But, at the same time, she was also watching Miss Wright in the understage passage. The only possible explanation is that there are two bunnies.
That almost sounds like it makes sense. What do you think, Prosecutor Sadmadi?
This humble servant of the Holy Mother is of the opinion, Buddhist prayer, that we should lose no time in replacing the defense's many lost screws. Apollo is sweating. But Apollo, it goes against reality itself to say that one person is actually two. But we don't have to be bound by reality. After all, we're talking about magic here. So if the bunny the Pham in the footage is the real bunny, then the bunny here on the witness stands, the one who must have been on their stage, this bunny the Pham is our second bunny. She is? Say we call the one in front of us bunny number 2. I believe I have just a piece of evidence to prove that Miss Bunny number 2 exists.
Oh, then please submit your evidence, Mr. Justice. What proves the existence of a bunny number 2?
The fingerprints result, I guess. The prints on the top panel are unknown.
Take that!
Because twins have different fingerprints.
What's this?
Oh, during our investigation, we found a set of unknown prints on the coffin on the stage. These prints were most likely left during the course of the show. But they didn't match the prints of any of the people involved in this case. An unknown third party's fingerprints. No person has the same fingerprints as someone else. Exactly, yeah. I was not told of this. Emma must have kept it from him. So the question is, who could these prints possibly belong to? Bonnie is sweating. Miss the Pham, or should I say Bonnie number 2. These are your fingerprints, aren't they? Yeah! Beads. Slam the stands with the beads on his wrist. Enough of this foolishness. One person could not possibly be 2. Those fingerprints could have been left, not only during the show, but at any time.
Objection!
It's not like you to lose your cool like that, Prosecutor Sadmadi. Oh, he's angry now. Yeah. And I'm sure you know that. Exactly when the fingerprints were made is not the main issue.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Justice?
The issue is who do these unknown prints belong to? They're certainly not Bunny the Phams. But what if they belong to the person standing right in front of us?
Oh, you mean bunny number 2 is the second bunny? Is that what you're implying?
Well, it's preposterous to suggest that those prints belong to the witness. I say they must belong to some other unknown individuals. Prosecutor San Maddie, can you really look at her and still say that? Bonnie da. What are you looking at? Take a picture, it'll last longer. How could this be? If we check her prints, I'm sure they'll match the unknown set. Or I think the prints belong to Bunny number 1. Or probably Bunny number 1 was the one that we saw on stage the whole time, and she was there plotting blah blah blah. Well, Bonnie, air quote, the prints that don't belong to the real you belong to you, don't they, Bunny number 2? Yeah!
Witness! Is what the defense has said true?
Fine, I admit it. The fingerprints are mine!
Then does that mean you aren't Bunny the Fan?
What? Ridiculous! So now he's clenching the rosary around his neck. Rubble.
Are there really 2 bunnies?
Umbrella? No, there's only one bunny, and that's because... Winks? I'm Betty! Okay. Bonnie the Fam and Betty the Fam. So she's Betty. Betty the Fam! What? Ladies and gentlemen of the court, it's time for a wondrous magic show. Gasp in amazement at this lagomorphing illusionist performer teleportation magic. Watch closely, it's showtime! Boy and girl twins? They're identical. I don't think they're fraternal because they have to be identical for him to switch from one to the other. So I guess it's 2 girls. Lights out. Spotlight. Whoa! Bonnie just teleported in front of, Okay. Clap. Okay, it's fine. They can still be identical twins, but they can still have different genders. My friend, for exam. Okay. Okay, so you have for friends, they are identical but with different genders. Interesting. Because I've been told that if they have different genders, they cannot be identical. Anyway. So here's what happened. The lights were out, and then there was Bonnie that appeared sitting on Apollo's bench. And then she used an umbrella, but it has some sort of cover that looks like a sun. And then she disappeared. And then there was Betty with the bat hairdo who appeared in front of the prosecutor's bench, like almost instantly. And she does the same trick. And they appear in front of the witness stand, together clasping their hands at each other. So Bonnie is the Bonnie, and Betty is the bat. They're 2 girls. They're identical with different hairstyle. And that was the secret of the teleportation. Like when they do the teleportation trick, they just swap with one another. I didn't say anything because I was sure that was it. That was how the trick was made. So now the judge says,
Ooh, what an amazing trick! The witness has suddenly split into two people!
that is what the doctor thought, but later was discovered that was indeed not the case. Oh, interesting. So, it's not a trick. No gimmick to it either. Alright, so the umbrella that Bonnie is wearing is the same navy night blue as Betty. Betty Bat, Betty Bat, Betty Bat. So it's the same color, but it's patterned with bunny heads, and it's basically the rest is all yellow like the moon. So it's like a big full moon, and their little bunny living all around is circumference. That's Bonnie's umbrella. Betty is the bat with the stars. So now they're joined by the hands. We're simply twins. What? Twins? So that's how the teleportation trick works. Ever since our debut, I have to hide or pretend I'm Bonnie. All cute and sweet and goody-goody. I can't tell you how stressful it's been. But I don't have to hide anymore. That's right, our days are sneaking around are finally over. Their cover is blown, but they actually seem pretty happy about it. So which one of you is the nice bunny, the fam we met in the dressing room? Oh, that would be me. And the sharp-tongued bunny we saw in the Raiding Raja on their stage was... Hey! Who are you calling sharp-tongued? Oh, it's all starting to make sense now. Fingerprints result updated in the court record. So, yeah, it was Betty. Betty was on the stage. Betty put the lid on the coffin. Betty had her hand on the coffin. So, probably... Betty is the guilty party, but Bonnie was an accessory. Was probably oblivious to that. And Bonnie probably is genuinely Trucy's fan.
So, Mr. Justice, this changes the fact of a case rather dramatically, doesn't it? It certainly does.
It certainly does. During the show, it was Bonnie who was on stage the whole time. So Bonnie couldn't have committed the crime. But Betty, on the other hand, who was on the stage, did have the opportunity. Not Nayuta holding the rosary around his neck. Ugh.
Well, so we now have two suspects.
Hold it! Wait just a minute there, lobster door boy. I didn't do it. That's right, Betty might have been a foul mouth, but she would never kill anybody. Hey! Who's got a foul mouth here? Shoulder bump on their twin. Oh, ow. Well, speak up, huh?
Hold it!
Stop bullying me. Please save your siblings squabbling for later. Betty, dot. Betty, you must have been in the understage passage during the show. Otherwise, you wouldn't have known about the stage lifts being moved. So what exactly were you doing down there? Fine, I'll testify. Anything to get you off my back.
Prosecutor said Betty the fam is ready to testify. What do you say?
Dot. Betty, you lied to this humble servant of the Holy Mother. And he smiles. I think it's so funny that she's still hitting her. I love this anime stuff. Heh, what else could I do? I couldn't blow our cover and ruin our magic act. Besides, am I gonna go to your Twilight Hill or whatever for being a liar? You will indeed. However, it won't be after your death. Rather... I shall give you a taste of your punishment on this mortal coil in interrogation hell. Eek! Both umbrellas are being blown away. They're being folded inside out.
Now then, Betty the femme, please explain to this court what exactly you were doing under the stage.
So Betty has her umbrella and Bonnie has a cane. What happened under stage? It's true, I had business in the understage passage because of the upcoming trick. It was the fire trick, right? The one Mr. Reyes was supposed to do. That's right. It's a very dangerous trick, so I had to make sure we were prepared for it. The bucket, it was never been used. It was in the script, and I really wanted to see it, but I couldn't because of the accident. Shut up! You're going to give it anyway! Anyway, I was really busy. Yeah, way too busy to have the chance to kill Mr. Reyes. ... Well, that was certainly different. How's that for a flawless testimony and alibi? Ta-da! So Betty opens her umbrella. She's levitating, but we clearly see Bonnie's hands on her ass, lifting her up. She has both her legs on top of the stand, and she's like sitting in the seat that Bonnie is making with her hands. Our magic is real. It's not a trick or a gimmick.
Oh my, she's floating.
Apollo ... Your Honor, you can see she's being held up from below. You were supposed to pretend you didn't see that. It's a little something called etiquette. But I can't help it. Whenever I see a contradiction or inconsistency, I just have to point it out.
Now then.
No, they used to be joined by the hands, but then they do a little trick with the umbrella, and basically, Bonnie was hiding, crouching underneath the witness stand, and we can see her hand sticking out. And Betty was sitting on her hand to pretend that she was floating, you know? She was sitting on her sister's hand.
The defense may begin its cross-examination.
What happened under stage? It's true I had business in the understage passage because of the upcoming trick.
Hold it!
If you were in the understage passage, which need I remind you was the crime scene, then you most certainly should be counted as a potential suspect. But I don't have anything motive to kill Mr. Reyes. But you, by your own admission, hate Miss Wright. When she was arrested as a suspect, you said it was what she deserved.
Objection!
So you believe the witness killed the man simply due to her dislike of Trucy Wright? Shakes his head. As a motive, is that not improbable at best? But what if her hatred causes her to bear a strong sense of malice against my client? Look, Trucy just made me mad, that's all. I mean, even though she's younger than me, she's got so much skill and popularity. And she's cute besides. She makes me so mad. I wish she would drop dead. Betty, don't talk like that. Shut your yap! So, was it just simple jealousy? Say, Betty, the next trick you were getting ready for... It was the fire trick, right? The one Mr. Reyes was supposed to do?
Hold it!
Bonnie, we're trying to get Betty's testimony right now, so... Oh, right. I'm sorry. You can step down if you'd like. I'm worried about Betty, though. She can lose her temper and say awful things sometimes. Hey, what are you, my mother? Don't forget I'm the older sister. You got that? Me? Yes, I got it. I guess I'd worry about Miss... Okay, there's... there's a typo here. It says... They put a T instead of an S. It's supposed to say Miss Betty, but with the T, it's like Mount Betty. I guess I would worry about Mount Betty constantly blowing her top if I were Bunny too. The mountain. Mount Betty. Sorry about that. I'll take another bite. Oh wait, there's no Miss Bunny, so it's probably not a typo. Mountain Betty. Is Mountain Betty a volcano or something? So it's probably a reference to an existing volcano. I don't know. Mountain Betty constantly blowing her top if I were Bunny too. Oh, probably. I'm gonna have to look it up. So Betty, you were down on the stage getting ready for the fire trick, were you? That's right, it's a very dangerous trick, so I had to make sure we were prepared for it. This is where I'm gonna save, because I'm pretty sure this is where I have to present the bucket. There is a volcano in Japan, but it's the Sakurajima. I'm not sure if there's another volcano elsewhere, but if there's a Mountain Betty that's actually a volcano, it's probably not in Japan. But you can look it up. Okay, I'm gonna present the fire bucket. It used to be, in case of a fire, not only was empty, but dust lined the inside of the pail.
Objection!
Yep. I hate to break to you, Betty, but there's a big flaw in your testimony. As big as the one in that floating trick you did earlier. Oh, harsh words. Well, let me tell you something, forehead boy. No one has ever figured out how we do our teleportation trick. Not one except me, you mean? Well, we have even better tricks up our sleeves. Huh? We do? I told you to keep it zipped! No,
don't fight, you two.
Alright. You can look, once you look it up, you can send it to me on the DM on Discord. The script has this to say about the fire trick. This will be dangerous. Make sure the fire bucket is ready. However, we found the fire bucket lying empty backstage except for a layer of dust. Oh, Bunny was twirling her stick and it fell on her head. Even though it was Betty who was grilled. You didn't even attempt to get ready for the next trick, did you, Betty? You got me! Wind blow all their umbrellas. Rubble, 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 rubble.
Betty the Femme, you will explain yourself.
Nah, there's nothing to explain. Come on, Betty, we can't hide this any longer. We might as well tell them. Shut up! You can barely take care of yourself. Don't try and tell me what to do. Well, if neither of you will explain, then I guess I'll have to. The reason Betty didn't prepare for the fire trick is because she is afraid of fire, knew the show wouldn't go on, was slacking off. She knew the show wouldn't go on. You didn't prepare for the fire trick because you knew, didn't you? You knew that the body would be found and that the show would then be cancelled. Ah! So apparently Bonnie was in on it as well. Don't be ridiculous, you insignificant speck of a man! I'm gonna yank those lame bangs of yours off! Is that what you want? Huh?
Objection!
Whatever, they can grow back, I don't care. Now stop stalling and just tell us the truth already. I can't reveal my secret. I'm a magician.
Objection!
You have been chasing the shadow of an illusory culprit defense. And having chance upon a convenient target, you have let yourself get carried away. Exactly. Where's your proof? Huh? And yet I can see that the witness' taste for false words are also been proven. I advise you to confine your deceitful trickery to your magic act, witness. Grr. Deceitful trickery?
Objection!
As your court-appointed therapist, I would like to add something here, Betty. You finally let yourself be who you really are. But if you continue to hide behind lies, you'll just be imprisoning your heart all over again. All these questions means you're trying to put me in prison for real. So I'll be behind bars either way.
Does that mean you're admitting your guilt?
Of course not! I can't believe you people. Every one of you thinks I did something I didn't do. You... Lobster Boy, Cue Ball Geezer, Headcase Brat, Cerberus Monk! Oh, she insulted everybody. The Cue Ball Geezer, the Headcase Brat, Cerberus Monk. Boy, he does bite like a gate dog. Dot dot dot.
Cue Ball Geezer?
Headcase Brat? Really? Hold it. Betty, calm down. Come on now. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Look, I'm not the murderer. I tell you. Then how did you know the show would be called off before the fire trick? I told you we can't reveal our secret. I'm pleading the fifth. We're under contract. Contract? What is she talking about? Be that as it may, you're obviously a suspect in this case.
Objection!
Clasp hands. I'm beginning to see the karmic threads that make up the intricate tapestry that is this case. Huh? Allow me to summarize your assertion, defense. First, that the victim was killed in the understage passage. And second, that the witness and the accused are the only two who could have done it. Exactly. What's more, Betty knew that the body would be found, and that the magic show would then be called off. Therefore, it's reasonable to conclude that Betty killed the victim on the stage. But what if Betty knew that the show would be called off for some other reason? Like what? In the course of my investigation, I found it strange that the dragon set piece fell when it did. That in conjunction with the body tumbling from the coffin in such a dramatic fashion, all seems too perfect for mere happenstance. Buddha pose, soul butterfly on index. It was as though the entire chain of events had been planned out in advance. Yes, that's what I thought too. Key. Bonnie is sweating and got hit on the head with her old stick. Planned out. After deciding to take this case, I scrupulously studied everything I could about the mass media in this country. I read the newspaper, all news report, even browsed tabloid magazines.
How very industrious of you, I'm impressed.
During this process, I learned about a strange practice favored by the TV world. Shakes his head. A practice called The hidden camera prank. Ah! Betty and Bonnie, you knew about this, did you not? About the dead body appearing, the set piece falling, the show being suspended. You two were informed of this plan by Take-Two TV in advance, correct? Ah! Is that true? Betty, please, just tell him now. I can't hold it anymore. Dang it! Fine! You got us! Everything the prosecutor said is true. The TV station paid us to cooperate with them on this plan. It was all a prank, a big setup plan out in advance. Mr. Rios showing up dead in the coffin. The set piece falling down. It was all completely script. It was all scripted.
A prank?
Rubble.
Bonnie, is this really true?
Yes, Mr. Rios was supposed to pretend to be dead. That's how it was supposed to go. He was not supposed to be dead for real. So he was in on it too? Well, that's right. He was supposed to show up dead in the coffin, dead air quotes. And then the set piece would fall down, Trucy would be shocked and start to panic. That's how the prank script went. What? What the heck kind of prank is that? But we never thought he would actually wind up dead for real. Yeah, that's what the only thing that was different from the script. Poor Mr. Rios. I'm so completely lost right now.
Well, Betty and Bonnie, it certainly sounds like you have some explaining to do.
All right. I guess desperate times call for desperate measures. Just this once, we'll share how it was done with you. So listen carefully. You'll never hear this kind of thing anywhere else. Bunnies. Oh! A little bat came out of Betty's head. So they both appear a rabbit and a bat at the same time. That was cute. A cute little bat. After our teleportation trick, I went down on the stage. When Mr. Rios' body appeared from the coffin on stage, it was time for Betty to do our job in the understage passage. That's right. I used the remote control for the winch connected to the dragon set piece and made it fall down. And just before the dragon fell, I called Trucy to the backstage so she could get hurt. After that, the plan was for Mr. Rios to come back to life in the form of a panicked Trucy. He was supposed to laugh and fly up and away. That was scripted anyway. But for some reason, he really did turn up dead, so he kind of just stayed on the ground. What kind of sick joke is that?
It sounds like a terribly mean-spirited prank to me. The poor defendant was trying to do her magic show.
I guess so. I'm sorry, Trucy. Ha! Whatever. It was all the Rating Raja's idea anyway. Yeah, it sounded like just the kind of things a guy like him would come up with. This is the prank plan script we got from the Rating Raja. Prank plan script added to the court record. Let me read that. The corpse appearing and the set piece falling were staged by Roger Rittins. Dang it! You make us break a contract! Now we won't get paid! Boo-hoo! Mr. Rios' body will appear in the supposedly empty coffin, which should cause a big ruckus. After capturing a bit of Trucy's reaction on film, Mr. Rios will come back to life, laughing and flying up in the air, causing another round of surprise. So that's why there were cushions on the ceiling. Yeah. But that doesn't explain why Mr. Haft's shadow appeared twice during the footage.
But where does this all leave us? Who killed the victim and when?
Yes, exactly. Those are the key questions. If Mr. Reyes was only pretending to be dead in the coffin as a part of the prank, then when he was on the stage, there would still be life within him. And if that is the case, then Betty, who was also on the stage, may be excluded from our list of suspects. Oh, they're gonna say Trucy again. No, that doesn't make sense. Ah! Witness, was the victim alive up until he entered the coffin? Is the winch was remote control? Perhaps the other one got pushed as well because maybe they run up the same frequency. But here's the thing. We saw the shadow go up once. We never saw Mr. Hat go down anywhere. Unless the second shadow is not Mr. Hat, but something else. Oh, well, now that we've spilled the beans, we might as well show you this video. Ah, okay, so this is new. So this is Mr. Reyes.
Greetings, viewer. It is I, the great Mr. Reyes.
No, it's not. No scars on his forearm.
We are currently in the middle of Trucy's escape trick.
Having snuck through the understage passage undetected, I am now hiding backstage, preparing to play a little prank on Trucy. I'm about to hide in the coffin with Trucy, which Trucy will stab with her rubber sword. And when the coffin opens, ho, I will be in it, acting as though I've met my maker.
Can you imagine the look on Trucy's face then? Ho, I can hardly wait.
So this is footage for the prank show. He's about to hide in the coffin. It would seem the threads of karmic destiny have led us to the truth. Buddha pose, soul butterfly on index finger. Apollo ... sweating bullets. The victim passed through the understage where Betty the Femme was and came up into the backstage area. We know this because Mr. Reyes appeared to be backstage when he shot the video we saw. It appears that way, yes. And defense, you proposed the following, did you not? What if the victim was killed under the stage before being put into the coffin? So he was killed backstage instead of understage, and then put back into the coffin after it was open, because there was a big smoke bomb at some point. It could have been done. I'm also thinking that maybe since the winch... Oh no, sorry. I thought it was something else. But then, what about this video? This footage was taken just before Mr. Reyes entered the coffin.
Oh, so does that mean?
Yes, it is horrible but true. The tragedy did indeed play out right there on the stage. When into the coffin where Mr. Reyes was hiding, Trucy Wright thrust her blade. See? Told you so. Bonnie's crying.
So are you saying that the incident was a tragic accident that happened during a prank?
It would be an accident if the accused had no knowledge of the prank beforehand. So let us ask the accused herself. Miss Wright, did you have prior knowledge of the prank? What? Tell him, Trucy, you didn't know anything about it, right?
Of course I did. I didn't know a single thing about it.
Objection!
Still think you can play innocent, do you, in that case? You leave me little choice but to present this piece of evidence. It's a message that says, Bonnie, get the video camera after Mr. Reyes comes stumbling out. Signed, ACE Wright. And it's the same signature as with her contract. And this looks like a piece of yellow paper, so it could have been two pieces of paper along with the carbon piece of paper. So it could be like this is one of those paper that you could sign and it goes through as well.
It looks like some sort of note.
Ah! I found this note in the dressing room after the incident. At the time, I did not understand what it meant, but all is clear to me now. Yeah, we have two pieces of carbon paper. What's this? Bonnie, get the video camera after Mr. Reyes comes stumbling out. Let's see, it says, get the video camera after Mr. Reyes comes stumbling out. It is a note signed by the accused, instructing Bonnie to collect Mr. Reyes' video camera from him, it seems. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. I found it in the dressing room before the show. When I saw it, I realized that Chusi knew about the prank. It does bear her signature. I'll give you that much. Chusi's note added to the court record.
So the defendant had prior knowledge of the prank?
Looks like this clipboard is going to be the deciding... Yes, absolutely. It would appear so, yes. When she learned about the plan to trick her, she decided to use it to her own advantage. So she thrust the steel sword into the coffin where the victim stood, chuckling to himself. Is that not what happened, Miss Wright?
Of course not! And I didn't write or sign that note!
But the handwriting matches yours. All of the evidence and testimony points to you being the culprit.
But I didn't do it! It wasn't me!
Then explain the existence of this note. You can do that, can you not?
I can't explain it. I didn't write it, so I don't understand. I didn't kill Mr. Reyes. You have to believe me.
Buddha pose with the butterfly. Sighs. Shakes his head. ... Judge ... Athena ... Apollo. Oh, gallery ... And finally, Apollo sweating beast. The silence is deafening. Continue struggling against the thread of your own karma if you wish, accused. Even as you are inescapably caught in the web of fate you've spun for yourself. Miss Wright, it is time to resign yourself to your fate.
No! I didn't do it!
Ha! I knew it, Gallery! That sweet-looking girl, a murderer? She took all of us in with that axe of hers. I told you, I knew she was a homicidal little witch from the start.
But I didn't do it! I really did! Why doesn't everybody believe me?
Shut up, you killer!
We won't fall for that anymore.
This is bad. Your Honor, I suggest we put an end to this tragedy now. Give your official ruling and us the offer the victim's soul's the last rites it deserves.
Very well, I suppose I have no other choice.
Raises gavel.
This court hereby find the defendant
Objection.
Chusi.
The defense has an objection.
Apollo!
You, even now, you would. I won't give up, and I refuse to let either of them down. Mr. Wright, who's counting on me, and Trucy, who's put all her faith in me.
Mr. Justice, the fact that you have raised an objection means that you have evidence with which you refute the prosecution's claim, correct?
Yes, of course, Your Honor. Do we really have anything, Apollo? Actually, we do. There's one piece of evidence we can present here.
Very well, Mr. Justice, you may proceed.
As we saw in the show footage, there's no question that the defendant thrust the sword into the coffin. The defense doesn't dispute this point. But let us not forget that this was a magic show, filled with tricks and illusions. We can't take everything we see at face value.
So you're saying some sleight of hand was somehow involved?
Yes, the defense contends that the sword the defendant used was not the cause of death. Now, it was Trucy told me she did just before she thrust the sword into the coffin.
Very well, let us see your evidence then, Mr. Justice. But remember, you interrupted my verdict to make this claim. You will be severely penalized if I found you are bluffing.
And by severely, it's by 3 points, and I have 4. I'm gonna save here. That's fine, Your Honor. This shows that it's possible that the sword Mr. Wright used was not the cause of death. The sword stand contains the rubber sword Trucy says she swapped him for the trick.
Take that!
What's this? A sword from the show?
That's right, Your Honor. This rubber sword was in the sword stand under stage. During the trick, Miss Wright was supposed to swap the real sword for a rubber sword. And she told us on record that she remembered really clearly that she did.
I see. So the sword the defendant thrust into the coffin was a rubber sword, was it? But then why was a steel sword found lying on the stage?
Somebody must have put the steel sword there by swapping it with the rubber one. Just after the incident occurred, the dragon set piece fell and the theater was evacuated. The real culprit must have used the resulting chaos to swap the rubber sword for the steel one. Oh, okay, I see what happened. You know what? We didn't see any blood. I don't recall seeing blood. We saw a body, but there were no blood. I believe he was killed after the dragon fell. During the panic. At the time he was supposedly to be dead, somebody came in and killed him for real. There was a big rubber tape and everything.
Objection!
Do you not know when to give up, stink bug? That is not possible. Blood was found in the coffin hole that the sword was thrust into. Oh. Okay. It must have been left there when the accused withdrew the sword. This is incontrovertible proof that the sword she used was the steel one.
Objection!
Yeah, well, this is what I wanted to say, but Nayuta just proved me otherwise. There was blood on the coffin hole. But that blood could be a result of someone tampering with the crime scene after the fact. After the set piece fell and the audience was cleared out of the theater, there was plenty of time for somebody to plant that blood there.
Objection!
If the sword the accused used was the rubber one, then when exactly did you propose the victim was killed? Given that Mr. Reyes was alive when he entered that coffin?
Objection!
Finding the answer to that question is precisely why we need to continue this trial.
Let me express my opinion. By all accounts, it is certainly reasonable to suspect the defendant based on the evidence. But as to the question of whether the sword the defendant used was rubber or steel, I believe further discussion is warranted. I suggest we hear from the defender herself on this issue.
Now you thought very well, Your Honor. Yes! I saved it somehow! Too close for comfort, but still. Crime photo updated in the court record. Traces of blood in one of the coffin's hole. If possible, the blood was placed after the fact.
Let's adjourn for a brief 15-minute recess. I advise the prosecution and the defense to use this time to prepare.
April 28th, District Court. Defendant lobby number 3. Phew! That was hairy. Something like that. Tell me about it. We barely made it through by the skin of my teeth.
I can't say I'm crazy about that prosecutor Satmati either. You know, with the way he says let it go and move on, it's as if it's nothing.
Let it go and move on, huh? Oh. Question mark. Whoa, boy, am I interrupting a secret conclave of villains or something? Oh, it's Roger Rittens, of course. Got your next evil scheme in the works already? What do you want? Camera. Keep making that face, champ, and everybody's gonna change the channel. Look this way, Trucy. Smile for the camera. Let's see those pearly whites. Isn't that what the grammar cred tells you to do? Trucy ... How does it feel, Trucy? Everybody online can't stop talking about you. They're calling you a real witch out there. Could this be the end of true grammary? Go away, you creep! Oh, what's this? Something just charged into frame. It looks like a yellow gorilla or something. Could it be Trucy's pet? Filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. Do you want me to get the bailiff? Oh, it removes the camera. Oh, filming? What are you talking about? I don't even have a camera on me. Huh? What happened to the camera? It just disappeared right before our very eyes. I'll be enjoying the rest of the Trucy show from the gallery. Oh, wait! I need to see his arm. I need to see Roger Rittens' arm. If he has a scar, that's the real Mysterious. I put a call for Trucy's fan to come and support her earlier, by the way. The hidden camera thing, yeah, I guess, but... Damn it. It's at mid-forearm. His sleeves are too long. I bet I'll get some great footage out of them. This is gonna be gold. Hang loose, baby. Aloha. He called it some of Trucy's fans, but for what purpose? I do wonder, what if Mr. Reyes isn't the one who's dead? Yeah, because the one who was in the camera, he didn't have a scar. It looked like him. In fact, it looked just like him from 13 years ago. He haven't aged a day. So I don't believe it's him. Like Zack changed a little bit. Valiant changed a little bit. Lemmy changed tremendously. But Reyes? No. He's a real vampire.
Apollo? That thing Mr. Rittens just did, that was some high-level sleight of hand.
Huh? Why would he know how to do something like that?
I don't know, but he definitely has some serious magic skills.
No way, but I know he's a magician. We're all a bunch of good-for-nothings. Probably. We'll keep that theory in mind. That's an interesting... We have nothing to go towards that direction, but it's a possibility that it was probably somebody who works for the television. But yeah, probably Mr. Rios was actually the TV producer. He gave up being a magician, and because that would make sense, because the Raja has a grudge against Troop Gramarye, so that would be like his way of getting revenge. Oh, another question mark, Mr. Lawyer. Oh, it's Bunny. Mr. Lawyer? Oh, hello, Bunny. Can I help you with something? Well, there's something that's been bothering me. Really? What is it? Well, you see... Hey, dummy! What are you whispering to Lobster Boy about? Betty! That's definitely gonna have to be something that we're gonna look into, I guess. Yeah. Who the heck do you think you are? Are you crazy? Do you want a piece of this? You know you have to talk to me first before you do or say anything, you harebrain. Beep. Shut your mouth, you dumb bunny. Come with me now. I wonder what was bothering her.
There's no way we're finding that out with Betty constantly hovering over her like that.
Court is about to reconvene. Will you be alright testifying?
Yes. It's just... I wonder what Mr. Rettens has up his sleeve. I doubt he's bringing in actual fans.
Yeah, probably not. I wonder what he was up on his sleeve as well. He better not be trying to get under Trucy's skin right now, of all times. Trucy da-da-da. Apollo da-da-da. You're Trucy right, and you will be fine! Oh! There goes Apollo with his best trick. That's right. Whenever I'm feeling down, I always tell myself I'm fine. Trucy's still shocked.
All right, I'll give it a try. I'm Trucy right, and I'm fine! Thanks, Polly. I think I can do this now.
That a girl. Good luck up there on the stand. You'll do great.
Thanks, I'll be fine. I can do this.
Alright, Justice. You can do this too. Time to focus on the rest of the trial. April 28th, District Court. Courtroom number 6. Somebody's sending me pictures. Because my brother is actually in Scotland, in Edinburgh. They're visiting castles. So this is a cliffside. Oh. A lone island with is that what I think it is? 2 castles on a lone island in front of a beach. Uh-huh. Okay. Ruins of the castle. All right, all right.
Court is now back in session. Defendant, please step on to the witness stand.
Trucy right, magician.
Here comes the liar, the deceitful wish. Throw the murderer in jail, the last member of that criminal troupe. Boo! We don't want to see you on any stage.
Order! The gallery will be quiet or I will have to all thrown out of the spot.
Okay. So they visited the castle where they pictured, they filmed scenes of the Harry Potter movie. Alwick. Alright, sorry, I'm talking to my brother right now. He says that I would have loved taking broomstick lessons. Yes, up! What's with all the hecklers? I bet they're the fans Mr. Ritten's invited. What a grade A jerk. Well, he's not going to psych us out.
Now then, Miss Wright, this court would like to know if you switched from the steel sword to the rubber one on stage. So please testify about this issue.
She's gonna try and trick us again with her magic. Hurry up, convict her already. Give her the death penalty. Nyahahaha. I mean, I would have given anything to ride that dragon from the Green God stuff. I love dragons, as you know. I have 6 of them. Yeah, yes, of course. Personally, I'm more into hippogriffs. Trucy ...
Silence! All of you, I won't tell you again. You naughty, naughty people.
I wouldn't mind winning on one of those hippogriffs. Yeah!
Miss Wright, do you feel able to testify? ...
Yes, I'm fine, Your Honor.
Oh, Trucy, I knew I shouldn't have let her go through with this. Trucy,
I'd like to make a small request. How about instead of testifying with words, I show you exactly what happened? Would that be alright, Your Honor? You can witness my stupendous sword-switching magic and judge for yourself.
oh, in spite of everything, she's still smiling. Our Trucy's amazing, isn't she? She sure is. She's doing just fine up there. A true entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. She's faithfully following the troop grammary creed even now. She really is something else.
It's showtime for magical girl Trucy Wright. Watch carefully now, everybody.
Yep. So her testimony is doing the sword switch. So right now she's away from the witness stand and she's holding a sword.
Ladies and gentlemen, please focus your attention on this sword.
Yes, that's what a magician would want you to say. If you keep attention to the sword, that's where there are going to be some distractions. So right now, we see, like, the galleries are full. There are stairs on the back, and 2 flags representing the Court of Justice next to her. At around 1 yard or 2 from her. And 3 yards from each other, approximately.
Allow me to demonstrate
Now she's holding an apple.
just how sharp this blade truly is.
Okay, so she threw an apple into the air and she stabbed it and skewered it.
See that? No tricks or gimmicks. A very sharp sword indeed. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, watch as I take this sword and...
She twirls it around.
Presto Sordo! There, I switched it.
She turned around and we haven't seen her arm yet, but apparently the sword changed, but we didn't see anything. Like, she just turned it around and...
And now... Up!
She threw the sword and she grabs it by the blade.
As you can see, the blade is not steel but rubber.
And she can bend it. She's bending the blade to show her the blade is rubbery.
Bravo, Miss Wright!
Wow, she switched them in the flash.
I couldn't see her do it at all.
Woo! She completely turned the room around. The hecklers are being drowned out by all the cheering.
Where did the still sword vanish off to, Miss Wright? In order to deepen our understanding of the case, please tell us if you would.
So the metal sword and the rubber sword, I guess, were underneath each other and we don't see her other end. They were probably that she could hold both swords with one hand and they like very close to each other. And because we can see both of her hands at the same time, it's just that she was twirling and for a moment the back, like she was hiding the sword with her back. She could have done the switch back then. But she did it so from the point of view of the judge. Nobody in the audience could even see the switch, even though they had a clear view of her, you know? It's part of it. I don't have the whole picture. Yeah. Maybe I can, if I can cross-examine, we could have the. I'm going to explain the whole movement because basically there was nothing in her testimony. Like it's basically her testimony is physical.
I'm not asking of mere curiosity, just so you know.
I usually hide the steel sword backstage when I switch them during the show.
So when you thrust the rubber sword into the coffin, the steel sword wasn't even on stage but behind the curtain?
Exactly! So you see, there is a trick and a gimmick to it after all. And as for where the steel sword went when I performed the trick just now, it's a secret! I wouldn't want to spoil the magic for you now, would I?
Hoo 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 hoo!
That's our Trucy! Yeah, still. Miss Wright? At that part where you spun around, that's an actual part of the sword switching trick you do for the show, right?
You're right! The other parts, like the apple, were just to help with my explanation here in court.
That's funny. I think I found an inconsistency in her testimony. For real? Nayuta? And it looks like I'm not the only one. Oh shit, I don't know what it's doing here. I don't know what it's doing there. Oh, okay. So Apollo found an inconsistency. The prosecutor did it as well. But it's not his place to point it out. It's the defense. So we're going to be forced to shoot ourselves in the foot. Now that I found it, I have to get to the bottom of it.
Now then, Mr. Justice, you may go ahead and question the witness, but try not to ask dumb questions and spoil this wondrous magic.
I thought this was supposed to be my cross-examination. Alright, so we're going to cross-examine the movement again. Okay, so now I'm going to describe the movement the way she's doing right now. So right now she's standing in front of everybody. Her both hands are free. Well, she has the sword on her right hand, but both of their hands are visible, is what I meant. So she leans it on the left hand to show us the blade. Then she picks an apple from her back, throws it into the air, and skewered it. Then she removes it, puts it back in the back of her hand, and put the rest of the blade on her hand to show us like how sharp it is. And then she takes it out, swirls it, like she does a flinging movement. And then she turns, she swings, and apparently she did a twirling sound again. So the only moment she could have done the switch was when she spun on herself, and then she put the sword on her hand again, throws it into the air, and grabs it by the other end, the pointy, the sharp end. Oh wait, I need to check the pommel. Okay. Okay, the pommel is shaped like a spade. Okay. A spade or a heart, depending on which way you look at it. But since it's a sword, sword are basically identified to spades. Okay, she twirls. She throws it into the air. It's out of view. Comes back. And now it can bend. Is there... It's a heart. No, it's still a... No, they're the same. Okay, I'm gonna present everything. But... Let's see. I'm gonna present this part when she spins around.
Hold it!
So you switch sword when you spun around just now?
That's right. It's the same way I do the trick in the actual magic show too.
I was thinking the same thing. So does it stay as a heart? Yeah. Does it stay as a heart? Like if the symbol flip, it would mean like, okay, one of them is a heart and the other is a steel. Like the heart is probably the rubber one.
But I'm also doing a lot of extra things that I don't do during the show right now, though.
The key point is the sword switching. If only we could prove she did it during the actual show too. Right, prove that she switched them during the show. What's the matter, Apollo? You look troubled. Oh, it's nothing. Uh-oh, this is quite the pickle. How should I go about handling this?
Mr. Wright, please continue with your trick.
Oh, Miss Wright.
So y'all just witnessed me switching the sword. And now, hop!
Throws it into the air. Grabs it by the blade.
Hold it!
Watch out!
Eek! What do you think you're doing, Apollo?
But you're putting yourself in danger. I couldn't just stand by and not say something.
Mr. Justice, you're putting your head in danger of meeting my gavel.
Apollo, you better apologize before you become this case's next victim. I'm very sorry, everyone. How did it come to this?
Alright, boys and girls, if you want to ask for an encore, wait until the end, okay? Now then, my sword was sharp as steel just moments ago, but... as you can see, the blade is not steel, but rubber!
I want to check something. How did the sword look like during the show? Okay. It looks the same. Okay. There's an empty stand in the back. Mr. Hat is holding the blade, and then poof. Now it's true C. We see Mr. Hat being removed. Now we see Trucy holding the blade. The stand is still empty. She does the sword thing. And then she's stabbed. And she removes it. Puts it on the stand. She put the blade on the stand. Then she reveals the body. And then the piece of the stage fell. So during all this time, the blade stayed in the sword stand on the stage. She didn't do the twirling. When she did this, the sword switch, she didn't do the twirling in the video. So maybe that's what they're meant to do. So I'm gonna be safe and present the show footage. It's the blade that switches because we don't see that. Yeah, like. So apparently she had both her the swords on her, and she did the switch when she was twirling around. She didn't do it when she was on stage.
Objection!
Yeah. Miss Wright, there's something I would like to confirm with you.
What is it, Apollo?
There seemed to be a discrepancy between the way you performed the trick to us just now and the way it appeared in the show footage.
What? But that can't be. I'm performing exactly the same way both times.
Nope. Then what's going on here? Miss Wright, I have the show footage right here. And the part where you twirl your cape around is missing from it.
What? But I did it!
So, it really is the exact moment you switch the sword?
Yes, that's right.
Oh! I knew it! Shakes his head. Well, I certainly never expected the defense to expose the accused's lie from me.
Mr. Justice, does this mean that you are arguing with your client? That the defendant did not swap the sword during the actual magic show?
No, Your Honor, that wasn't my intention. I mean,
I did swap them! I know I did! I'm absolutely sure of it!
Objection!
Human memory is unreliable at best, but in this case, I am afraid that it is the witness herself who cannot be trusted. We can see the footage for ourselves. The claim of this witness are false. But now that it has been proven that the accused did not swap swords, it means that the use of the steel sword to pierce the coffin was wholly intentional. Gurk! And by the way, was it not you, Mr. Justice, who argued that Mr. Reyes' death was not an accident but murder? I assume you have no objection to that still. It was, after all, your own assertion. The defense, The defense has an objection to you, Mr. Apollo Justice. I demand that you withdraw the discrepancy you pointed out now. But there is a discrepancy, and it must mean something. I'm sure of it.
Would the defense team kindly save their spat until after court is adjourned? Now, after all of this debate, it seems we come back around to the original argument. The defendant knew about the prank plan that would place the victim inside the coffin. What's more, the defendant did not perform the sword switching trick on stage.
Through her actions, I'm afraid I have come to see the true intentions of the accused. Her murderous intentions.
It's such a shame.
But I did switch the sword, I swear!
You're knee-deep in it now, Justice. Somebody says, hold it. Oh, it's Bonnie. Excuse me.
Let's see, you are... Oh, which one is it again? A Benny? No, that's not right. A Buddy? A Butty?
It's a Bonnie. We're mixing the two names together, Your Honor.
Oh, pardon me. And do you have something you wish to say, Bonnie?
Yes, Your Honor. I would like to testify. About what? The more I think about it, the less possible it seems. I don't believe Sushi killed Mr. Reyes. Bonnie? Hold it! What's the big idea? Such an incredibly gifted and talented magician would never commit murder. I refuse to believe it. What are you talking about, you harebrained hare? You keep your trap shut. I got a bag of baby carrots for you, so chew on those and pipe down. No, I won't be quiet. What's the matter with you? Didn't you hear me? Trucy said something to me once. Huh? She said, no matter how scared you get, no matter how mean people are to you, you can't give in or give up. That's what being a professional magician is all about. And now Betty's umbrella has been pushed inside out. Isn't that right, Trucy?
That's right, Bonnie.
I've always been afraid to stand up to Betty. I'm afraid to defy her, so I did what she said. But when I saw Trucy today, she gave me strength. She's just gonna try and trick us again with her magic. Hurry up and convict her already. Give her the death penalty.
I would like to make a small request. How about instead of testifying with words, I'll show you exactly what happened. Would that be alright, Your Honor? You can witness my stupendous sword-switching magic and judge for yourselves.
Seeing her courage, the way she kept smiling despite everything, she's just incredible. So I'm not going to run away. I'm scared, but for once, I'm going to be brave. What have you done to my sister, Trucy Wright? You've practically brainwashed her. Oh, it's the power of Trucy's conviction. That's what it is. I'm touched. It has touched Bunny's heart. Yeah, Trucy really is one magical girl. Bonnie, is the topic of your testimony related to that thing that was bothering you? The thing you tried to tell us about in the lobby and during the recess? Yes! Ever since I saw the show footage, something's been nagging at me. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but something is off. I feel like something about it is different from what I saw on the stage. It has to be the second shadow.
What do you mean by that, Bonnie?
I wonder if what was shown on TV is really the same as what happened on stage.
Objection!
Of course it is. The show only has been performed once after all. Yeah, but that could be edited, you know? It can't show anything other than what happened on that stage yesterday.
Objection!
But Bonnie's testimony deserves our attention. We have to examine the show footage.
But what can we check it against? Do you have some other footage of the show?
Well, I have some show footage. With technology the way it is, it could be edited in real time and no one would know the difference. Yeah, you do? Yeah, one of the TV station cameramen said he was a fan of mine. He kept his camera on me throughout the entire show. And then, afterwards, he gave me the footage he shot as a present. He did? To tell you the truth, I thought he was kind of creepy, so I was going to get rid of it.
Hold it!
Please, submit that footage to the court.
Now then, let's take a look at this new footage.
Okay, let's see what's different. Oh, it's from court stage. Yeah. We see Bonnie from another angle. Okay, now Mr. Hat is behind the coffin. He's looking at the legs. Come on. Oh yeah, that guy's a creep. Looking at Bonnie's face. Bonnie's face. Close up Bonnie's face. The smoke screen. We don't see Trucy at all. She's from the other side of the coffin. Okay. What's different here? Yeah, the camera's always on Bonnie. Cards? Flying cards are twirling around. Then she got shocked, and then she bumped on the cameraman and fell. Wow. Okay, then. So there was there were flying cards involved.
He really did keep his camera on Bonnie the whole time, didn't he?
I think this cameraman needs to keep his personal feelings out of his work. Well, defense, do you still believe this new show footage is worth inspecting? Yes. Of course I do. Oh, how are you going to go about it? Let's try comparing the two. We just might find an inconsistency between them. Yeah. The flying cards, and when she bumped into the camera, we never saw the dragon piece fell down. But that's weird because we saw it happen live on stage. An inconsistency, huh? Yes, the two pieces of footage are of the same scene, so they should match up. But Bonnie felt there was something off about the original footage. So if we can pick up what's different between the two, we'll know what Bonnie found strange. Exactly. Plus, we may figure out why the original doesn't show the sword switching trick. Your Honor, the defense would like to compare these two pieces of show footage.
Very well, I will allow it.
What a waste of time. Apollo, do you know how to compare the two pieces of footage? No, I've never done it before. I'll give you a little lesson then. Use the video player's button to go through the footage. When you want to speed things through, press the fast forward. The fast forward button is circle. And if you want to go back, use the rewind button square. If you want to halt the playback, just use the pause button X. Oh, and by the way, if you fast forward or rewind when the playback is paused, you can do a slow frame-by-frame playback. Okay, and how do I switch between the two videos? You just use the switch camera button L1. Now, if you find a difference between the two pieces of footage, put the cursor over what's different and present it to the court. Thanks, Athena, you really know your stuff. Not really, I just gave you some gusto and then went with my gut on most of it. What? I sure hope she guessed right. Anyway, let's give it a try. Okay, so this is pause. Okay, if I press fast forward when it's paused, I can go frame by frame. Okay, so this is a sword with the heart symbol on it. I'm just gonna play it. Yeah, the camera is in the back of the stage. So this is the moment when she put the sword into the stand. I'm gonna frame by frame it. Pop, pop, pop. I cannot see the handle well. I'm gonna switch footage. This is camera number 2. Oh, it's already in the back. Oh, I see why we couldn't see the dragon piece fell. It's out of frame. Okay, so I'm gonna try to find the moment where there were flying cards. Smoke bomb. I'm gonna save here. Oh, I cannot save here. Shit. Here. There's a card here. Somebody threw a card. I'm gonna present here.
Take that!
This is it, right there. Take a good look at this scene and compare it to the video shot from the front.
Oh, the playing cards don't appear in the video shoot from the front.
Hey, you're right. What's going on here? Miss Wright, can you tell us about these playing cards?
Oh, those? They're the cards I throw when I do the sword switching trick.
What? What?
Mr. Justice, does this mean...
Yes, it means that the sword switching trick was cut from the TV show footage. So the footage was edited? Yes, with malicious intent. That is absurd.
Well, we must get to the bottom of this right away. Bailiff, the TV station might still have the unedited footage. Go see what you can find out.
Yes, Your Honor. Somebody said hold it. Oh, no way. Is that who I think it is? Yeah, fucking Roger. He's wearing a loafers, shorts. It's you. No socks. Now, hold up, Your Honor. This is all just a big misunderstanding, believe you me. Give a guy a chance to defend himself before you start pointing fingers.
And who might you be?
Right. Sorry about that. Go ahead. Got ahead of myself there. Sorry. Business card. Here's my business card.
Charmed to make your acquaintance, Your Honor. Oh, well, how very polite of you. It's lovely to meet you two, Prosecutor Sadvani. Please take my card.
A business card. Yes, I read about this custom among businessmen in this country. I have even familiarized myself with the various replies. How do you do, good sir? Or, what's crack-a-lacking, homie, for example?
Oh-ho, you're from Take-Two TV, are you, witness? Come to think of it, I believe I've seen you on television before.
Scroll. Yes, Roger Rittens, otherwise known as the Ratings Raja. He is a TV producer and appears on many of his own shows as of late. He is best known for his catchphrase, "Hang loose, baby."
Oh my, so you're the Ratings Raja.
Hang loose, judgy baby. Nice courtroom you got here. Aloha.
I never thought I'd get to meet you in person. But Prosecutor Sadmadi, how do you know so much about him?
In preparation for the case, I watched all of his shows. I found the Ratings Raja Goes to Burger Barn of particular interest. Personally, I don't see how, but it inspired me to visit that restaurant straight away to learn more about the local cuisine.
What? You went to Burger Barn?
So, this is probably the equivalent of him watching Guy Fieri and he went to Flavor Town. I went to Flavor Town. It was delicious. not greasy at all. Who would have thought? Hey, you would have really wanted to try it, huh, buddy? Because that line, phew. Compared to my aesthetic training, an hour's wait is nothing. I recommend the Southwestern burger with jalapeno jack cheese, by the way. He's so much of a guy who wouldn't eat. This guy looks like he would eat biryani or with naan. With some lemon rice. No, he went for the Southwestern burger with jalapeno Monterey Jack cheese. You never heard of Flavor Town? It's okay. It's one of those reality shows. Guy Fieri is like one of the guys who would go across the country and rate different restaurants who have specialties and rate them. Like, this guy is all about food and tasting and stuff like that, but he's really a guy who's into greasy stuff. Like, what he likes is not junk food, but unhealthy food, you know? Like, there's a way to make junk food healthy, but that guy ain't about it. Kind of like what I'm doing with the pizza vlog. Yeah, but professional. Yeah, he will not limit himself with pizza alone. With sandwiches, chicken, some other restaurant with more value like. I'm having a really hard time picturing him in line for burgers.
Prosecutor Sanmari's unexpected enthusiasm for food aside, Mr. Rittens, what is this misunderstanding you mentioned?
Well, for starters, it's true that the footage was edited. You'll get your hands on this anyway, so I might as well show you the unedited footage. It's a pretty long video, so I'll just show you the part with the playing cards. You can see the cards when Juicy spins around, so keep your eyes peeled. Okay? So apparently this is the raw footage. Okay? She does the spinning and throws away some cards. Yeah, she did the sword trick. She did the trick. Did you see that part that was cut where Juicy switched the sword? She spins around and the playing cards go flying. Everything's like it's supposed to be.
Then it seems the defendant really did swap swords during the trick.
Which means the sword Miss Wright thrust into the coffin was the rubber one. In other words, Miss Wright couldn't have killed Mr. Reyes. Hold it! Yeah, see, that's the first misunderstanding right there. What do you mean? Well, Juicy definitely did swap sword as you saw. So yeah, maybe she didn't kill Mr. Reyes when she stabbed the coffin. But that just means he was killed after he showed up pretending to be a corpse. Yeah, that's what I said too. So you're saying that up until that point everything was going according to the script? Yeah, there's no wound. We saw him on the floor and there were no wounds. He was just pretending to be dead. If that's true, then when and how exactly do you think he was killed? It was after the dragon set piece came crashing down. I say Juicy murdered Mr. Reyes when she was hidden from view behind the set piece. She could have easily done it behind that huge dragon and nobody would be the wiser. Plus, the sword stand is empty now. I see indeed. There is a ring of truth to your assertion. You bet. Plus, there's a suspicious looking shadow in the footage too. Yeah, the Mr. Hat. It's toward the end of the footage, just before the dragon hits the stage. It might be easier to just see it for yourself. Okay, so this is Trucy's face when she's shocked. She has the lid on her, and then she walks away. Then we see the shadow before the dragon fell. It's only for a split second, so it's hard to catch, but look here. This suspicious shadow must be Trucy. No. She's using the steel sword she hid behind the curtain during the trick to kill the victim.
Now that you mention it, I suppose it does look that way.
Objection!
This witness is just trying to ram his theory down our throats, Your Honor. And that's not all. Aren't we forgetting that the witness willfully edited the sword switch out of the footage? Hold it. You see? There's your second misunderstanding right here. Your Honor, would you mind if I testify about it? I've seen people testify on TV, and I always wanted to give it a shot.
That would be fine with me, Prosecutor Sanmari.
This is quite unexpected. It threatens to disrupt the karmic course of this case. Hey, lighten up, pretty boy. You're gonna like what I've got to say, I promise. ... Very well. However, if you do anything to impede the last rites for the victim, I will have you removed.
Alright, with Prosecutor Sanmari's permission, please give us your testimony, Mr. Rittens.
Roger, Rittens. The ratings Raja now. Kaiser of the courtroom. I'm taking over the floor, so listen up, royal viewers. It wasn't deliberate, I tell you. Footage is meant to be edited, I tell you. Scenes are spliced together and long for boring scenes are cut out. All the station edited footage this way. It wasn't like it was done maliciously or something. It was just a coincidence that particular scene was cut. It wasn't intentional. Oh what, you got some proof that I had an ulterior motive for editing that footage? Aloha.
I see, so you're saying it was a coincidence that the sword swapping scene was cut.
That's right. Glad you got the picture.
Objection!
Coincidence? That's just a little too convenient if you ask me. Oh, camera. An objection. Oh, cool. It sure packs a lot more punch when you hear it live. Do that again. I want to get another shot from a different angle. My objection is not for your entertainment. And cut. There. I got some good stuff right there.
Mr. Rittens, filming is prohibited inside the courthouse.
Whoops. My bad, Judge.
And if the defense has an issue, he can point it out during his cross-examination.
It wasn't a deliberate cross-examination. Footage is meant to be edited.
Hold it!
Really? I've never heard anybody say that. It's common knowledge in the TV world. Dollar bill turned into a fan? You got any idea what a snooze cruise it would be to watch a magic show without editing? A magic show like that one, anyway. That was ice cold. Anyway, editing is what makes TV worth watching. Scenes are spliced together and long or boring scenes are cut out. Oh.
Hold it!
Are you saying you thought there were boring scenes in Miss Wright's magic show? You gotta ask, that script and presentation deserve a place on the cutting room floor. Broadcasting that mess as is would have been a complete disaster. That's why I had to edit the footage. It's just what a TV man does. What didn't you like about the show exactly? The whole thing, it was a major snooze fest. Maybe common folk like you don't get it, but a show's only as good as how loud, flashy, and trashy it is. It was plenty loud and flashy on its own. All you did was add the trash. I suppose each industry has its own way of doing things. Just as we in the legal profession focus exclusively on evidence and testimony. Exactly, aloha. Whether it's showbiz or the legal biz, we do what we gotta do to get a job done. Anyway, editing footage doesn't matter, of course, in the TV industry. All the station edited footage this way. It wasn't like it was done maliciously or something.
Hold it!
It wasn't done maliciously, huh? But I get the distinct impression that you bear feelings of ill will towards Troop Gramarye. Huh? What makes you think that? The things that you yourself have said. You'll see, I'll dig up the dirt and expose the dark heart behind that sweet smile. I'll prove those Gramarye magicians are all a bunch of lowlifes. And I also get the impression that you felt this way for a long time.
Objection!
Words such as those can be interpreted in many different ways. For example, though I bear the defense no ill will, I would not hesitate to say that he is a good-for-nothing lout of a lawyer. You bear me no ill will, could have fooled me. And yet, it is the truth. I am only strict on you, and it seems to have strayed from the path.
If you have any objection, Mr. Justice, please make your case with evidence in the future. Mr. Martins, please continue your testimony.
It was just a coincidence that particular scene with Scott wasn't intentional.
Hold it!
Of all the scenes you could have cut, why the sword switching trick? That seems like too much of a coincidence to me. Oh, so now you're gonna tell me how I'm supposed to edit my programs, big shot? It's hard being the boss, kid. You gotta make the tough choices like which content gets cut. Then let me ask you this. Why exactly did you make such a tough choice in this case? You wouldn't understand, champ. It's all about artistic vision. I'll tell you. People tell you how you do your job when they don't know the first thing about it. Like, I have known nothing about the TV show business, but if I were in that position, I could explain why he cut the sword switching trick. Because all we saw was her turning around. Like, she was doing a lot of gesture for no reason at all. So, she could have edited it for pacing issues. Like as soon as she was done talking, she would cut the fluff. And her twirling around, if you don't know what the twirling around was about, like, oh, I cut out the sword, the switching part of the video. How was I supposed to know that? Like, I don't know how magician works. Yeah, you know? I may not know TV, but I know evidence law. And boy, do I have some for you, champ. I might not be able to show that your selective editing was intentional. However, I know you bear the defendant ill will, and this is the evidence that proves it. Alright, I mean, I'm not in the television industry there, but I am in the storytelling industry, although I am an amateur in something, yeah. Like that will almost be like cutting off a certain airplane flyby that needs to happen in a certain scene, you know? Not getting the guys reason there. Yeah. Are we gonna... Is this where we're gonna present the clipboard?
Take that!
Huh? What's that you got there? This is the contract you had Miss Wright sign just before the magic show. This contract between the first party, Take Two TV, and the second party, Miss Wright, reads: if, through the fault of the second party, the show must be cancelled in part or in full, the second party will pay $3 million as compensation to the first party.
$3 million? That's a completely unreasonable sum.
I couldn't agree more. And of course, Miss Wright doesn't have that kind of money. Nevertheless, Roger Rittens had her sign this unreasonable contract anyway. Or, more accurately, he conned her into signing it.
Con her? How did he do that?
There's a trick to the clipboard that was used by Miss Wright to sign her contract. It houses carbon paper that can secretly copy her signature onto other documents. Oh, come on now. That's quite a nasty accusation you're slinging my way. For starters, you don't have any proof I had anything to do with that carbon paper stuff. Just because Trucy and her agency can't pay up, that doesn't mean I conned her.
But $3 million? That's totally out of reach for the average person. In any case, this is important new information. Please add it to your testimony, Mr. Rittens.
Where's your proof linking me to that trick on clipboard? You don't have any, do you? What about the note? Okay, I'm gonna press this. Oh, this clipboard is yours though, isn't it, Mr. Rittens? Well, it belongs to the TV station anyway, that much I know. Maybe it was an old prop from one of our TV shows that got used by mistake. Or maybe you use it on purpose to con Miss Wright.
Objection.
Mr. Rittens has already stated that he did not. Mr. Justice, please do not use this trial to try to get out of paying your agency's debt. That's not what I'm doing! Proof Mr. Rittens is connected to the carbon paper, huh? If Trucy's signature was copied onto the fake contract, then there must be an original contract that Trucy actually did sign. True, but I bet Rittens is so savvy to leave something like that behind as evidence. But what if her signature was copied onto more than just the fake contract? Like a third document with Trucy's signature on it. Yeah, this is a big tell to say present the yellow note. Have we seen anything like that though? Hey, what are you guys whispering about? Let me continue my testimony. No. Or what? You got some proof that I had ulterior motive for editing that footage? Okay, let's present the Trucy's note.
Objection!
Thank you. You must be quite the con man if you can fool a magician with a simple trick. But if you think you can con a lawyer, you're pretty much mistaken. Camera. Hey, kid, would it kill you to enunciate in front of the camera? Note, think of the viewers. You know, like a newscaster. I would like you to take a look at Mrs. Wright's signature here on this note. Now, let's compare that signature to the one here on this contract. A carbon copy.
Well, would you look at that? They're exactly the same.
That's right, Your Honor. Not just similar, but exactly the same. Nobody can cite their name in exactly the same way twice. Unless it's a copy. The note says, yes, keep going. And he's still filming. Rittens, ... These signatures are proof positive that you con Miss Wright. And they definitely prove your malicious intent. Say, not bad, lawyer guy. Didn't know you had it in you. Camera. This is really getting interesting now. He'll get great ratings for sure. Don't try to dodge the issue, Mr. Rittens. Stop filming. The fact is that you bear ill will against my client. So the show footage was definitely edited with malicious intention. Is that right? What a forced argument, defense. All you have really proven is not his ill will towards Miss Wright, but his pecuniary greed. That's right, aloha. I just wanted money, baby. Fat stacks of cheddar, that's all. After all, I'd never even crossed paths with Trucy before this magic show. So I'd have absolutely no reason to bear her any ill will, right? You didn't bear her any ill will, huh? Huh, fat chance this guy definitely has some major hate for Trucy. You'll see, I'll dig up the dirt and expose the dark heart behind that sweet smile. I'll prove those grammary magicians are all a bunch of lowlifes. I can't prove it with anything, but the things he said all points to that fact. There must be something between the two of them that gave birth to this grudge. Some sort of connection that not even Trucy is aware of. Your Honor, I would like to argue that Roger Rittens and Trucy Wright must have crossed paths before. There must be some hidden connection between them.
Hidden?
Connection? What is it now?
Just what are you getting at, Mr. Justice?
It is futile to even ask, Your Honor. Surely it is just another one of the defense's feckless claims.
Objection!
You don't seem to have a very high opinion of me, but once you hear my argument, you'll wish you'd taken me a whole lot more seriously. Will I really? Very well then. Do proceed. Did you figure something out, Apollo? Nope. Not a thing. What? That was just some good old-fashioned bluffing, courtesy of Mr. Wright's fine training. I hope you know what you're doing.
If you're going to make such a bold claim, Mr. Justice, I hope you're ready to elaborate. What is this hidden connection between the defendant and Roger Rittens?
He's Chushi's biggest fans, they're dating, or Rittens is a magician too. That sleight of hand trick Mr. Rittens did during the recess earlier. Filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. Do you want me to get the bailiff?
What?
Filming? What are you talking about? I don't even have a camera on me. What if Mr. Rittens is a magician too?
What if? I believe it's up to the defense to filling the blanks, not me.
Well, if he is, he may have had some contact with Miss Wright somewhere along the way.
Objection!
Your argument is hardly worth responding to. But by all means, please do continue. As a passage in the sacred scripture of Corainism states, he who gives a sermon to a monkey is himself a monkey. Yeah, it doesn't matter what you say to a dimwit, he still ain't gonna get it anyway. But we saw Mr. Rittens perform a magic trick. He made his video camera disappear in the blink of an eye. Well, I think it would be pretty funny if I were a magician. You must have seen things. Want me to introduce you to Good Eye Doctor? If a connection as tenuous as that is all it takes, then every magician in the country could potentially bear ill will towards the accused. I guess you're right. Ugh. You're not the sharpest knife in the drawer, are you, short stuff? You would do well to cleanse that putrid mind of yours in the holy waters of Mount Pony Pony. 3 days under frigid waterfall, and even you should rise to the level of a monkey. A numbskull for a numbskull. Well, this numbskull has thick skin, so there. I think I get what they're driving at. Even if he is a magician, he's not exactly a reason to bear a grudge against Trucy, is it? Hold on! I can think of one person. One magician who has a reason to bear a grudge against Trucy. Or rather, one magician who has a reason to bear a grudge against True Gramarye. Oh? Exclamation mark. No way!
Is something wrong, Mr. Justice?
Yeah, he finally reached where I was. He just connected the dots.
Is something wrong, Mr. Justice?
Your Honor, the defense wishes to submit evidence at this time.
I see. And what sort of evidence do you have for us?
Evidence that points to the real killer, the one who had a motive to commit this crime.
What?
And what have you come up with this time, defense? I'm gonna say... Trucy Wright is the sole heir of True Gramarye and its name. This puts her square in the crosshair of one particular magician. And this piece of evidence points at one person with a grudge against Miss Wright. The poster.
Take that!
And who exactly are you naming, Mr. Justice?
13 years ago, the great Mr. Rias belonged to Troop Grammary. But then the troop ousted it, and Mr. Rias vowed to get revenge on them someday. And what better way to accomplish that than through the ruination of their sole heir?
But Mr. Rias is the victim, Mr. Justice. You've named a dead man as your suspect.
But is he really dead?
What do you mean, is he really dead?
If the fact that Mr. Rias is the victim is what's throwing you off, then how about we consider this possibility? What if the man who died on that stage yesterday wasn't Mr. Rias? Everybody. The judge is impressed, but everybody else is not. What? You mean the victim was an imposter? Returns ...
Not Mr. Rias, then what about the real Mr. Rias?
Yeah, it would mean the real Mr. Rias is still alive. That's absurd.
Mr. Justice, who is the real Mr. Rias if not the victim of this case?
It's all coming together now. I finally see the gimmick, the trick to this entire case. This should explain everything, Your Honor. The real killer, the one who hated Troop Grammary and wanted to sully its name, the magician lurking in the shadow who set up a fake Mr. Rias in his stead. Now we see the footage of Rias with the camera showing his lack of a scar. The real Mr. Rias is Roger Rittins.
Take that!
But that's...
Yes. Yes, it is. Roger Rittins is the real Mysterious.
What?
Him? Robber.
Objection!
Sutras? Bead? Oh, hollow red pepper, you impotent seed sprout not but meaningless empty words. You can't possibly have proof to support such an outlandish theory. It's not a bad idea for a soap opera, but not even die-hard fans of the genre will stick around past the pilot. ... You want proof? Well, I've got proof. I can prove it by proving that the Mr. Rias in yesterday's magic show was a fake. And to do that, I just need you to look at this spot on this poster. I'm gonna show him the scar.
Take that!
This is the injury Mr. Rias sustained while practicing a magic trick 13 years ago. However, the video the victim shot of himself show no trace of that injury.
Oh my, you're absolutely right.
Now, Mr. Rittins, what do you suppose we found if we took a look at your right forearm? Is there by chance a nasty 13-year-old scar under that sleeve of yours? Rittins ... very calm. Well, Mr. Rittins, why don't you roll up your sleeve and let the court have a look? Or are you hiding something else up there? ... Come on now, I have nothing up my sleeve. I don't need to hide anything up there because I require no tricks or gimmicks. For you see, my magic is the real deal. Is this what you were hoping to see? Yep. There it is! The scar! There's an M-shaped scar. Just as I thought. And he's flipping a coin. That's right, I'm the forgotten magician, abandoned to the dark understage of history. The great Mysterious. So he made, basically he does coin flips. He made a coin appear between his fingers and duplicate. It was between his middle and index, and then he just closed his hands and opened it, and there were two between his index and middle, and between his ring and little, and then two reappeared between the thumb and index. Like he has a very impressive sleight of hands techniques. Like he makes the coin travel faster than the human eye. Now he flips it. Flip card. Made it instantly combust into nothing. He flipped a card out of nowhere since he had no sleeve. He appeared from the back of his hands and then poof.
This
Is totally absurd. Rubble. Ho, how ironic, wouldn't you say? That this odious mark carved into me by true gramarye would bring me back into the limelight once more. Strange are the karmic threads before me. If the witness is the real Mysterious, then who is the victim who perished in the magic show? Oh, he was but a fan. I met him once on my program several years ago. He said he had become a magician out of admiration for the great Mysterious. In confidence, I told him my true identity and let him take on my mantle. Now he has 4 coins on his hands.
And when did this man take over for you?
About 2 years ago, I taught him my tricks, and even acted as his producer. And so a mere amateur became a popular magician overnight, courtesy of my magic on the stage we call television. 2. Hope you enjoyed the show.
You really had us all fooled.
Mr. Rittins, or should I say Mr. Reyes. In your hatred of true gramarye, you killed the victim, Mr. Mystery, and then set up Miss Wright to take the fall, didn't you? You did it all just to tarnish the gramarye name. Ho. I have no idea what you're talking about, lad. I set up the prank, that much is true, but it was simply a harmless joke on Chusi, I assure you. Yet, she learned of the plan and make use of it to commit murder. That is how strongly the criminal element runs in the blood of these gramaries.
Objection!
But if it was a secret prank plan that very few people knew about, couldn't you have been the one to use it for murder instead? Gah! So he used escape to disappear. His head! Now he makes his head appear. Ha! Just kidding. So he basically was covering his whole body and then he hid underneath like a turtle. But he really made it look like he just decapitated himself with nothing. What the heck was that? Heed my words, lawyer lad, for I fear your grasp on reality is slipping. So, escape is actually a cardigan wrapped around his shirt. I do believe I told you that my magic is real. It employs neither tricks nor gimmicks. Enough with the ambiguity, why don't you make your point already? My alibi is as pristine as ever, wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Sadmati? Yes, I suppose that is correct. The witness does have a solid alibi. What? Recall, defense, that at the time of the magic show, Mr. Rittins was at Take Two TV. A fact that many people can easily attest to. Yeah, that's right. I forgot all about that. Ho, ho, ho. So, what do you think, Your Honor? Would you like me to testify on the matter?
Yes, I think you'd better. Please tell the court more about your alibi.
Card turned to flame. Very well then. On with the show. Are you watching, Magnify Grammary? Now he produced a flame on his palm. And we see the reflection of the light of the flower in his glasses. Looks like he's wearing sunglasses and he is reflecting the light of the fire. He looks kind of cool, actually. The time has finally come for my magic to snuff out of your precious pedigree. To snuff out your precious pedigree. The grammary line will be no more! My perfect alibi. I was at the TV station at the time of the Penrose performance. I was busy working on another TV program. I could spare no time for the magic show. Do ask my staff if you doubt my claim. And there it is, a simple and perfect alibi. No tricks, no gimmicks, just the truth. Do you understand now, perhaps? I did not grace the theater with my presence until after the incident. So how could I have committed the murder? His staff did say he was there at the station, so it sure does sound like a rock-solid alibi. But that can't be right. If Mr. Rittins is the killer, he would have to have been at the theater. There's gotta be a hole somewhere in his story. I assure you there are no holes on Mr. Reyes' stage. Hard fire. No tricks, no gimmicks. True magic doesn't need trapdoor to escape through. Do enjoy my show to the fullest. And my real alibi. My perfect alibi. I was at the TV station at the time of the Penrose performance.
Hold it!
But you did come to the theater eventually, is that right? Indeed. Anxious to see how the show was progressing, I made my way to the theater. Let's see, my journey took about 10 minutes by car. Could he actually have been at the theater during those 10 minutes, killing the victim? Ho, 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 allow me a stab at reading your mind. Aha, could I have been at the theater during those 10 minutes, killing the victim? How in the... But no, I took a taxi. The driver can attest to that. Feel free to call the taxi company if my word does not satisfy you. The driver is a big fan of the ratings, Raja. I gave him my card. He gave the driver his card? That was very clever of him. You might as well give it up, lad. Questioning real magic is a fool's errand. Besides, you know very well I was doing at the time of the incident. I was busy working on another TV program. I could spare no time for the magic show. What was this other TV show you were working on? My own special project, you see. One moment. Perhaps this is more appropriate. It's a Rating Raja special production. Aloha, baby. Yeah. Hang loose, baby. It's called Desperation Regeneration. He switched persona just to say that. What's the show about? Washed up as-being singers and comedians get together and play musical chair. The winner of the game is given a second chance at their career. Priceless prize for chump washed up too early in life. Sounds great, right? I suggest you appear on that show, Mr. Justice, as the ex-lawyer who used to make ridiculous bluffs in court and faded slightly into obscurity. And let the Ratings Raja produce my TV debut, not in this lifetime. You have great reaction. Who knows? TV might be your true calling. Hey, whose side are you on? In any case, I was overseeing production of this program during the Penrose performance. Do ask my staff if you doubt my claim.
Hold it!
How do we know those staff members aren't in cahoots with you? I make it my business to perform solo. My magic has neither need nor want of assistance. After all, one of them could reveal the secrets behind my magic, could they not? So he doesn't trust anybody, huh? He's the complete opposite of Trucy. There were many people there in the studio audience who saw the witness as well. He could have more than one monitor. That was how he was able to edit the footage in real time. No, but he was present. Like, he could have done two things at the same time, but like he was on the director's chair during the filming of Take Two TV. He could have worked on, you know, editing the video footage at the same time, but we're trying to find proof that it was there, or probably the guy. There was probably a stand-in. My theory is that for it to work, he would need a stand-in who would sit on the director's chair, pretending to be within. Even if he had been able to persuade his own staff to cover for him, he could not have convinced so many complete strangers to do the same. He really has made a rock-solid alibi for himself. Yeah, it's almost too good, you know. It's serious how perfect it is. Has it all been revealed to you now? There it is, a simple and perfect alibi. No tricks, no gimmicks, just the truth. I've got it. Do you have a brother? No, I don't have a twin brother. A brother that looks exactly like you, maybe? Again with the twins business. You think the audience will let you get away with using the same gimmick twice in a row? If you do not believe in defense, why not investigate for yourself? Though I am sure your efforts will prove to be thoroughly fruitless. Yeah, I guess the twin theory is a little far-fetched. His alibi really is airtight. You know what? This called for another therapy session.
I believe we've heard enough. While I believe the witness does indeed harbor some ill will against the defendant, there is no reason to doubt that he was at the TV station at the time of the incident.
Yes. The fact proves that it was impossible for the witness to have been involved with this crime. These last rites for the victim have dragged on long enough. The soul of the victim itself is so bored that it is resting on top of your Honor's head.
Huh? It is?
Try to look. Sorry. He tries to look on top. He tries to look at his forehead, see if there's anything there. Now the time has come. Let us punish the sinner and guide the victim's soul to the Twilight Realm. Apollo, Trucy will be thrown in prison and will be out of a job. But if you catch tasty fishies, will you sell me some at a good price? I told you, I have absolutely zero intention of going off on a tuna boat. Take just this think. You have to figure this out. Oh, it's no use. I can't find a single flaw, so what now? Oh. Behold my never-ending magic show. Come for the awe-inspiring showmanship of the great mysterious. And stay for my grand illusion until the end of time. Ha 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 ha! Wait, is he saying that we're still trapped inside some sort of illusion of his?
That's what professional magicians do. They make their audience see something that isn't really there.
In other words, You make us see illusions, right?
We call it misdirection. While we keep you busy believing one thing, we're busy making something else happen. What we say is there really isn't, and what we say isn't there actually is.
Could it be? You know what, Mr. Rittens? I guess we have all been spectators to the elaborate illusion you prepared for us. An illusion that suddenly turned our attention towards something you wanted us to see. What are you going on about, lad? Have you got something, Apollo? I just remembered something Shusi said about misdirection. What a magician says is there really isn't? No, what a magician says is... No, what a magician says is there really isn't, and what they say isn't there actually is. If we all been taken for a ride by Mr. Rittens' magic, then maybe he's made us see something that wasn't really there. It's time to rethink all of my assumptions about this case. What have we been made to believe was there when it actually wasn't? What have we taken to be the absolute facts of this case? Sword stabbing, the body, the casino. If I reevaluate the validity of all these things, then just maybe... Athena, there's something uncanny about this case. Okay, what is it? Rittens' alibi, it's too perfect. That's true, it's like it's impossible to break no matter how hard we try. But maybe that's the trick. Maybe that's exactly what he wants us to think. I'm not following. We're not making any headway here because we've been so focused on breaking his alibi. Oh, I think I get it. You're saying he's using misdirection on us, right? It's definitely a possibility.
Would the defense care to share with everyone what is discussing over there?
Your Honor, we believe that if we were to reconsider a certain assumption, we may finally arrive at the truth. In fact, I think we'll even finally see who's hiding behind the curtain, so to speak.
And what is this certain assumption you're thinking of?
This is the one key assumption we've been taking for granted this whole time. Roger Rittens' guilt, the culprit was on scene or the crime scene. I want to say that the culprit was on scene. What if the culprit was somewhere other than the theater at the time of the crime? What if there was some way to commit the murder without actually being there? If that was the case, that Mr. Rittens' perfect alibi would become irrelevant. You know what? I think I know how he did it. And that would explain the second time we saw the shadow. He's always on his phone. I'm pretty sure that he has an app that can remote control Mr. Hat. He had the real sword. He could have stabbed... He could have stabbed the victim with Mr. Hat. This is what I think.
Objection!
How could one person stab another to death with a sword without physically being there? Furthermore, we all saw what appears to be the culprit's shadow in the footage.
Objection!
But couldn't we just as easily assume that the shadow does not belong to the culprit?
Well, if it's not the culprits, then whose is it?
I'm not 100% sure yet, but I'm pretty sure I'm on the right track. That would make sense. I knew there was a second controller involved somewhere, but I didn't think it would be an app on his phone. Well, it has to be something. We all seen something that looks like this shadowy shape before, Your Honor. During the magic show itself.
In that case, please point it out in the show footage for us.
This is the thing that looks suspiciously similar to the shadowy figure of the culprit. Oh, I cannot save here. The first shadow.
Take that!
Oh? Doesn't this shadow resemble the suspicious shadowy figure?
Now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it?
Miss Wright, could you identify the shadow to the court?
Let's see. I believe that's Mr. Hat's shadow. It's from when he's being pulled up from the stage to the catwalk overhead by wire.
Then could this shadow that's shown later in the footage be Mr. Hat too?
No, that's not possible. After Mr. Hat was pulled up to the catwalk, he stayed up there.
In other words, this second shadow is from some other figure being pulled up.
Some other figure? I'm afraid you'll need to be more specific than that, Mr. Justice.
He's right, we've come this far. Oh shit! Mr. Hat stayed on top of the catwalk with the cushion, but he had the sword still in his hand. The second shadow is probably the body, because he was lifted with, he had a winch as well around his belt. He was stabbed on the ceiling as the dragon set piece fell out, because it went up at the same time as a counterbalance as the dragon fell down. So he could have been stabbed by Mr. Hat on top of the catwalk. I'll just have to figure it out from the clues I have on hand.
What is the second shadow shown in the footage?
The crime photo.
Take that!
Yes, the winch. If we consider what was happening on the stage at the time, there is only one answer. The shadow belonged to the fake Mr. Rios. In other words, Mr. Manoff Mystery.
The victim?
Please take a look at the prank plan script. Mr. Mystery was to pretend to be dead and then fly up into the air after that. Isn't that right, Mr. Rittins?
Indeed, and what of it?
I contend that that's exactly what happened. The victim was wearing a stunt harness around his waist. It was most likely attached to a stunt wire so that it could be pulled up into the air.
So you're suggesting that after pretending to be dead in the coffin, the victim flew up into the air just as the prank script says?
Exactly. We just couldn't see him go flying up because the dragon was blocking our view. And that last trick, ladies and gentlemen, is the true pièce de résistance of the culprit's murderous magic show. Oh, he's sweating bullets. And he's covering his whole body with his very large cardigan that he uses as a cape. Don't tell me you've got it all figured out? Yes, I think so. If we can just look beyond Mr. Rittins' last bit of misdirection, we should finally be able to see the real truth. The victim must have been pulled up to the catwalk just like Mr. Hat and hit the cushioning up there with considerable force. I just have to figure out what else happened up there at the time.
Are you ready to elaborate, Mr. Justice?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm ready. I'm gonna save here, because I don't think I can save later.
In that case, please answer me this.
Why did the culprit make the victim fly up into the air like that? To falsify an alibi, to murder him, to hide the body? No. To murder. Just why did the culprit have the victim fly up after he appeared in the coffin? And how did the victim actually die? when he was only pretending to be dead in the coffin? If we can figure out how these two questions relate, the answer should become clear. Could it be? Mr. Mystery must have thought he was still just part of a prank when he appeared on stage. He probably didn't suspect a thing as he was being pulled into the air after Miss Wright was called backstage and just as the set piece fell. But the culprit already planted the real murder weapon in the cushion in the catwalk. It was probably a knife or a blade of some sort. What? You mean? Yes, it really was a magical murder. Just as the prank script said, Mr. Mystery was whisked up into the air. And now we see a hidden blade between the catwalk planted with just straight into a blade there in the catwalk. In other words, this murder was committed remotely through the use of a magic trick. What?
Remotely?
Using this method, it wouldn't matter where Mr. Rittens was at the time of death. Yeah. Ngar! Rubble, 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 rubble.
But how exactly does it work, Mr. Justice?
With up into the air, the sword was attached to the cushion. He hits that with stabs in, then the dragon covers it so that we don't actually see the body until afterwards. Yeah! Now they're gonna show it. This is the 3D diagram. We see the dragon, the two pulleys, the winches, and the body. Just before the murder occurred, the dragon set piece was up in the catwalk. Okay, now we see the blade planted through the pillow. It and Mr. Man of Mystery were connected to each other by a wire at the time. Okay. The body is still attached to the dragon. They're attached to the same wrench. So, yeah, it fits. Counterbalance. If the piece go down, the body goes up. By carrying out the prank plan, Betty made the dragon set piece fall, which caused Mr. Mystery to rocket straight up and into the blade in the cushion. The cushion was high up enough to be hidden from the audience's view. That's why nobody saw the blade. Oh, then that big gash in Mr. Hat's cape. Yup. The blade must have been set up overhead sometime before the magic show. So when Mr. Hat was lifted up, he was stabbed by the blade as well. That's why the cape was ripped. Mr. Hat must have been slashed by it too when he was pulled up to the cushion. Hold it! This is Betty. I can't believe it! I had no idea! Technically, Betty... no, not Betty. Bonnie. Technically, Bonnie did it. But it was all Ritten's plan, so he's the guilty party. So basically, yeah, the twins are accessories. I thought that maybe he might have been stabbed through Mr. Hat somehow, but that's even crazy. Yeah. I was told by Chusey would freak out if I made the set piece fall. That's the only reason I did it. You were used, Betty. Roger Rittens used you. I thought he was my little puppet to boss around, but it was the other way around. After the incident occurred, Mr. Rittens arrived at the theater. Sorry. He got the murder weapon and swapped the rubber sword with the bloodied steel one. That's also when he lowered the victim's body down the stage. But how did he have time to do all that? When the set piece fell, the audience was evacuated from the building. He was able to do all those things after the fact because there was no one around to see.
A horrific murder camouflaged by a spectacular magic show? That sounds like the kind of murder only a magician could pull off.
As long as the show proceeded as it was scripted, Mr. Mystery was doomed to die. That's why it was you, Mr. Rittens, who killed this victim all the way from the TV station. This prank plan, or should I say murder plan, proves your murderous intent. Ngar! Gramarye!
Satorai mao mandomo samashi de tashi nuke taregaseo soroka!
Yeah, this is the full sutra of the Satora. Oh, sutra. Sutra! Enough! You dim-witted, ignorant, imbecilic, putrid red pepper. He can't possibly have a counter-argument to make. Talk about not knowing when to let it go and move on. Do you have a rebuttal or something, Prosecutor Sanmari? Or are you just pissed off? No blade of any kind was found in the catwalk, which means you have no evidence to support your theory. But Mr. Rittens retrieved it after the fact. Conjecture. Which still leaves you with no way to prove your wildly fantastic remote murder theory. But without proof, does it not make more sense to believe that the murder was committed there on stage? That's where the blood-stained sword was found after all.
That is a very good point.
As the only person who could have committed the crime there on that stage. True C. Wright remains the prime suspect. It would appear that what you call truth is little more than a cheap parlor trick. In the end, you have done nothing to prove the accused is innocent. It is time at last to let it go and move on. Are you saying this, magnified Gramarye? My magic is exacting punishment on your granddaughter. The Gramarye name is done for. Apollo, we need to hit them into the decisive piece of evidence here. I know, that's just what I was thinking.
Mr. Justice, do you or don't you have anything to prove that the witness committed this remote murder you proposed?
Of course I do, Your Honor. This entire incident was carried out exactly according to the script. Right, so theoretically, there should be no evidence for us to find or use. Which means our best bet is to see if something unscripted happened. There's gotta be something Rittens couldn't have foreseen. And once I find it, that's how I'll expose his murderous trick. Let me check the prank plan again. Reese's body will appear in the supposedly empty coffin, which should cause a big ruckus. After capture a bit of Tushi reaction on film, so Reese will come back to life. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so it was supposed to come on the big coffin. So Mr. Hat was supposed to come to the right. Huh. I cannot pause this. It's worthless anyway. Stage lift, sword stand. Okay, the prince on the side panel is still mysterious, but it's probably prince on the coffin lid, Bonnie the femme. Prince on the top panel, Betty the femme. Prince on the side panel, mysterious, but that's probably the victim, man of mystery. Trucy wore a glove during the show, so none of her fingerprints were found. The palm prints are still reversed, but why? I feel like the only piece of evidence we have not presented. Yeah, like the stage diagram. We presented the poster. Was the show script used? We haven't presented the notebook yet. What else could we do at this point? We talk about everything else except for why the emperors were reversed. Yeah. That's the only part of the case that was never addressed. Because we know that the panels could have been switched out, but we don't know why the panel was switched out. Yeah. Get ready, Mr. Ritens, because I'm about to reveal the secret to your magic. There are no tricks or gimmicks here, just some good old-fashioned logics. Okay, I'm gonna save. Because I no idea how it's gonna be presented. Like, what are they gonna ask me? Okay, systematic logic. Oh, I love this part. Okay, this wasn't present on the first chapter. I was hoping that they would have removed it, but no, this is perfect. This is exactly what I needed. As long as the magic show were as scripted, the murder would have happened without fail. Everything in this case was carefully planned so that no evidence would be left behind. Still, one thing happened that definitely wasn't in the plan. What part of the magic show wasn't part of the show's original script? Bonnie's mistake, Man of Mystery's death, or the set piece falling? Here, I cannot have it wrong. So I can make all the mistakes in the world here. The set piece... Was the set piece supposed to fall? No. It only says that the body has to go up. Bonnie's mistake? No. Bonnie's mistake has to be... wait. Let me think. For the prank, it would have worked. Oh, you know what? Okay, I'm gonna try the set piece, and then I'm gonna be Bonnie's mistake. Set piece falling. No, that can't be it. It was quite a shock when that set piece fell, but that was part of the prank plan. What I have to figure out was what a part of the culprit's master plan. The mistake. So you're correct. It was Bonnie's mistake. Bonnie made a mistake. Bonnie made a mistake during Trucy's escape trick. Because for the prank plan, for the prank to work without killing anybody, Trucy has to put it on the left of the coffin and the body would hit the normal cushion. But I thought so because that part was unscripted because it was supposed to happen to the left, not the right. But it made it look like the mistake was planned as well, because it had to be set on the right. But that assumption suggests that they weren't in on the murder, like they were used. Like okay. Bonnie made a mistake during Trucy's escape trick. What mistake did Bonnie make during the magic trick? The stage lift preparation, her life choice, or Mr. Hat positioning? It was the positioning of Mr. Hat. Mr. Hat was placed in the wrong spot. Because Bonnie placed Mr. Hat to the right of the coffin instead of the left, Trucy had to reappear on the side of the coffin opposite to one of the show's script. Oh, okay, I get it now. I get it now. He flipped. Ritens couldn't flip. The side panels are reversed because Trucy was supposed to stab from the left instead of from the right. But since he wasn't there, he couldn't know. Trucy has to reappear to the side of the coffin opposite to the show script, but the culprit didn't know that when he first arrived at the theater, which means he was bound to make a slip-up when he tampered with the crime scene. Which part of the culprit's cover-up attempt was affected by Trucy's new position? The blood in the coffin hole, the fingerprints on the coffin, the edited show footage. The fingerprints on the coffin. No? That's not right. Even if Trucy's positions change, that wouldn't affect the placement of the fingerprints on the outside of the coffin? No! I thought they meant the fingerprints on the inside of the coffin. Ah, okay. She had to stab the other side because she was trying to overcorrect the boo-boo. Yeah. Trucy didn't leave any fingerprints. In that case, which part of the culprit cover-up attempt was affected by Trucy's new position? The blood in the coffin hole? The blood was on the wrong side of the coffin too. Thinking Trucy had appeared on the left, the culprit must have put the blood in the left hole. But the blood was eventually discovered in the right hole during the police investigation. So this is why I had to flip the cover, the side panel. The side panel was switched because the stabbing was on the wrong hole. Because he planted the blood on the wrong side. Okay, I got it. If the killer had originally put the blood on the left side, that means he must have tampered with the scene again afterwards to make it line up with the facts. To make the crime scene consistent with the fact, the culprit swapped the coffin side. Okay. The culprit swapped the coffin side. The left and right panel of the coffin are interchangeable. Okay. So this is why it was difficult for me to figure out. Because they never show, even once, they never show the blood on the holes. Like, she never did the luminol reaction with us. When she only did the fingerprints. Like, this is the part that was a bit clumsy. Is that, let's see. Not here. Here. Yeah, they didn't show us like a photographic evidence of the blood being on the left side of the hole. They only told us, oh, there's a hole, there's blood in the coffin hole, but they didn't precise where it was. On the left side, on the back side, on the right side. There was nothing in the front. So this is why I was confused, because I didn't know like from where the stabbing actually happened. Like there were no like the blood happened from the back. So it didn't matter if it was on the left or the right. Okay, so yeah. The culprit must have switched the two panels to make the blood stain fit the facts. Yeah, the switch might have also given rise to something unnatural. Yeah, there was something unnatural about the coffin. It's just the evidence that I need. Alright, so the answer was the swapped fingerprints, but it didn't give us, like, they're trying, they hid it from us on purpose for us to not figure the secret behind it so early. Okay. Sorry, Mr. Rittens, but I have some very conclusive proof of your guilt. Another bluff, is it? There's no way you would have anything of the kind. My magic is real, no trick. No, there are tricks and gimmicks to it, just like any other illusion. What? Yep. After the murder, you switched the left and right panels of the coffin, didn't you? Ah. And because you did, you left behind something very unnatural for us to find. Another great timing about the storytelling of this game series. I just love these games. Yeah. This proved that Roger Rittens tampered with the crime scene after the murder took place. The fingerprints results? It has to be it. Yeah.
Take that!
The fingerprints results.
What about the fingerprints is unnatural?
Let's take a look at the prints the victim left inside the coffin, shall we? If the victim was facing forward in the coffin, his prints should have looked like this. However, what we found was they were facing the opposite direction. It's quite unnatural for the print to be facing this way, wouldn't you agree?
It is strange, isn't it? But how did they get this way?
They got this way because the culprit thought the magic show had gone according to script. The culprit thought Mr. Hat would be on the left side of the coffin, and that Miss Wright will also pop out to the left side of the coffin as per the show script. He then assumed she has thrust the sword into the hole on the left side of the coffin. That's why he put blood in the left hole when he was trying to cover up for his crime. But sometime after leaving the bloodstain, the culprit must have realized his mistake. He found out that due to Bonnie's mistake, Mr. Hat was to the right of the coffin. Okay, so Mr. Hat was never planned to be slashed. Okay. And that despite the script, Miss Wright had thrust the sword into the hole on the right. In short, the hole with the blood in it was on the side opposite the one that Trucy used. To make the blood's location fit the facts, he had to tamper with the evidence yet again. So he tried to cover his tracks by switching the coffin's left and right panels.
Oh, and that's how the fingerprints in the coffin ended up backwards.
Because the culprit switched the two-side panel around, the prints ended up facing the opposite direction.
But instead of going to all that trouble with the panels, why did the culprit just wipe the blood away and redo it on the other side?
I'm afraid that wouldn't have worked, Your Honor, because of a little something called luminol testing.
Ah, right, luminol. I almost forgot. Luminol can detect traces amount of blood, even if it's been wiped away, right?
That's right. Wiping the blood away would have only served as proofs of his meddling. How about it, Mr. Rittens? I did a pretty good job figuring out your trick, didn't I?
Objection!
Trucy Wright could have done the same just as easily. You have no proof that it was this witness who tampered with the evidence?
Objection!
Ah, but I do have proof. What? A person who was in the magic show would never have made the mistake of putting the blood on the wrong side. Least of all Miss Wright, who surely would have remembered she was on the other side.
Oh my, you're absolutely right.
Why, you impudent? I'm sure you realize by now, Prosecutor Sadmari, that your claim that Miss Wright is the culprit just doesn't hold up. You and the accused are most certainly... Really? Miss Wright and I. Because I would think you're the one with the ticket there for trying to convict an innocent girl. You're bound for hell. Yeah. The rosary broke. And one of the beads hit him in the head. Poof! Many beads hit him in the head. And he got knocked down by his own rosary.
Prosecutor Sandman, are you right?
As for the true culprit, he is someone who knew how the show was supposed to go but didn't actually see it. And someone who had the chance to tamper with the crime scene after the incident. And the only person who fits the bill is you, Roger Rittins. Gramarye! All of the secrets of your tricks have been revealed. And with no tricks left, I'm afraid your show has been cancelled permanently. Final pointing finger, and this is where Rittins is gonna break down. Yeah. All of my secrets have been revealed, you say? Huh. Flips a coin? Don't make me laugh, boy! Mine is the true real magic. There are no secrets to reveal. Behold, ladies and gentlemen, the true power of the great mysterious. Witness a magic far greater than true Gramarye's. Bird! There's a face of Trucy. Valiant, crumble! Throws into fire. Sack Gramarye. Fall to my fierce flames! Turns to fire. The great mysterious. Gramarye. Magnify. We'll bring an end to you all. And now for the finale heir to the Gramarye name. Right here, right now. Just you two. Shall burn. Oh, this is Rias. Oh. No, this isn't right. Oh. Now the mask is covered in blood. Ah! No, I didn't do anything wrong. No, it's not my fault. I'm not the one to blame. I'm the victim here. Ah! What? Spotlight. Ah! Stop! No! Ah! Curse you, Gramarye! He's blinded and then he fell on his knees. Bonk. Dropped his glasses. Head on the stand. So he was supposed to appear Trucy's face. So the first face that I thought was Trucy was actually Thalassa. Curse those Gramaryes! It's all because of them! Even now they wound me. Curse them all to the abyss!
Do you really hate us that much? Does your hatred run that deep? Deep enough to kill an innocent man?
You're damn right! You have no idea what humiliation I had to suffer. Your grandfather, Magnified Gramarye, kicked me out even after I got hurt practicing my magic. He said I was too unskilled, that I would mess up on stage. He threw me out of the troupe just because he was worried about his own reputation. Since I was but a child, it was always my dream to become a great magician. But that Magnify, he took it all from me.
But that's no excuse. That's no reason to do something so evil. Magic is supposed to make people happy, not used as a mean for murder.
What's the big deal? I just used what I had available to me, that's all.
I get it now. That attitude toward magic is why my grandfather kicked you out. You don't deserve to call yourself a magician!
Don't deserve? I don't know about that. After all, you were completely taken in by my magic, were you not? If not that for that lawyer over there, you would be on your way to prison as we speak.
You're right. I didn't see through your tricks.
You see? So in the end, Troop Gramarye was defeated by the great Mr. Rias. Ho ho ho. You're not fit to lecture me on high, Trucy Wright. You do not have the high ground. You don't even deserve to call yourself a magician, you naive greenhorn. That. Okay, I'm savoring the moment because I know he's gonna fall like big. Take that, Gramarye! You lose! If anyone needs to learn to let it go and move on, it's this guy. Trucy was the one who caused his lack trick to mess up, so I guess she really is the true magician. Well, she did not cause Bonnie to fuck up. This court and my prison can both burn the flames of my creation.
Bailiff, take Mr. Rittens away and bring a fire extinguisher just to be safe.
I was talking about the very last thing where he caught on fire.
It looks like we reached the end. I feel as though I've been watching a grand magic show.
It was close, but we just barely made it through somehow. Trucy ... Huh? Why does Trucy look so down?
Miss Wright,
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm about to announce my verdict. Could I see that wonderful smile of yours, that smile of a true entertainer as I do?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now then, this court find the defendant.
Trucy Wright, only a true magician could have counteract as magic like that, yeah?
Not guilty.
Yeah, we see Apollo and happy, and Sanmari is in his neutral position, closing his eye. He's humbly accepting his defeat.
Court is adjourned.
April 28th, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3.
Thank you for everything, Polly.
Oh, Trucy, grazie a Dio. Now you can open your show tomorrow, just as planned.
Yep, and it's all thanks to you two. Oh, but now that Mr. Rias is gone, I'll need to find somebody to replace him. How about you, Polly?
No way! Apollo ... I don't like the way she's looking at me. Trucy, I'm so sorry about everything. Hey, what are you apologizing for? Roger Rittens used us. We're victims too. He even made me an accomplice to murder. But Benny, we have to take some of the blame for this too, you know. Even if we didn't know he was planning to kill Mr. Mystery, we did cooperate with him. Betty ... It's all my fault, isn't it?
Neither are you is to blame. The only one who's in the wrong is the person who used magic to commit murder, Roger Rittens.
Betty ... Don't you think I know that? Say what you want, but don't think for a second that I don't still hate you.
I guess she really does hate me.
But Betty, why? You used to be a huge fan of Trucy's. Hey, shut up! I always hated her! Really? But if we hadn't seen Trucy's magic show, We never would have tried to become professional magicians ourselves, right? Speak for yourself! But Betty, you still have her autograph from that day. Shut up! Just shut up! Was she acting that way this whole time because she secretly loves Trucy? Of course! Of course, Betty is a fucking tsundere. Wow, Trucy, I never knew that being the best could be so tough. Come on, Bonnie, we're leaving. We have to get ready for tomorrow's show. You're really excited about performing with Trucy again, aren't you? No! That's not true! Zip it, dummy!
Polly? You think I really am a naive greenhorn?
Huh? No way, she's not. After all, you were completely taken in by my magic, were you not? If not for that lawyer over there, you would be on your way to prison as we speak.
You're right. I didn't see through your tricks.
You see? So in the end, Troop Gramarye was defeated by the great Mr. Rias. Ho ho ho. You're not fit to lecture me from high, Trucy Wright. You don't even deserve to call yourself a magician, you naive greenhorn. Trucy, don't tell me you're taking what Ritin said to heart.
Well, maybe a little. I didn't see through his tricks and I let myself be taken in by his magic. I can't trust myself anymore. Maybe he was right to call me a greenhorn.
You shouldn't take stock in his words. He doesn't even know the first thing about you.
Huh?
You're a wonderful Gramarye magician. You should be proud of yourself.
Thank you, Apollo. But what makes you say that?
I know you're a wonderful Gramarye magician because of this. The Gramarye notebook, the only piece of evidence that was never used during the trial.
My grandfather's notebook!
The Gramarye Creed. A true entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. When you perform your magic trick in court today, you showed the world your dedication to your troop's creed. Even through all the jeering, you kept a smile on your face and won the crowd over. You are everything Magnify could have hoped for in an heir. You're a great magician, Trucy.
A great magician? Me?
You really are. That's why. You don't have to worry about what Ritin said.
Oh, Polly, thank you. Still, I couldn't have done it without you. I would have lost my nerve if I'd been alone up there. But I was able to keep on smiling because of you.
Me?
I remember what you said to me in the detention center.
After all, you sure you swapped the swords, right?
Yes, I remember doing it.
Then I just know it wasn't your fault, Trucy.
But how can you say that?
We don't have any...
You don't have any proof it was me. I mean, I know you're a great lawyer, Polly, but...
I believe in you, Trucy. And I believe in your skill as a professional magician. So I'm going to prove your innocence. Don't worry. You're going to be fine!
Your words were what kept me going.
Apollo, ... Just hug already, okay?
Apollo, thank you for the bottom of my heart. Now I can be everything I was meant to be.
Trucy's real smile is the best. I'm so glad I could help make that happen. Emma. Emma? I'm really sorry, Trucy, for everything.
But why?
Snackers.
Well, I wasn't able to convince Prosecutor Sanmari what a good person you are. And I have to testify against you, too.
You have nothing to apologize for. You were just doing your job.
You're too kind.
Oh, I don't know about... Huh? Is something wrong, Emma?
Oh! Sanmari! Prosecutor Sanmari, what are you doing here? Detective Sky.
Yes?
I require your forensics expertise in order to close this case. Come, let us go. Wait, Prosecutor Sanmari! The trial is over, Mr. Justice. You and I are strangers once more with no further need to interact. Strangers? Have you really forgotten all about me? What? Nayuta Yeah, when Emma told him that the lead for the defense was Apollo Justice, he had a moment. Like, he remembered the name. They have history. Apollo and Nayuta met before. We don't know when. But they have history. You really changed, Nayuta. Telling me to let it go and stuff. What happened to you? Oh, lawyer of impure soul. I have nothing to say to the likes of you. Are you serious, Nayuta? Now, if you will excuse me. Fucking leaves. There he goes. What was that all about, Apollo? How do you know Prosecutor Sanmari? Let's just say we're old acquaintances.
Acquaintances? It seems like something more than that.
Yeah, well...
You don't like to talk about your past, do you? Because you always change the subject!
I guess I'll have to talk about it someday. But for now... Come on, let's forget about the past and celebrate Trucy's future! Sure, if you say so. Oh! It's Mr. Wright. I gotta take that. I was totally about to talk about my past, but hey, Mr. Wright is calling. Put him on speakerphone, Apollo! What's up, Mr. Wright? Apollo, how's Trucy? What happened at the trial? Did you get a not guilty verdict? Mr. Wright, slow down. Everything is fine.
Hi, Daddy, I'm okay now.
She was found not guilty in a very dramatic turnabout. Plus, we saved the office. It was a great victory for Apollo. Phew, that's a load off my mind. I can't thank you enough, Apollo. Now I know I can trust you to hold down the fort anytime. Me? Really? Yes, you. You're a real full-fledged lawyer now in my eyes. A full-fledged lawyer? I still can't wrap my mind around it. Ugh. Thank goodness you were here to take care of everything. And thank you, Apollo. No need to go that far, boss. Especially not in front of everyone. Oh, and by the way, I won't be able to make it to tomorrow's show, so I was hoping you could go. You'll do that for me, won't you? Yeah, for Trucy's show. Yeah, the magic show. Yeah, he's stuck. He's stuck in Karain. He's stuck in Karain. I don't think he even met. I don't think he even had time to meet Maya. He's gonna spend 2 weeks in Karain. Of course, I wouldn't miss it for the world. Full-fledged.
So Daddy asked you to come to tomorrow's show, huh? As my assistant, right?
No. He just asked me to go to cheer you on.
Okay, then I'll be sure to save you the best seat in the house, Polly.
The best seat in the house? Oh, I really appreciate the thought, but...
Good. Then it's settled.
Question mark? Cutscene? April 29th, Penrose Theater. Stage.
Objection!
I should have known. Yeah, he's in the coffin. He's tied up. He's about to get stabbed. This is what she meant by the best seat in the house. She's on the stage, and he's about to get stabbed by Mr. Hat.
Magical girl Trucy Wright will now perform his greatest illusion yet. There are no tricks or gimmicks here, ladies and gentlemen. This is real magic.
Wait a minute, you're kidding me, right? There is a trick or gimmick, right? I'm too young to die.
No, then, Mr. Hat, you know what to do with that sword.
No, wait, stop. No!
And that is how Trucy and Grammary Land ended on the rousing high note. with a big round of applause and Paulie's ear-splitting scream.
What kind of an ending is that? Yeah, that's how it ends. Chapter 2, the end. No cutscene, just that. Do you want the magical turnabout? Do you want to save? Yes, I want to save. I know it's been 5 hours, but I want to see a little teensy bit. Yeah, it was freaking funny. I want to see a teensy bit of chapter 3 because this is the chapter where we're going to see Maya for the first time. So we're here to see Maya. The Rite of Turnabout, episode 3. Okay, so there's a guy walking in the prison hallway.
Got some more questions.
This is a guard. He's looking at a pillow. Spotlight from outside.
Prisoner 201's escaped.
Okay.
Well, you know, with Dad's back on the streets, things will be on the up and up for us.
Keep your voice down. You want that rebel hunter to find us or something?
Those are rebels.
Come on.
There's a blade.
Small fries compared to... Huh?
Somebody threw a blade with a rooster. Black rooster. The guy with a golden mask rushed at those two people. Grabs the blade back. May 9th, 3:30 p.m. Temple. Yeah, the name of the temple is Temple. TEHM''PUL. So that happened a week and a half after, yeah, a week and a half after Apollo's trial. Another fine day in the kingdom of Khura'in. It's so peaceful here. I can't believe it's been 2 weeks already, but this place is really starting to grow on me. Still. Yeah, the first trial. When he defended I'll be your guide. With the yeah, the young priestess, Rafa, who was also a princess. It sure was a rough start. Now, to do what I came here to do. To see Maya! Her long aesthetic training is finally coming to an end. But before it does, she said something about one last rite she has to perform today. Something that says Mr. Wright. Oh, it's Abil! Mr. Wright! Bows. Apiraki! Hey, Albi! Apiraki! Oh, you've mastered the traditional greeting of Khura'in! I don't know about that, but I guess all that practicing is paying off. Have you gotten used to life at the temple? I'm grateful they're letting me stay here, but the mornings start a little too early for me. Ha ha ha, yes, well, morning prayers do begin at dawn. After all, you can never pray too much. Daily devotion is very important here in Khura'in. Hats off to you guys, I don't know how you do it. Today is a special day, full of even more prayer as usual. There's nothing better in this world than being able to pray to your heart's content. I can think of a few things I'd rather do. So, what makes today so special anyway? You mean you don't know? Today's the purification rite. It's only performed once a year. That's what Maya must have been talking about on the phone yesterday. I wonder what role in it is. I wonder what her role in it is. So, what exactly is Maya going to be doing for this purification rite? What? Didn't she tell you? She's playing the role of Lady Kira. It's only the most important part of the entire rite. It's unprecedented to have a foreigner play such a key role. Wow, that's really something. It really is. Helping out such an amazing person has been the greatest honor of his humble tour guide's life. So, who is this Lady Kira you mentioned? Allow me to explain. Once upon a time, hundreds upon hundreds of years ago, there lived a female warrior who fought... There lived a female warrior who fought valiantly to establish the kingdom of Khura'in. Let me stop you right there. Is something wrong? No, it's just... I get the feeling I'm in for a really long story. Yeah, because it is. I would say normally it takes around 2 hours to tell. That's why I'm talking really, really fast. Phew, dodge a bullet there. Oh, right, you're supposed to finally see Miss Maya today. Look up at the satchel. The story can wait then. In the meantime, you can read up on the right with this. Okay, he brings a book. An English guidebook? Where did you dig this up from? I found it just lying there in the temple library. I figured no one's using it, so I borrowed it. Hey, this book belongs to Maya. There's her name on the back. Guess there's no harm in keeping this for a while then. Rights Guide added to the court record. A guide to Koraini's rights written for tourists. Miss Maya should already be at the site where the rights is to take place. Okay, let's read the thing. So basically, it's a stage. So on the full moon, okay, it says next to prophetess as Lady Kira and the high priest purify both Lady Kira and her dagger. The ceremony ends with the rite of fire in which the priestess circle of the sacred flame to purify her soul. There's 2 pages. Okay. So the first page is a map. There's some sort of pillar. It looks like a lighthouse, but I think it's a statue with a symbol of a mitama on it on the full moon. And then there's a stage. There's a staging area. There's the high priest and the priestess. They're standing in the middle of 4 candelabras and a big statue of a bird dragon that looks like a phoenix. Like the drawing is pretty crude. They have to be facing north. So I guess that the priestess is gonna be Maya and the high priest is gonna be Rafa. The purification rite is a 3-part ceremony held when the moon is directly over the summit of Mount Pony. It begins with the transformation rite. The high priest reads scripture, while the priestess dons the robe of Lady Kira, which have been purified with incense. The robe that's been purified with incense. Next is the rite of water, in which the priestess enters the spring dressed as Lady Kira, and the high priest purifies both Lady Kira and her dagger. The ceremony ends with the rite of fire, in which the priestess circles the sacred flame to purify her soul. The 2 then devote themselves to prayer until the rite comes to a close 2 days later at noontime. So basically the whole thing's a fancy way for Lady Kira to take a bath once a year. Must be nice to be her, ha ha ha. So those is probably Maya's personal notes. So Lady Kira takes a bath once a year. That's what she picked from all of that ceremony.
Let's go to the Plaza of Devotion.
I wonder if Maya's matured any since I last saw her. It's on the mountaintop, so it might get a little cold though. I think I can handle it. No. Bring a jacket. Last time you caught a cold, you fell into a freezing river and it's May. Like the mountain still has snow on the top. Any ideas?
There have been a lot more tourists this year than last.
Then your tour guide business must be booming.
It is! But I have more important things to do right now, namely helping you, Mr. Wright.
I think I'll tip him a little extra for his help later. If I was Phoenix, I wouldn't risk that. Yeah, what to do? Let's head over to where the purification rite will be held. What sort of rite is it?
We'd wind up missing a whole day of the rite if I were to explain it.
In that case, I think I'll just go see it for myself. Okay, we can examine the area. Okay, flags. What are those buildings over there? I jumped in the freezing water before, not exactly fun. No!
Those are training halls. Monks continuously undergo rigorous training there day in and day out. You could try it out for a day if you like. They do really interesting stuff, like meditating while standing on their head.
That's really okay, Albie, thanks. I will not, So this looks like this is a really gorgeous spring. It looks like a carpet, but it's a spring. It's very shallow, and it's as broad as the staircase, and it's in front of the way. You have an excellent eye for beauty, sir. This is the guiding waters, the centerpiece of our temple tour. It is a sacred pathway for people's mitama, so don't ever wade into it. Why? What would happen if I did? I don't think we should even be talking about this. Just don't go in it, okay? What's the worst that could happen? But we're okay for now, right? As long as we stay out of the water. This is the door. I should offer a prayer now and then since they're letting me stay here. Let's see. May there be a slightly softer futon tonight. And may tomorrow's breakfast be a little bigger. Wow, I'm impressed by your prayerful heart. Prayer is at the heart of Kurainism after all. Prayer form. May the Holy Mother's blessing be upon you. Oh, thanks. Now I feel kind of bad. My wish suck. Is there anything else? So Young and City has a friend from Canada named Sean, and so I went over to his house and decided it would be a great idea for us to jump into the pool right smacking in the beginning of March. So I'm like, oh boy, I just took the initiative, the diving board, and went in. Ooh! Yeah, there's a lot of people who do get this. Cold bath on icy bath on January. It's between 5 and -5 degrees Celsius. Take a dive in, just to get our nerves up. Okay, we're done. Oh, I presented my attorney's badge to Albion. They did something. Wow, what a beautiful badge! It's the attorney's badge we use in my country. It kind of looks like a sunflower to me. Yep, I'm pretty sure there's even a reason for it. Please do explain, Mr. Wright. Maybe next time. I should have known he would ask me to explain. Is this some sort of new tourist souvenir? Sorry, but no. Oh, sorry to be such a disappointment. You just gave it to me, why? Plaza of Devotion. Alright, we're moving there. May 9th, Plaza of Devotion. There are 15 people standing, kneeling and praying on a carpet that's been laid on a staircase. There are 5 people on each step. A very big staircase, and they're praying at a gate. The gate is closed as Mitama symbol all over it. It's guarded by two golden statues. I want to say it's a crane, but it could be a crane or a peacock. Yes. Maybe it's the black bird that I thought was a rooster. It's probably, you know, a phoenix crane. Oh, yeah! We saw that at the beginning. It's, what did it call it? I forgot. It's high up in the mountain. On the other side of the gate, there's a staircase, but with no handguard. It's probably a phoenix, but it's like a black rooster phoenix, something like that. So there's a big gust of wind. It's so cold. It's like the air itself is made of ice. But look at all these people. Well, this is the day we come to offer prayers to Lady Kira, the protector of our land. It's amazing to see how devoted everyone is. Devoted? Right. But couldn't they just as easily do all this praying someplace warmer? Prayer stands? This too is a part of our religious training. It helps us build strength of spirit and willpower. Further up at the end of those stairs is the inner sanctum. Yeah, it goes up. Very high up. We see a condor fly in the back. I see. Everyone I met so far seems deeply religious. Of course we are! After all, Kurain is also known as the land of prayer. It's said that we Kurainis spend an average of 15 hours a day in prayer. What? 15? So they spend all day awake praying. If they get 9 hours of sleep. From the moment we wake to the moment we fall asleep, our hearts are always in prayer. You see all the square flags around here? They're known as prayer flags. Okay? There are basically the Olympic colors. Red, blue, white, yellow, green. They contain the prayers of our people. Oh, he's talking about these colorful strips of cloth. There's something written on each one. Such piety is the glory of our people, and I'm afraid that story's going to have to wait for another time, Albie. Maya should be here any minute now. Oh yeah, you're right. I can't wait to see Miss Maya again. Oh, question mark. Pardon me, or noble traveler. Oh, that's Maya. Her face is hidden.
There, Mr. Wright. It's been many a day.
The dog is winging its tail.
And, who might you be?
Her face is... There you go.
Maya?
What? I get some feeling someone's gonna be pushed off that staircase with no handrail. Yeah. Miss Maya! Hapiraki! Hapiraki, Albie. And you, Mr. Wright, may the Holy Mother guide you on your journey. Oh, thanks. Yeah, she's wearing a white hood. The hood is off because she was wearing it on her head just like the other nuns of Kurain village. Now she removes it and she's wearing a golden mitama with large beads. And yeah, she has the same haircut as before. She's a bit more mature. She looks more womanly and more lovely. Thanks.
Ah, hee hee. Long time no see, Dick. Well, did I surprise you with my act?
Yeah, you can't say that again. This is Maya Fey. She's a spirit medium for Kurain village back home. She was also my assistant for quite some time. But that was many years ago. Her ability to channel spirits saved me more than times that I can count.
I sure miss those days. It was a ton of fun being the real boss of Wright and Cola offices.
Now she's here training to be the leader of Kurain village and the master of her craft. Apparently, to become the master of the Kurain channeling technique, you have to train here in Kurain, since this is where the technique originated.
Didn't I sound just like a pious nun when you saw me just now? Too bad that's all I learned from all the training I did.
Ha ha ha, you haven't changed a bit, Maya.
Huh? And what's that supposed to mean?
She may look a little more mature on the outside, but inside, she's the same old Maya. I'm actually kind of glad for that. I'm not. Maya.
I heard what happened, Nick. You ended up in court almost as soon as you got off the plane, huh?
Yeah, well, it's kind of a long story. I was the accused! But you should have seen Mr. Wright in action! He was amazing!
I bet it was another one of your famous seat of your pants come from behind wins, huh?
Well, I was almost found guilty any number of times. Okay, so it wasn't my finest hour, so sue me.
You haven't changed a bit either, Nick.
Ouch, it definitely stings more when it's coming from her. So, I guess you finished the bulk of the training needed to become the master, right?
Oh, you mean the special meditation course for increasing spiritual power? Yep! I completed the full 2 years. I can finally go home once I perform the purification rite today.
Actually, I was wondering why they're having a foreigner conduct one of their secret rites.
Well, the high priestess wife usually conducts it each year, but with her baby on the way, it's just more than she could handle. So the high priest practically begged me to stand in for her this year.
Well, you may not know all of their customs, but with your training, I'm sure you'll do great.
You bet! Just you watch, Nick! I'm going to be the best Lady Kira guardian deity ever!
Better throw in a few prayers for things to not end in the flaming disaster then. Guardian deity. So about that guardian deity you'll be portraying today. What exactly are we talking about here?
Well, first of all, Lady Kira isn't really a deity in the way we think of them back home.
Okay. Oh shit, that's the person we saw in the cutscene. So there's a cloth and the golden mask. So Lady Kira attacked those 2 rebels at nighttime. We know our luck things are going to end in disaster as always, yeah.
She's a real person who fought to establish the kingdom of Kurain a long, long time ago.
They made it sound like one of those vigilante mask... yeah, one of those masked vigilante. Like the Amaterasu or Zoro. Wow, so she actually existed.
And now the kingdom's people worship her as a guardian deity. They believe she appeared to protect the kingdom whenever it's in danger. Cloaked in the sacred robe, she's a champion of justice who defeat the kingdom's enemies.
It definitely felt like that whole Light Rebellion thing was in full swing. Yeah, I just realized that the rebellion that we saw in the cutscene was 1 month after Phoenix Wright landed in Kurain. It's as if Dirk was biding his time to rise up and use Phoenix's momentum to strike. That sounds like something you'd be into.
I know, right? Who wouldn't want to be a kick-butt warrior who takes an evil with a wicked dagger?
Right. Whatever floats their boat. Still, Lady Kira must really be a popular deity if all those peoples are here for her.
Uh-huh. Yep. There's more to it than just her popularity this year.
There's more? The right's popularity. Sorry. So why is this right attracting such a large crowd this year?
Because there's been actual sightings, you know, of the real deal.
Allow me to explain. A mysterious figure clad in Lady Kira's robes appeared, just like in the legends, and she began capturing members of the Defiant Dragon right and left. You're kidding, right? They say it's only a matter of time until she gets their leader, the Revolutionary Dirk, too. So Lady Kira's a rebel hunter now, huh? It's a bit hard to swallow, though. I mean, even if they are trying to disrupt the peace, I doubt the actions of a band of rebels can bring a legendary figure back to life.
I didn't believe it at first either.
Oh, we see a picture in the newspaper.
But there's a real picture of her on the front page of today's newspaper.
Yeah. We see Kira with the golden mask, with the dagger, and there are people with the dragon symbol armband.
Sightings of her go back about 2 years. And this is the first time an actual picture of her been taken.
I can't believe someone was able to actually capture her on film. But couldn't this just be some Lady Kira fan, you know, like you, Maya?
You mean like a cosplayer? Those rebels are no joke, Nick. They train in hand-to-hand combat and stuff. You think some regular cosplayer can take on people like that, dressed in a costume, alone? That's why she has to be the real deal. It gives me chills just thinking about it. I bet Lady Kira's spirit possessed a sacred robe or something.
A spirit possessing a piece of clothing? Maybe you should cut back on all those superhero action stuff. Those action superhero shows, Maya.
Hey! What's that supposed to mean?
The return of the pout. Some people find that cute. I don't like it.
You're just jealous. I'm still young at heart. I've got a real office to run now, so I'm gonna keep it real, right?
I don't know who you're talking about, but that's definitely not me.
You really lost your head since I last saw you. Those spikes of yours have grown really dull, and there's even one that's drooping.
Can we leave my hair out of this?
Anyway, I swear that the Lady Kira people have been spotting is the real deal. Besides, it's just so much more fun to believe it's true, you know?
I can't believe you really buy all that. Although, I wonder who's under that robe. May 9th, newspaper added to the court record. A newspaper from the morning of the Purification Rite. It reports on Lady Kira's activities, among other things. But Mr. Wright, she's the talk of the town. She even gave me this great new food idea. Food idea? Okay. There's an old article about it. Lady Kira returns to battle rebels. The Lady Kira-like figure that appeared 2 years ago remains a mystery. Some town elders see her as Lady Kira in the flesh. Such rumors are fueling the enthusiasm for today's Purification Rite. Today's Purification Rite, the thick white ice that froze the ground from the inner sanctum to the Plaza of Devotion until yesterday has melted. The rite can go now as planned. We give thanks to the blessing of the Holy Mother and Lady Kira. Hapiraki. Escape prisoner alert. Police are asking the kingdom subjects to be on the lookout for a male insurgent who escaped from Royal Penitentiary number 4 yesterday. Yeah, Convict 201. And that's it. It's gonna be like a soul bun, but based on Lady Kira. I'm calling it the Kira bun. Talk about the Kira business strategy. Get it, Kira? Like instead of killer, Kira? Come on, Maya, just admit it's you running around dressed as Lady Kira already.
I wish. Hee 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 hee. Oh, I guess the jig is up.
What? Is it really true, Miss Maya?
Not kidding, you dumbass. Indeed, it is I, Lady Kira. After hundreds of years, I have returned in this lovely young lady's body.
Whoa!
Only a minion of the Defiant Dragons could see through my disguise. Now, feel my wrath, full lawyer. Hey-ya!
Ow! Mr. Knight!
Just kidding. Ha 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 ha. I mean, come on. I may be dressing up as Lady Kira for the rite today, but there's no way I could ever beat up one of those rebel types.
I don't know. That was a pretty solid left hook she just threw. Oh, you were just trying to be funny. Ah, you made that funny. Ha 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 ha. You really had me going there for a second. Ha. No one can be that naive, right? Ha. Well, I hope you enjoy planning superhero at the rite today.
Oh, when you put it that way, I'm even more hyper about it now than I was already.
Oh, jingle jangle. Is this the Princess Rafa?
Oh, I hear the sound of the High Priestess' footstep. I better get going.
Yep, that's her. It's footsteps.
During the rite, he wears these really big bells on his ankles.
Oh no, it's a guy. So they're. Oh, she's not a high priestess. She's only a royal priestess. Oh, okay. She has a séance. She has divination, but okay. She's not okay.
That way I know it's coming pretty handy, right? See you later!
I doubt they're actually meant to be a stop slacking warning system for you, Maya.
Miss Maya is always so bright and cheerful.
Yeah, I'm glad to see she hasn't changed. As in, at all. I wonder if this means her training's been all for naught. I hope not.
Ah, it's Acolyte Zealot.
Zealot. Z-E-H apostrophe L-O-T. Acolyte Zealot. Oh yeah. He looks he looks like one of those airbenders. He's wearing yellow with a purple belt, shaved head, barefoot, and has some sort of red hood, but nothing to hide his hair, like some sort of very small cape around his shoulder. Acolyte Zealot. Wow, two names that you absolutely do not want to hear together.
Look, he's the one praying in the red and saffron robe.
Yeah, it's a saffron robe.
This is a disciple of the high priest.
The high priest's name is Abbot in me. Abbot in me? About? Abbot. Abbot in me.
He lives and trains at his house. See how he prays in the cold without moving a muscle?
Yeah, I could never do that.
Ah, it's about in me. The purification rite is about to begin.
Okay, this guy looks like Dalzim, but he has clothes. Okay, so Maya is on the right. The mask and the cloth are being displayed on some sort of rack. Maya is on the right, and Abbott is on the left. He's wearing a purple tunic with some sort of cloth anklets around his feet, and his left shoulder is draped in the saffron cloth. He has some sort of symbol. I don't think it's a tattoo. It's probably makeup on his forehead. Looks like the Omega symbol, but not really. And he has the third eye gem that every acolyte wears. Every monk wears, not the acolyte, like every monk wears. So yeah, he's shaved as well. He has some sort of shark tooth necklace, and he's wearing a green magatama. I'm trying to figure out his voice. Yoga. Okay, it's gonna be Dalsim. Okay, I'm gonna give him Dalsim voice. So that's the secret robe Maya will be wearing during the rite. It looks almost exactly like what that figure in the newspaper photo was wearing. Whoever it is must have worked really hard to copy it.
Please, sir, it's not a good idea to stare like that. You should be struck blind. You could be struck blind.
Just give me a few more seconds. I mean, this isn't something you see every day. Oh, those bells on the high priest's ankles. Oh, shit. They're a lot bigger than I thought it'd be. Yeah. They're as big as half his feet. Okay, so the cotton anklet are basically how they attach the bells. The bells on the floor, that's some ribbon who's lying on the floor every time he steps, like it's a big bell. Of course it's gonna jingle jangle. That might be cumbersome for running. Like, I don't think that guy will be able to run with ease with those on. Let me tell you that much. I don't know how much they weigh, but I want to say like easy 5 pound. Easy 5 pound. Mr. Wright, it's time to enter the prayer pose like everyone else. Those who don't will suffer the wrath of the Holy Mother. Okay, let's see. First, I kneel down and cross my ankles, and then I bow forward. Ouch! Great, now all I can see is the ground and my back is killing me. You really should have trained for this, sir. Wait a second, how long are we supposed to stay like this, LB? Yeah, I don't think I want to wear those. Well, nobody's asking you to be a great priest. It requires devotion, commitment, willpower, focus. Yeah, those are very necessary if you want to be able to wear that all day. The rite requires that we stay like this until the day after tomorrow. That's 2 whole days! I don't feel so good. Mr. Wright, are you okay, sir? No, I'm dead. I fainted. I'm gonna get some dinner. Alright, no problem. If there's any development, I will tell you. Somebody help! Right? Mr. Wright? Mr. Wright? Mr. Wright! Please, you have to get up. The vision is blurry. Ow, my aching. Albie? Where am I? Like, there's a picture of, like, it looks like I'm in front, I'm inside the temple. But there's a praying spot where we can pray in front of the Holy Mother. On to the right, we see a picture of what I suspect is the Queen. And then we have the minister, what's his face? Karkul. Inga Karkul Korain. And then it's a picture of, it's probably Zealot. It's Zealot. Yeah, it's probably Zealot. So I'm at somebody's... Oh. You know what? This is Maya's place. I found a tote bag. I found a tote bag of the Steel Samurai. It has to be Maya. And there's some sort of chessboard. Not really a chessboard. More like... what is this? Othello or a Go board. But there's no black or white dots. It's like something else. And there's a small carpet with spikes on it for fakirs. Where are we? The High Priest's house at the foot of Plaza of Devotion. This is the High Priest's house. We're at Abbott's place. This is why he has a picture of his acolyte. And somehow he's a Steel Samurai fan. Okay. I guess I passed out from that back pain. They must have carried me all the way here. Something terrible has happened. It's Miss Maya. She's... Oh, she's... Just follow me to the Plaza of Devotion. Let me guess. She's been accused of murder again. Because she's wearing the Kira suit. And everybody's claiming that, okay, the Kira killed one of those rebels. And they're going to put the blame on Maya. So what's it going to be? Like the 4th time? Something must have happened while I was passed out. Miss Maya's... She's been arrested! I knew it! What? Again? May 10th, 8 a.m. Plaza of Devotion. Wait. He passed out for a full day? Where's Maya? Just take it easy, alright?
But I'm telling you, I haven't done anything wrong.
You can talk all you want back at the station.
Let me go!
Maya,
Nick, I didn't kill him! I swear I didn't!
Quiet, you! Come peacefully or suffer the consequences. Wait a second, what on earth is going on? I don't know who you are, but if you don't get out of my way... Question mark? Hey, back off, officer. Emma! Emma Sky? What's she doing in Kurain? So sorry, Mr. Wright, but we're placing Maya under arrest. Alright, take her down to the station, but we respect. Got it?
Yes, ma'am.
Nick!
So, what are you doing in Kurain, Emma?
It's a long story. Anyway, what are you doing in Kurain, Mr. Wright?
Same here. It's a long story, but we can get caught up later. Right now I need to know what happened.
Maya's, well, under arrest for the murder of the High Priest.
Ah! Wait, the High Priest was murdered? What happened? What happened, Emma? Please tell me everything you can.
Well, basically, there was a murder during the rite as it was being performed last night. The victim is Tarust in me.
Oh, Abbot Tarust in me. About trust in me?
The High Priest was presiding over the rite.
Wait, hold on. Last night? You mean to tell me the entire day's passed since the purification rite?
That's right, sir. You passed out for a whole day from your back pain.
I never knew my back like a ticking time bomb. I better take better care of it.
The murder took place at the inner sanctum when the rite was being held.
The inner sanctum?
It's the place where the spirit of Lady Kira is enshrined. It's through that gate over there and up at the top of the mountain stairs just beyond.
Oh, so that's why everyone is offering their prayers in that direction. About in me and Miss Maya went up to the inner sanctum to begin the rite. Just after they finished the prayer, you fainted in the middle of. So, who do you think killed the High Priest?
Unfortunately, Maya is our sole suspect right now. During the rite, the inner sanctum was off limits to the general public.
So then only the High Priest and Maya could have been there when the murder occurred?
Right. Plus, the inner sanctum is on the side of the very steep mountain. The only way up there is the stairway that starts here at the Plaza of Devotion.
So that's why she's been arrested.
Also, the crime scene was only discovered after Maya came down alone. She's the one who told the worshipper in the plaza that the High Priest was dead. And she made a police statement to that effect.
So she was the first one to discover the body. Well, that definitely doesn't help. That makes it even less likely that someone else was at the crime scene. Mr. Wright, sir, are you going to defend Miss Maya? Yes, of course. There's no way she killed anyone. Yeah, I don't believe it either. She's been framed. But this is really something else, huh, Mr. Wright? I mean, who would have thought you would have to take on that horrible coat again? Yeah, we see scene of the judge, Rafa. Tell me about it. I never thought we'd have to go through another trial, where the divination seance determines all the defense lawyers are unwelcome. Emma. So, what brings you here, Emma?
Back in the US, I was working a case with an international prosecutor from Kurain. He told me this is where I could see the latest techniques in international forensic and science.
Oh, she came in with Saad Mahdi. Okay. Okay.
I can't believe I fell for it. I mean, just look at this place. It's like we're gone back in time.
Yeah, I can't say I've been impressed with the police work I've seen so far.
Still, he said he takes on cases from around the world. So maybe next time we'll have one in the major city somewhere.
Sounds like this prosecutor has taken a liking to you, Emma. After all, it's not very every day a prosecutor takes a detective with them overseas.
I wonder. He's calm and kind and almost always has a smile on his face. But it's hard to tell what he's really thinking.
This international prosecutor, is he the one who handled Trucy's case?
Yes, he is.
I think it'll be the prosecutor on this one too.
Yes, Prosecutor Sanmari's already been assigned.
Prosecutor Sanmari Paul Kunka!
You know him, Albie?
Of course, everyone in Korain does. He's a highly revered individual, both as a prosecutor and a monk. If you go up against Prosecutor Sanmari, you'll incur the Holy Mother's wrath. But it's my job too as a lawyer. All right, sorry. Just great. A prosecutor is also a revered monk in a deeply religious country. This trial is shaping up to be even more uniquely Korainese than the last one.
I'm not sure I should be saying this, but he's a formidable opponent.
Yeah, I heard the Polo had a really tough time, so I better give it everything I've got. Anyway, I'm glad you're here, Emma. They treat lawyers like criminals here.
Come to think of it, Prosecutor Sanmari mentioned something to that effect. I'm not sure how much I can help, but I'll do what I can.
Really? Are you sure you aren't going to get in trouble for helping the enemy?
Oh, he did come down on me pretty hard when I tried to help Trucy in the last trial. Let's just say I'll help where I can.
Thanks. Don't go getting yourself in trouble on my account, okay? Prosecutor Sanmari sounds pretty strict.
So, first thing first, let's start with this. Hot off the press, it's the High Priest's autopsy report.
Taurus autopsy report added to the court record. Cause of death was blood loss from an abdominal wound delivered by a bladed weapon. So, stabbed from the front. Got it.
The victim bled to death from a deep stab wound to the abdomen. The murder weapon is believed to be Lady Kira's Warbad dagger.
Warbad? So, time of death, May 10, between 2 and 3 in the morning.
It's used during the rite, however. The dagger has yet to be found.
Lady Kira's dagger, huh? I think Maya mentioned something about a dagger.
Who wouldn't want to be a kick-butt warrior who takes on evil with a wicked dagger?
Right. Whatever floats your boat. And isn't that Rebel Hunter posing as Lady Kira also armed with a dagger? So the blade is a pretty straightforward, triangular shape. Has some piece of metal sticking out of it. So I believe this weapon will make something that looks like a plus sign. Of course, hers must be a replica, right? Would it be okay for me to take a look at the crime scene, Emma?
The police have already wrapped up their investigation, but the location itself is off limit to the general public, so I'm not sure.
Emma, please, I'm begging you. Just like the police, I need access if I'm to mount a viable defense.
Alright then. Leave it to me. I'll explain the situation to Prosecutor Sanmari and the police later.
Thanks, Emma.
You have quite a climb ahead of you, so be sure to watch your step.
Wait, you're not coming with me?
Oh, no, I'm not climbing up there again. No way. Oof.
Is it really that bad? I wonder if my back can handle it. You get to go to the inner sanctum? You so lucky, Mr. Wright. Why don't you join me, Albie? That's crazy talk, sir. If a commoner like myself were to set foot in there, I would surely be cursed for all eternity. Because of the inner sanctum is off limits for you, huh? Oh well, guess I'll just have to face this all by my lonesome. By the way, what about all the people still praying here? Are they going to go home?
Oh, the custom of this rite requires that they not move from this spot until tomorrow afternoon. It doesn't faze them to have police milling about. Some of them are even off-duty cops.
Wow, I get this is what it's like to live in a deeply religious society, huh? Wow, even with the murder, all these people are still here praying.
They're so into it, they wouldn't notice anything you did to them.
You mean like taking their fingerprints?
Huh? Oh, who would ever do something like that?
Emma, you didn't. She smiles. Okay, I'm gonna talk to Zealot. Acolyte Zealot is really in the zone.
Oh, you mean that monk who's been living at the victim's home? Yeah, he hasn't moved a muscle, even though his teacher has been murdered.
I guess he's so deep in prayer he's not aware of what's going on around him. Albi said they are called prayer flags, and the prayer written on them are carried throughout the kingdom by the wind. Now, if I were to pray for something, it would be for me to not get dragged into any more trouble than I already have been. That's a befitting gate for the path of the inner sanctum.
It's apparently considered a sacred object to the people of Khurain. I wasn't even allowed to dust it up for prints.
Or even applying a little fingerprint dust to it would be sacrilegious, huh?
I guess so. But I applied some lumina on it instead when no one was looking.
Sounds like an invitation for the Holy Mother to strike you down later, Emma. Am I done here? I guess I'm done here. Oh, detention center and inner sanctum. I'm gonna go to the detention center first. May 10th, detention center. So there's a guard. There's no window. It's basically an open wall with bars. It looks like Maya is still being questioned. I'll just have to come back again later. Alright, she's not here. May 10th, Inner Sanctum. Yeah, it's just like in the book. And Rafa's here. And the cloak is on the floor and the outline suggests like this is where the body was killed.
It's really high up and really cold. What did I do to deserve this?
At least I made it. I better get started while I can still feel my fingers. Who's that? It kind of looks like... Yeah, it's Rafa. Can only examine the... excuse me? Is there blood on the Phoenix statue?
Ah! It's you! Do you even know where you are? Barbed head!
Of course I do. May I ask why you here, your benevolence? Prayer.
I came to pray for the High Priestess' soul. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? This is one of the most sacred spots in Khurainism. Unscrupulous lawyers such as you have no business being here.
But I'm not unscrupulous.
Quiet! You dare to find fault in my insights as I returned the other day.
She's still sore about that trial? It's been 2 weeks. Investigating the incident. As you know, your benevolence, a murder has occurred and I need to investigate.
But we know the killer is one of your own.
In my country, suspects are innocent until proven guilty. Plus, she's a serious student of spirit channeling who came here to study. So, can't you at least give her a chance to explain what happened?
All practitioners from overseas are big, phony balloonies. And her wish to train in the homeland of spirit channeling is but a bit for prestige.
Seems like nothing I say will convince her otherwise, thanks to that last trial. Tweedledum and Tweedledee really did a number on her impression of foreigners. defense. As the defense attorney on this case, I really need to investigate this crime scene, and I need to do it now. I've even been authorized by the police, so...
What's this? You intend to make a mockery of our secret hall of justice once more?
No, I simply want to defend my client.
Which means you have to come to forge evidence then. And you all lawyers were criminals. I must now redouble my vigilance.
Ouch, that's unfair. Who taught you to demonize a whole group of people anyway?
My mother and father! Do you have an issue with their parental guidance? No, I would never dare criticize the royal couple.
I still can't imagine what the lawyers here must have done to garner such hatred.
Oh ho! I just had the most wonderful idea, barbed head.
Why do I have a bad feeling about that glint in her eye? The most wonderful idea? So, what's this most wonderful idea of yours?
If you are to investigate this murder, then I shall oversee your every move so as to prevent any misdeeds, naturally.
What? You want to follow me around the entire time?
Of course. Not that I want to, mind you. And I will not tolerate any objections. Understood?
She can't do this to me, can she?
What was that, Barbhead?
Oh, no, it's nothing.
Very well then. Let us get this investigation over with.
We mustn't stay here in the inner sanctum a moment longer than necessary. Please don't rush me.
Is it not without reason that I insist on a speedy investigation, Barbed Head? I'm a direct descendant of the Holy Mother, you see, who guides the people of Khura'in. As such, I must not sully myself with the blood of battle that Lady Kira bears.
The blood of battle? If that's big of a problem, why don't you head down now? I won't do anything, I promise.
No! Lawyers are never to be trusted. Now make haste so that we may leave here soon. Oh, and one more thing.
What now?
Your victory the other day was but a stroke of fortune. But this time, my insight shall reveal the absolute truth. So brace yourself for a defeat most bitter, lawyer.
I will. Now can I get on with my investigation?
As long as you know where we stand.
I better hurry up and poke around for clues before she changes her mind. Alright. Okay, there's a blood on the statue, but here the thing is all red. Okay, so let's start with the surroundings. Oh, I can look around from different angles. Oh, okay, yeah. These flags have been removed. Okay, so let's start with that corner. I think I'd better go take a closer look. This is melted snow. Oh! There's some glasses on that candelabra that's been broken. There's some sort of... okay. This lantern is damaged. The wind guard is completely broken.
Damage? Was it your doing?
No, I didn't even touch it.
Then perhaps a falling rock struck it. I will request that it be repaired when we are finished here.
Of course.
I doubt you will live long enough to see it restored.
I'll be back to take a look, you'll see. Oh, paw prints? There's no snow here. Maybe it was removed before because it would interfere with the rite?
The day before the rite, the temperature in this area plunged below freezing.
Even the Plaza of Devotion was covered in a layer of white frost. Must be the elevation. Wasn't all that cold back in town, as I recall. The snow has obviously been cleared away here and the lantern is broken. Still have that camera I brought to take picture of for my trip. I should snap one of these area here just in case. Inner sanctum photo shows an area of shoveled out snow and a lantern with a broken wind guard. Nothing else particularly interesting here. What about here? This rock must have fallen from higher up on the mountain. It's like the perfect perch for taking a peek over that. Hello! Guess who died? Guess who died? Our friend we just helped? Albie? No. The great priest just died. He died on the night. So basically, first thing first, Phoenix fainted from his back pain and he was unconscious the whole day. So he missed a whole day of happening. The high priest, what's his face? Abba Tarostinmi was killed during the purification site in the inner sanctum between 2 and 3 in the morning. Only Maya was with him when that happened, and now she's been arrested for the 4th time for murder. And we found Emma. So basically, Sadmadi came back to Korain and he brought her with him. So now she's the detective. She's the lead investigator for this case. She's gonna try to help us, but the odds are against them because Sadmadi is gonna be leading the prosecution. This must suck for my life, having this kind of life. She just gets arrested like time after time after time. Yeah. Like this is the 4th time she's been arrested for murder. And this inside of a country where lawyers are hated. So now we're in the inner sanctum and we met Rafa. And she's going to be our assistant because she does not trust us one bit. So she oversees our investigation to make sure we don't temper or forge any evidence. So right now we're investigating the crime scene. We found a patch of snow that's been removed, a broken lamp, a broken lantern wind guard. So basically it's made out of glass. It's been broken. We have no idea how. Rafa suspects it's a rock that fell from the mountain. So that snow was supposed to be there because on the day before the murder, it was below 0 temperature, so there was snow. There was frost, so for some reason that snow has been removed. So now we're investigating a rock. It's like the perfect perch for taking a peek over that curtain. Up I go! Whoa, what an incredible view. It almost boggles the mind. Yeah, it gets blurry. Like, I see this, this is a view, this rock formation is the same one that we found during the ride guides for the full moon. Yeah, this probably is Mount Pony Pony. Interesting, I don't know if that was a rock or a piece of ice that could have fallen from the mountain. It still could have just been deliberately. Yeah. It has to be that the snow has been deliberately removed, and during the process, probably the wind guard broke. The murder happens in the little hours of the night, so get down from there this instant! Right, sorry, I'll be right down. Looks like the inner sanctum is just slightly higher up than the top of that mountain. Yep. I guess that confirms that the stairs from the Plaza of Devotion are the only way up here. Yeah. So, the only way up to the inner sanctum is the staircase that's locked with no handrail and guard. And the fall is it's a long way down, and it's a long way up, and it's freezing, and yeah, it's even colder than down below. So yeah, Phoenix, like, he should have brought a jacket at least a coat. So right now we see a statue of the Phoenix, which has been blood splattered. We see the body that fell next to the statue, but not facing the statue. Yeah, the cause of death is a stab to the abdomen. We suspect it's the dagger. The murder weapon has never been found. If it were me, I'd be layered up with five layers of clothes, maybe more. Yeah, me too. Between 3 and 5 layers of clothes. Okay, so this lantern still lit. Of course it is! The secret flames in the 4 lanterns here are burned for centuries. Anyone who extinguishes them, even one of them, will be put to death immediately. So that's why they're outfitted with glass wind guards. Still, I'd better keep my distance, just in case. So, the moon and these lanterns were the only sources of light up here that night. The rite is performed by the light of the full moon, because moonlight is a purifying force. I see. No touching! I wasn't going to. Oops. Okay, let's look at the statue. It's a statue of a bird. Guess I'll take a closer look at it. Hollowed eyes. Look, the bird's missing its eye. I feel sorry for the poor fellow. Were you the one who took it? Of course not! This statue has been here for ages. I suppose some damage is to be expected. I should ask my mother to have it repaired. No wonder there are no lawyers left. I'd leave too if I were always treated like this. I don't think I'll find anything else of interest around here. The outline. It's been stained red by the High Priest's blood. Oh, it's a puddle! Oh yeah, it's a secret spring. Oh, now it's pink-red because of blood. Oh, yuck. The spring shall run red upon Lady Kira's return. What's that from? An old legend. Wait, does that mean that the rebel hunting Lady Kira in the newspaper is the real deal? Nah, that's crazy talk. Another broken... No, wait. No, it's not broken. I just don't see the flame from that angle. Oh, am I done here? From that angle? Okay, let's move. Okay. This mountain face is like a towering wall. There are characters carved into it, but I have no idea what they mean. There is a prison at the apex of this mountain. A prison? Way up there? It is said that Lady Kira laid those she defeated to rest atop this mountain, so that their soul would not spawn evil spirits. Feeling queasy just thinking about being all the way up there. And the fact that it's a prison just makes it worse. So yeah, there's a character. Yeah, that's a picture of a very, very tall painting of Lady Kira with her mask And there's a fiery halo around her head, and she's wielding like the black rooster sword, but the shape of the blade is different. It's incurved and not straight. What an amazing wall painting. So this is Lady Kira. It has the Satura symbol on the mask. Do you see that red mark upon her brow? That is the character for death in Chinese. It is a mark of resolve to fight to the end. Yeah. It's pronounced Satura. So basically, Sadmari was threatening Apollo with death every time he said that. And then he was chanting to exorcise the evil within. Wow. There are many different marks we make on our bodies, each with a different meaning. Interesting. She has one on her back as well. Come to think of it, you have marks on your face, your benevolence. So did the High Priest. Oh, the High Priest's marks are those of a monk, while mine are of a royal priestess. All members of the Korinus clergy have such marks upon them. Yeah, everybody has the basic. I just realized that even Albi has the red diamond mark between his eyebrows. The High Priest, no exception. She has marks underneath, like small triangles underneath her eyes, like where the cheekbones would be. Whereas the High Priest is not the Omega symbol, but it's a bulb. I wonder what sort of pattern it would make if we combine all those symbols. I want to check something. Huh. Sadmari has a red dot. It's not even the... He has a jewel on his brow, but it's not a mark. The mark that he has on him is a single dot. The shape and location of the marks vary in accordance to condition, like status and age. And all records about them are kept at Temple. So it's kind of like a national ID registry, huh? Taru's autopsy report updated in the court record. Cause of death was blood loss for abdominal wound delivered by a bladed weapon. Is that a weapon in her hand? Yes, it is Lady Kira's dagger, the very same one used in the rite. It is made to resemble a warbad, the bird Lady Kira fashioned herself after. A warbad? Oh, it's probably a fictional bird. It's a warbird. Okay, so we're gonna call the bird the warbad. So that dagger is the weapon that took the High Priest's life. Come to think of it, the blade looks like the shape of the warbad beak. So it's incurved. The one in the newspaper is a replica. He probably didn't know about that detail because he was never allowed to go all the way up here. So this is off limits to any commoners, like only royal family, high priest, like high-ranking members of the Korinese religions are allowed here. If you wish to know more about Lady Kira's, you need but ask. So it looks like kind of Rooster Phoenix. Yeah. I would say like a rooster crane. I get the feeling she's going to be super relevant to this case. I should definitely ask the priestess for more details later. Okay, so I can look at the statue from that angle. Yeah, I can see the blood. Whoa, this is blood. This is a statue of a warbad, the bird on which Lady Kira based her appearance. And all of this blood is from the High Priest, huh? He no doubt embraced the statue in the hope that Lady Kira would save him from death. May his soul rest his peace. Considering the amount of blood, he must have been stabbed with considerable force. There's no way Maya would be strong enough to deliver such a blow. Oh! Bloody piece of paper on the floor. A blood-stained scrap of paper. Looks like some kind of note or letter, perhaps. But it's written in Koreanese, so I can't read a lick. Let me see that. Oh! It has the symbol of the Defiant Dragon. Once the flame is lit, then... will be... This is simply impossible to read. Wait. What is it? Yeah, she remembered this stamp in the lower right. It's the mark of those insurgent, the Defiant Dragons. The rebel group. What's it doing here? Is there some kind of connection between the High Priest and the rebels? Blood-stained letter added to the court record. The letter we found at the inner sanctum, a giant bloodstain, makes it impossible to read in full. Okay. Yeah, the clothings. Hey, isn't this Lady Kira's robe? Oh, Holy Mother, Lady Kira's robe is... I know how you feel, but we shouldn't leave it as it to preserve... We should leave it as is to preserve the crime scene. You imbecile! This is the actual robe Lady Kira once wore! It is? What the heck is it made of? I mean, nothing should look this good after a few hundred years. Enough! If I say it's the actual robe, it is the actual robe. That foul murderer should not get away with this. Is it tough to see a piece of history sloppily tossed on the ground like this, though? It even looks like it's been mended a number of times. Huh? This robe kinda smells... How dare you insult such a secret piece of clothing like that? No, I mean, it smells like incense. Well, yeah. Oh, I see. The scent you detected is from the sacred incense used to purify Lady Kira's robe. Whenever a rite is to be performed, the robe is first scented with sacred incense. If this still smells like incense now, the scent must have been much stronger last night when the victim was killed. Looks like that about does it for this area. Okay. Okay. Yep. During the rite, the inner sanctum was fully enclosed by this ritual curtain. Yeah, yellow on top with the Mitama symbol, white, and then pink at the bottom with some sort of line. It's almost like the ACE flag. But it is a flag. It's an LGBTQ plus flag, but I don't know. I forgot what it stands for. It's not the ACE. Shit. No, it's not the gay pride. I remember the gay. Yeah, it's a pride. It's a pride flag, but it's not for gay, not for lesbian, not for ace, not for trans. Not for bi. Yellow, white, and purple. Is it for demis? I'm not sure. Anyway. Making this case something of a lock room mystery. Ritual curtain added to the court record. A curtain around the perimeter of the sanctum isolating it from the outside world. The entrance was shut during the rite. The purification rite is akin... Ask your friend Savannah, she'll know what it is. Okay. The purification rite is akin to a bathing ritual for Lady Kira. Therefore, it must be closed off from the outside world. Oh, so the inner sanctum is like her private bathroom? Indeed. So see to it that you keep it clean. This flap in the center acts as a ritual curtain's door, so that's about it. Eek! And what was that shrill scream just for just now? I'm afraid of heights. I didn't notice as I was climbing up, but now that I can see all the way down, go. I guess that flight of stairs from the Plaza of Devotion really is the only way up or down. So this is oh shit! It's still lit, even the wind guard broke, but the flame is still lit. Oh yeah. The staircase is cut into the mountain, kinda. There's something hanging out of the ritual curtain there. Whoa! These look like those prayer flags down at the Plaza of Devotion. It's like somebody made a rope out of those flags. Except they are arranged like no prayer flags I have ever seen. How so? All of these flags have been sewn together. Hey, you're right. It's like they're one big banner now. There is something written on the base of it. Donated by Tarust in me. It seems this place is from a donation Abatini made at some point. Sanctum prayer flags added to the court record. Prayer flags found outside of the ritual curtain. They have been sewn together into a long banner. So one time I was hiking up the staircase like that and there were leaves everywhere because it was around October and my right foot, I lost control of it completely because there were so many leaves and I slipped over to the right, almost flew over the rail and went off the mountain. Yeah, so that could have happened here as well. Except there's not a lot of ground. Like if you fell on the side, you're gonna be off the mountain. A very, very bad fall. Since I'm in front of my computer, whoops. I'm doing a search about those LGBTQ flags. Gay, trans. Come on, load, you stupid page. Non-binary. It's the non-binary flag. Oh wait, I wasn't done. I'll research here, but it never hurts to take another look. Oh no, I finished. So I'm gonna have to talk about the inner sanctum. Could you tell me about this place, your benevolence? I have nothing to say to you, lawyer. Is that because you don't actually know much about it? Ah! You ill-mannered! I am the crown princess of Khura'in! There's nothing I do not know! She blushes red with anger. Nena! Oh, her assistant is still there. Whoa, where did she come from? She's whispering in her ears, and Rifa nods. Hey, no cheating! Silence, barbed head! Nena's knowledge is my knowledge. End of discussion. What is she, your pocket internet? This springs is where Lady Kira came to cleanse her body of the blood of battle. And today's purification rite is a ceremony that traces its origin back to those days. Cleansing Lady Kira's robe in the sacred water lends one's courage for the next battle. I see. Thank you for that excellent explanation. Commoners are normally barred from here, except for the Day of the Right. Who normally controls the access to this place? The High Priest and his family are responsible for that. The High Priest and his family, huh? The High Priest's family. So, could you tell me more about the High Priest and his family? Abbot and me lived with his wife and his disciple, Acolyte Pure Zealot. Pray Zealot. Pure. A young man the couple took into their home upon finding him near our kingdom's border. Speaking of his wife, isn't she the one who usually plays the role of Lady Kira? Yes, but as she's with child, the role was appointed to someone else. The killer no doubt offered to stand in, as she saw it as a chance to slay the High Priest. No, you have it backwards. He was the one who asked Maya to stand in. Then that braggart must have embellished her qualifications. I'm really not sure how she could. Besides, why didn't you stand in for the High Priest's wife then? Yeah, what a crazy way to twist that name. I mean, the name automatically makes him the suspect. Well, his alibi is that he was praying all day with all the other people. He didn't move. I'm pretty sure he's so focused into praying, he doesn't even realize what's going on. I'm pretty sure that up until now, he doesn't know that his master is dead. So that's a herring right there. So yeah, why didn't you stand in for the High Priest's wife? Did I not tell you before? As a direct descendant of the Holy Mother, the role of Lady Kira is forbidden to me. Maybe, but I guess we'll just have to see. Yeah. For those descended of Her Holiness must not defile their bodies with the blood of battle. Okay. Oh yeah, you did say that, didn't you? I should probably talk with the High Priest's wife and Acolyte Zealot letter too. Lady Kira. Could you tell me more about this Lady Kira? As an outsider, I suppose your ignorance is all but unavoidable. Whatever happened to you need but ask. Nena! And she leaves. Lady Kira was the Holy Mother's younger sister. Ah! But unlike her older sister, she lacked the ability to channel spirits. However, it is said that none could equal her skill with the dagger. A dagger? Well, this became relevant fast. The Holy Mother guides our soul, and Lady Kira keeps the peace with her dagger. Lady Kira was prepared to die for her people. She cloaked herself in a sacred battle robe and concealed her face as her sister did. Okay, but who was she fighting against? Throughout our history, we have been set upon by rebels. Now is no different. For our enemy now is the Defiant Dragons, led by that insurgent Dirk. So Lady Kira play a role akin to the police, huh? So, what's with the bird imagery? Lady Kira's robe is fashioned in the likeness of a warbat. It is a fearsome bird that is unique to Kurain. I see. And what about the recent rebel hunter, Lady Kira? Who do you think she is? I have heard about her, but I have yet to ascertain the truth. Oh, from that angle, it may have been incurred, but there's no way to tell. Yeah, it may have been incurred. However, I believe her to be a vigilante, or more precisely, a patriot. Lali Lulelo. So even Princess Rayfa doesn't know the true identity of the rebel hunter, huh? I guess that's about it. That about does it for the inner sanctum. I should probably head back to the Plaza of Devotion and let Emma know how I'm done. After all, she's the one putting her neck on the line for me to investigate this place. Any ideas of what to do? Okay, we can leave now. Alright, let's go back to the plaza. Yep. Zealot never moved. Wow, they're still praying. The religious devotions of our people is the pride of our kingdom. Come what may, they will continue to pray until tomorrow's afternoon. Well, I will say this. This level of devotion is certainly to be respected. I just would hate to climb down all the stairs. Well, you have a choice. Like, climbing up the stairs is one thing. Climbing down the stairs with the fear of heights and seeing, like, if you take the wrong step, you may fall to your doom. Yeah. Now to find Emma.
You there, wait.
So, this guy is wearing some military uniform. He has a Kuraini scarf around his neck. He has some goggles with shaped like owl eyes. He's wearing a very big wig and a beard. We cannot see his face at all. But they're probably night vision goggles. I'm not sure. I'm not afraid of heights, but I don't like the idea of suddenly missing a step and falling to my doom, so I'm probably not gonna... Yeah. Going up then downstairs anytime soon. Can you get vertigo? Like, I'm pretty sure that you, from this altitude, you might feel queasy. You know? Like the difference of air pressure and stuff like that.
You there, wait. I want to ask you something.
Okay?
Do you know me? And do I know you?
Well, I'm Phoenix Wright. I'm a lawyer.
No! No!
I want to know if you know who I am. He's doing the thumbs up. Eh? How should I know? I've never even seen you before. This guy's acting really strange. I wonder if he has amnesia or something. Should talk to him a little more just in case he's connected to this case somehow. Who are you? Are you having trouble remembering who you are? Ah, I'm sorry if I offended you. He's taking a samurai stance. Well, attitude doesn't bother me, like I said. It's just the sheer thought of sleeping is what would bother me, because I can go up in a plane and fly super high and not be bothered by that. Okay. I remember that song. Where have I seen this guy? He's eating skewers. It's a lizard on the skewers. I thought he was going to pull a weapon on me. But he's just pulling some snack out one after another. I'm trying to remember what I'm supposed to do. I know it's something important. I used to be in the Civil Air Patrol before I did Twitch, and I did communication work for them. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Do you know this man or something, Barbed Head? No, I just said I'd never seen him before, didn't I?
Are you Lady Kira?
You know of Lady Kira. Then you are Kurainese, I take it.
Maybe.
Wait, are those lizards he's eating?
What, you want one?
No thanks, I just ate. Oh, now I remember, get a load of this. Now he's covering his face with his scarf. Goggles, sneers, martial arts.
Well?
Well what? I believe he suffered from a far more serious malady than mere memory loss. No good, huh? Guess I'll try somebody else. So who was that man, and what did he want, Barbed Head?
I wish I knew.
Hey, Mr. Wright. What now? Oh, it's Emma. What's wrong? I didn't surprise you that badly, didn't I? No, it's nothing. Actually, I've been looking for you. I wanted to tell you I investigated a crime scene. I hope it wasn't too much trouble getting my investigation of the inner sanctum approved. Oh, it was fine. Prosecutor Salmati gave his okay straight away. Seems like a rather fair-minded prosecutor. Like, no, like, he saw the crime scene and he predicted how it went. So he probably gave the okay, thinking that nothing Phoenix could say could change the outcome. He said that you would probably give up once you saw the crime scene for yourself. Well, technically, Sanmari brought Emma Sky with him. So he kind of like her. He likes working with her, even though like they don't get along philosophically. And that moving on before the trial began would be the smart thing to do. Let go and move on. Like, you thinking we're gonna give up? He must be feeling really confident about this case. Well, just so you know, I have no intention of giving up. I figured. That's why I prepared a little gift for you. I thought it might help you in your investigation. Here, it's all yours. I wanted to bring you a bunch of other forensic tools. Okay, she gave me a bottle of luminol. Alright. But they were confiscated at the airport. Luminol testing fluid. This actually might come in handy. Also, I made a copy of the crime scene photo for you. Thanks. All of this will definitely come in handy. Oh! That's how they found the body. Yeah. He's floating on his back with abdominal wound. So this is what the high priest's body looked like after the murder. I'll keep this along with the picture I took at the crime scene. Inner sanctum photo showed the high priest's body, a shoveled up area of snow, and a lantern with a broken wind guard. Oh yeah! They're done questioning Maya. Really? I should go pay her a visit then. Poor Maya, she must be feeling pretty lonely. I should let her know that I'll be defending her too. Oh shoot, look at the time, I have to get going. Sure seem busy. That's because His Ephemeral Holiness is a real slave driver. Ephemeral Holiness. His Ephemeral Holiness. Prosecutor Sanmari is like the world's hardest riddle, wrapped in a flowy sash. I keep wondering if it's just a clash of culture type of thing, you know? I thought his nickname was the Last Right Prosecutor. Like, he'll ask the most insane things of me without batting a single long eyelash of his. This prosecutor Sanmari sounds like he's used to holding some serious clout. Why do I have such bad luck with prosecutors? First it was the glimmerous fop, Governor, and now that I'm finally rid of that grating, mind-blowing Europhile, I get this guy. Bling-loving Europhile. Oh no, now I'm really going to be late. He'll probably make me listen to one of those really long sutras again. I'll see you later. And she leaves. He makes her listen to sutras. Sounds like Emma's got it pretty rough, too. She does not appreciate Prosecutor Sanmari's sutras? What ingratitude! It appears that she too is lacking in religious devotion. I don't think that's what the problem is here. Besides, Emma is not even Quranist. Okay, so... we can ask here again. Khalid Zealot is still focused on his prayer. Is not such devotion worthy of commendation? Still, he has not yet learned of the High Priest's death. When I think of how he will learn of it once his prayers are over... Yeah, it does seem cruel, doesn't it? They're still praying? Now that's really something. It's called their absolute devotion to Lady Kira. But you don't have to pray to her, your benevolence. Our custom dictate that I must never associate myself with Lady Kira in any way. Instead, it is my duty to offer my prayers and dance to the Holy Mother every day. Why don't you try offering up a dance or two? I think you'll find it quite uplifting. No thanks, I'm good. Albi said these are called prayer flags, and the prayer written on them are carried throughout the kingdom of By the Wind. Now, if I were to pray for something, it would be for me to not get dry. Okay, I read that already. To think I would witness a lawyer being allowed to pass through this sacred gate. Yeah, well, I wouldn't unless I had to. Those stairs were brutal to climb. What's this? Do you even know how many monks would give their lives to pass through that gate? Be thankful for the great honor you have been afforded. Yes, your benevolence. Alright, let's go to the detention center. Yep, Maya's here. May 10th, detention center.
Nick! I knew you'd come.
Maya, she sure looks tired. How are you holding up?
It wasn't me, but no one will believe me.
I have to admit, I'm still a bit in shock. Who would have thought you'd get caught in something like this, and so far from home? But I'm going to defend you, so hang in there. We can do this if we work together. Maya ...
This is all my fault. I mean, you came to Kurain just to visit me? We hadn't seen each other in ages, and then this happens.
I haven't seen her this down. I never seen her this down in ages either. Come on, remember who you were talking to. Besides, I thought you'd be used to being the usual suspect by now.
Ha ha ha! I guess you're right. And you've saved me each and every time.
Yep, so just tell me everything you can and let's go from there. Barbed Head, stop stalling and go straight to the matter of true import. We know she is the murderer, therefore it's time for a confession.
Your benevolence! What brings the royal priestess to a place like this?
I am watching over this lawyer to keep him from tampering with anything in this case. Now, out with it! Confess your crimes! Please, your benevolence, could you please take it down a notch, R3? Huh! Maya, please tell me what you can. I know this must be difficult, but anything you can remember might help.
Sure, okay.
The incident.
I didn't kill the high priest. I wouldn't even dream of it. I mean, he always treated me so well. Abbot Enmi was an important figure with a ton of duties, including training acolytes. He was really kind, even to a foreigner like me. He even invited me over to his house whenever I was between training sessions. How could I ever kill someone like that?
He sounds like a really good person. I think I would have liked him.
It was so much fun. I got to enjoy meals with his family and everything. And his wife was a master of Chinese cuisine. I've never eaten better in my life.
It's like they were her family and home away from home in this foreign land. They must have been a source of comfort that with being here for training all alone.
But
what?
I can't completely deny the charge either.
Huh? As I suspected, the snake has shown her true colors at last. Your benevolence, please. I'm trying to figure out what really happened here. So what do you mean you can't completely deny the charge?
Well, during the purification rite, I suddenly got really, really sleepy. Next thing I knew, Abbot Enmi was, you know.
She fell asleep out of nowhere? That's her excuse? You suddenly got sleepy. So then you didn't actually see the high priest got murdered.
No, I didn't, but I was possessed by some crazy spirit while I was asleep then.
What an excuse. How dare you pin your crime on another person's soul? Be honest, what you call training is but an extended vacation in reality. And that training here is simply for prestige.
No, it's not like that at all. I'm trying to become the master of the Korean channeling technique.
Heh! A neophyte practitioner such as you become a channeling master? I think not. The spiritual power requires beyond the means of an outsider like you. Rafa seems to really hate fakers. But Maya does actually have the power to channel spirits. I should let Rafa know. Your benevolence, I wouldn't call Maya a neophyte because she can already...
Oh, wait, Nick.
What?
Can I talk to you for a second?
Why is she whispering all of a sudden?
I want to keep my spirit channeling ability a secret while I'm here, Nick.
What? Why?
I'll explain later.
No.
Keep it a secret for now, okay?
If you say so. What's that all about? What is all that whispering about over there? Oh, it's nothing really. I'll have to ask about this later when Princess Rafa's not around.
Almost forgot. Nick,
Yeah?
about Abbott and me's murder, there was something I noticed that I thought strange.
Oh. What you noticed? So, what was it you noticed?
Well, you probably won't believe me, but...
Why don't you let me be the judge of that?
Okay. So, you know that spring?
The spring? Yeah, you mean the pool in front of the Warbad statue?
Yeah, that. The water in there was dark red. And when I say dark red, I mean blood red.
Oh, that, yeah, I saw it too.
You did?
Yeah, the high priest's blood turning red.
What? No! That's not what I meant! The spring was already red before he was killed!
What? Wait, so it was already red even before the high priest was killed?
Yeah, I noticed it during the purification rite, just before I passed out. It's just like the ancient legend says.
What ancient legend?
The spring shall run red upon Lady Kira's return. That's how it goes anyway.
Hold on! Yes, there is a legend about the inner sanctum that says just that. But the water runs red this time thanks to the murder. The police investigation confirmed it. Perhaps your eyes were deceived by the lantern light reflecting off of the water.
Don't think that was it though.
An ancient legend, huh? I wonder if it's connected to this murder somehow. Maya's statement added to the court record. On the day of the rite, the water in the spring was already stained red when Abbott and me and Maya arrived at the inner sanctum. Maya da.
Nick?
Yeah?
So, actually, there's one more thing.
Rafa, question mark. What's up with Maya? She keeps looking over at her benevolence like she's worried what Rafa will think. One more thing.
There's something I want to show you.
There is?
I found this at the inner sanctum after I came to.
Is this a letter? It's in Koreanese. Well, I remember one. I remember one character, and it's the one that's in red. It's the symbol for that which is in on Kira's mask.
See that stamp on the far left at the end of the letter? Does it look familiar?
Yep. This red stamp here.
That's the mark of Lady Kira.
Oh, right. It looks just like the mark on her forehead. Lady Kira, you say? Let me see that. Why? This is... What? What does it say? But it looks like a ransom note. Like it's made a different character from different font.
Do not perform the rite. I know what you are planning. Sign, Lady Kira.
That sounds like a threat or a warning. Whoever's pretending to be Lady Kira was pressuring the High Priest to stop the rite.
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me too. Nick, do you think...
Wait. First, there's that ancient legend. The spring shall run red upon Lady Kira's return. Now, there's also Lady Kira's warning. Plus, with the Warbat dagger being eyed as the murder weapon, don't tell me.
That's why she has to be the real deal. It gives me the chills just thinking about it.
Okay, it's one of those.
I bet Lady Kira's spirit possessed the sacred robe or something.
Now she's gonna say that she channeled the spirit of the real Kira and she killed the high priest as Kira. And that's why she thinks that she's the... Don't tell me you actually believe that the real Lady Kira returned to kill the high priest. Maya da.
Don't be silly, Nick.
Huh?
Historical figure don't come back to life. I mean, give me a break.
But you were saying only yesterday how it was more fun to believe that she's the real deal.
Yeah, I said that yesterday. I wish I could keep on entertaining that fantasy too. But the fact is, we're dealing with a murder here. Thus, my days of dreaming have come to an end.
Right.
I'm going to keep it real from now on. And you should too, Nick.
I thought you said I was the boring one because I was keeping it real.
Sorry, I guess I'll outgrown that stepladder argument we always have.
My God. I think you mean ladder, Maya.
No.
Keeping it real? So what do you mean by keeping it real?
Oh, so you know someone is dressing up like Lady Kira and capturing rebels, right?
You mean the rebel hunter, Lady Kira, in the papers?
Yeah, that one. I think that's who probably sent this warning.
What nonsense is this? You dare to suggest that Abbott and me was slain by Lady Kira? You nincompoop!
Yeesh!
The rebel hunter is sure to be a vigilante who loves his kingdom, and it is that patriotism that led them to cloak their identity in the guise of Lady Kira. Such a patriot would never slay the high priest. I guess it's only natural for Princess Rafa to see it that way, but I can't let it go at that. Besides, why would such a vigilante want to stop the purification rite in the first place? I haven't figured that one out yet. I rest my case. Still, if this rebel hunter has a compelling enough reason, they might have killed the high priest after he ignored their warnings. You big dummy, you can't fool me. It was you who forged that warning letter. You're trying to shed your guilt onto our most sacred Lady Kira. Admit it!
No, I would never do such a thing.
Now, your benevolence, let's try to remain rational about this. Grrr. Maya, did you show that letter to the police?
No. I was afraid I would anger everybody needlessly. So I was waiting to show it to you, Nick.
And judging by our benevolence reaction, I'd say Maya was right to be worried. Huh? Wait, what are... There are a number of places on this letter there are 3 holes in a row. Yeah, it was folded. Yeah, the way the paper was folded, it's as if a 3-pronged object pierced that paper once it was folded. Like a comb or something. Are these supposed to be some sort of a message too? Not that we'll be finding out anytime soon, I suspect. Lady Kira's warning added to the court record. It appears to be from Lady Kira to the High Priest. There are holes and rows of tree all over it. Alright, accused. Wrap it up. Wrap it up.
I guess they have more questions for me.
Yeah? At least I have a better idea of what we're up against now.
Nick, there's something I've been meaning to say. I don't need a lawyer this time.
What are you talking about?
It's just, you know, they have that Defense Culpability Act here in Karain, right? If I'm found guilty, you'll be charged with abetting a criminal.
Maya? Well, thanks for thinking of me, but don't worry, Maya. We'll put through this together somehow. We always have, haven't we?
Yeah, but we're not in Kansas anymore, you know.
True, but I've been through one trial there already, so I know what I'm getting myself into. We're going to win this one no matter what, because I believe in your innocence.
Yeah, I know. We always won because of your faith in me.
That's right, so it's all aboard the Phoenix Freedom Express.
Thank you, Nick. Well, I'll see you later.
Bravado will not save you tomorrow, and by then, it'll be too late to ask for mercy. We're going to beat this charge. You'll see. Huh! I don't care to understand every single word that was spoken, but I don't like the sound of that Phoenix Freedom Express one bit. Wait, don't tell me you don't know what Freedom Express refers to. Ah! Of course I know! Do not presume to know what I do not know! I'm no closer to understanding why someone would want the High Priest dead. But given the use of the Warbad Dagger and the existence of the warning letter, I would say the Rebel Hunter disguised as Lady Kira is the real prime suspect. It might help if I knew a little more about this modern-day Lady Kira. I wonder if anyone has any info on them. Maybe the first thing I should do is go someplace where locals like to gather. Okay, let's move. The bazaar. Alright, let's go to the bazaar. Here's a warbad right there. Maytent, Kurain Bazaar. I guess the bazaar is as good a place to start as any. Who should I... Oh, the aide is whispering in Rayfa's ears. I see. So that is what a Freedom Express is. Consulting her pocket internet again, I see. Mr. Wright! That sounds like... Yeah, I was right. It's Albie. Is Miss Maya okay? I believe her, Mr. Wright. I know she didn't do it. Do you now, boy? Boom, Kunska! Your benevolence! You mustn't trust in lawyers, you... Are you not the accused from the last trial? No, What's wrong, Albie? Your benevolence speaks with the... You may speak with the vernacular, little monk. Now, what is your name? Yes, your benevolence. Bows. I'll be your guide, your benevolence. Know this, Albie. Your soul is only as clean or filthy as the company you keep. I wish you would stop insinuating that all lawyers are trash. Please forgive me, your benevolence, but Mr. Wright is a very trustworthy man, and I trust him as a lawyer. What's this? I'm sorry, forgive my insolence. If a common boy such as he can place his trust in lawyers, it can only be because of my failure at the Hall of Justice the other day. Oh! Mr. Wright, her benevolence has sunken to the ground. She must really feel responsible for what happened in court that day. Let's give her some breathing room for now. I'm sure she'll back up on her feet in no time. In the meantime, do you mind if I ask you some questions? Of course not! I'm always glad to help. Alright, let's talk. The Rebel Hunter. So what have you heard about the Rebel Hunter that was in the newspaper? Everyone's overjoyed at her appearance. They say she's the modern-day Lady Kira. So they're treating this Rebel Hunter like her mysterious protector of the people, huh? People have been on edge recently, what with that jailbreak and stuff. I sure hope they catch that escaped prisoner. Soon. Escaped prisoner? Yes, he was one of the vicious rebels that Lady Kira had captured. So there's a hardened criminal on the loose. This is bad news. Yes, but the modern day Lady Kira is also super amazing. I mean, she takes down big, scary rebels all by herself. Yeah, that's not exactly something just anyone can do. Someone that strong. could have easily overpowered and killed the High Priest. What about that escaped prisoner, Albie? So, what's the escaped prisoner supposed to be like? They say he's a vicious fiend who serves as Dirk's right-hand man. Dirk, as in the leader of that rebel group? Yes, the escapee serves that dreadful master of the Defiant Dragons. They say the prisoner is a former soldier and that he wields a big, scary knife. Rumor has it he's a cold-blooded killer to boot. He sounds like a really dangerous man. He is, but the police still can't find him, even after an exhaustive search. Wait, I remember hearing about a prison. There is a prison at the apex of this mountain. A prison? Way up there? The prison is at the top of the Inner Sanctum's mountain, right? How did he even break out? No one really knows. He supposedly did it without any tools to speak of, too. Some say he must have fallen to his death. Personally, I'd like to believe he did. Otherwise, something like that terrible incident might happen again. Terrible incident? What was that about a terrible incident, Albie? It happened before I was even born, but Queen Amara, the previous queen, was assassinated. And it was the rebel leader, Dirk, who did it. The previous queen was assassinated? That's kind of unsettling. Oh, it was the terrible deed of a heinous sinner. I mean, to take the life of such a gentle queen. Only someone with a dark, defiled soul could have done that. They really take their queen seriously here. Like God-worshipping level serious. It really would take someone pretty bold and blasphemous to assassinate one. Those defiant dragon rebels are not afraid to do anything to accomplish their goals. That's why, with that escaped prisoner on the loose, who knows who might be killed next? So that's why the people of Khura'in are so afraid of that escapee, and why they want the rebel hunter to take him out along with the other rebels. Is there anything else you can tell me about the rebel hunter, Lady Kira LB? I was just thinking there was something else, but what was it? Oh yeah, here! Oh, it's an arrow with 3-pronged. Aha! What is it? Shadow found it. Why, that's the Warbat arrow! Feeling better now, your benevolence? This is no time to be feeling sorry for myself, for I am the crown princess of Khura'in. Now, let me see that boy. Yes, your benevolence. It looks very much like one of the legendary weapons that Akira once used in battle. A 3-pronged arrow? I could swear I'd seen something resembling that arrowhead recently. Yeah. Where did Shadow find it, Albie? Near Abbot Inmi's house. Near the victim's house, huh? Something tells me I better look into this. Warbat arrow added to the court record. Albie, can I ask you to take me to the High Priest's house? Yes, of course! Come to think of it, he was married, wasn't he? And his wife is the one who usually plays the part of Lady Kira in the Purification Rite. I should probably talk to her too. Resemble the 3-pronged arrow once loosed by Lady Kira, discovered near the High Priest. Oh, this is probably what was what stuck the letter to the ground. But for some reason, the arrow was nowhere near the killing, the crime scene. Allow me to explain. This bird is known as a warbat. It's only found here in Khura'in. Oh right, the bird Lady Kira based herself on. It's a really beautiful bird. Tourists must love it. They usually do. There's just one thing about it that's kind of hit or miss. Its unusual cry drives children to tears. It can even make some adults collapse in fear. Maybe they should keep such a fearsome creature in a less crowded area. Hey, Albie, what's this cow-like animal? Oh, it's a yak. They carry heavy load and provide milk. They're indispensable partners in our daily lives. Interesting. Hey, they're kind of cute up close. Oh, and they're also prized for their meat. You know, the meat you enjoyed so much last night? Oh, partner must be something. Partner must mean something else here. The gate to Temple. Yeah. And at the top of those stairs is my home away from home. Just looking at them is making my back ache. This is a really popular bun shop here in Kurain. Oh, they even sell magataman. Let's see, 1 magataman, 15 damas. Wait a second. Albie, weren't you selling them for 20 damas a piece? Ah, the extra 5 damas is the service fee. He's quite the shrewd businessman. It's a poster. Looks like some kind of Kuraini superhero. Why do all superheroes look the same regardless of where they come from? Yeah, he's wearing yellow and red. Looks like Hindu Iron Man. Look at all these vegetables. Let's see, there's Japam, Konuro, and Zabas. And they're all freshly picked this morning. I've never heard of any of them. Maybe I'll buy some to see what they taste like. You want some too, Albie? My treat. Really? Thank you, sir. I'll take some of this, and this. Oh, and this too. Albie, that's quite a lot you've got there already, don't you think? But this is barely enough for a side dish. I hope I brought enough money. A manhole? I guess they have a sewer system there in Kurain. What am I thinking? Of course they do. That was ignorant of me. I can't read the sign, but this looks like a souvenir shop. It's too bad I don't have time to do some shopping right now. But I'll have to stop by here before I go back home. I'm sure everyone's expecting something, especially Trucy. I guess that's everything. The High Priest's house. This must be the wife. May 10th, High Priest's house. There's a wanted poster on the table. So this is where the High Priest lived. 3 million damas? Wanted? Wow. Wait a minute, this is where they brought me when my back gave out. And the woman in front of the altar, she must be the High Priest's wife. Yeah, I can only examine the person. Excuse me. She's holding a picture of her late husband. Her name is Believe. Believe. Trust and believe. Of course. Alright,
Yes? Yes, may I help you?
I was hoping to speak with the High Priest's wife. Are you her? Please forgive the intrusion, Lady Believe.
Oh my, your benevolence.
Please be at ease. What a terrible time this must be for you. I owe much to your husband. You have my deepest sympathies for your tragic loss.
You honor me with your kind words. Look, dear, the royal priestess has come to visit us.
Yes. What's that? Oh, of course. Yeah, she's wearing black. She has a magatama with a green magatama, just the same as ours. And she's wearing, like, you know, the shark teeth necklace. She's wearing some sort of hat. And yeah, she's talking to the picture. She's talking with this funeral picture. Oh, there's a veil. She removes a veil to kiss the picture. My husband too is delighted that the royal priestess has graced us with her presence. You can't speak with Abbott and me? No, I don't possess the power to speak with the dead, but I can feel his presence. What's that? No, that can't wait till later, dear. She's definitely speaking with him. So, your benevolence, what is it that brings you to my humble abode? This lawyer is investigating your husband's death, and I am watching him to ensure he does not tamper with any of the evidence. I know this must be difficult, but could I ask you some questions? A good friend of mine had fallen under suspicion, you see. A friend of yours? So then, you must be Maya's friend from the States, correct? That's right. I'm sorry, but I'm still grieving. Isn't that right, dear? Yes, I know. Abbott and me and his wife were one of the closest and most loving couples in Khura'in. If she is not ready to talk, I will not allow you to press her any further. She did just lose the love of her life. It would be incredibly insensitive of me to force censor out of her right now. But I need to talk to her if I want to learn more about the High Priest. Plus, there's the Warbat arrow that I'll be found near the house. There's too much I need to find out for me to leave just yet. So, okay, so probably the note was pinned on the house of the High Priest, and the High Priest has it with him. And this is why it was found at the crime scene in the arrow at the house. Got it. Would it be okay if I stay here for a little while? Bardhead! Have you not been listening to what word I said? Look, your benevolence, I'm sorry for the loss, but I'm running out of time. So, what I will do is promise to leave if she doesn't change her mind. Please, let me talk to my husband about this. Yes? I know. No, don't. Not in front of the royal priestess. Now, if you would excuse me. What the heck were they even talking about? You have but poured salt on her wounds. This is precisely why you lawyers are so despised. Ugh. I was just trying to help Maya's case. I didn't mean to hurt Mrs. Inme. Could it be that you actually possess a conscience? Of course I do. But I'm also desperate for information. So, what do you plan to do now? Pass the time by looking around the room, I guess, and see if she changes her mind. Just see that you do not touch anything you should not. Guess I should watch what I touch then, just in case Princess Rafa gets mad at me. There's a note on the trash can I'm curious about. This looks like a wastebasket. Hey, there's an envelope sticking out. Ah! This envelope has 3 holes as well. 3 holes in a row near the top. Now, where have I seen holes like these before? Scrounging around in other people's garbage like some stray dog? You are a pitiful creature indeed. What does this say here? Say what you will, but I've got a job to do. It says, to the High Priest. You cannot even read. You are even more pitiful than I had thought. Thanks, and I will keep your word of wisdom in mind, your benevolence. Guess I should have studied some Khura'inese before I came. So the envelope was addressed to the High Priest, but it's empty. Still, there's something about it. I'd better hang up to it. Envelope added to the court record. No return address. 3 unusual looking holes are punched into it. What is this scary looking spiky thing? It's a floor cushion for heightening a practitioner's mental focus. Your ignorance astounds me. There is not a soul in Korean who would not recognize this. A floor cushion? You mean you're supposed to sit on this? Huh. How else would you suggest it be used? Looks like a torture device to me. A wanted poster. For the rebel escapee everyone's talking about. What? Let me see that. 3,000 dharmas. Das our ball. That's our bal. That's our bal. That's our bal. Senior member of insurgent leadership and former paratrooper of course. Okay, that explains a lot of stuff. He's a paratrooper. He made a parachute out of flags. Foreign land. Wanted for crimes against the kingdom. Considered armed and dangerous. So he's ex-military, huh? His appearance alone exudes menace. He must be captured at once. Wanted poster added to the court record. Sorry, I have to go to the bathroom right quick. Sorry about that. Okay, I'm back. Oh, you're back. Very interesting about the guy who's ex-military. Yeah, of course. Wanted poster. Wanted for 3 million dama. Huh? Is something wrong? The bounty is 3 million damas. Money that comes out of the people's tax payment. I shall have it lowered to about 1 million damas. You seem unexpectedly concerned with the people's welfare. They don't have that kind of money if they found the guy. Unexpectedly? How rude! Nina's always taught me that kingdoms do not value their people come to ruin. As crown princess, is it only natural that I care for my people? How about sending some of that kindness this way? Well, I suppose I could. If you quit being a lawyer and pay taxes to our kingdom, that is. Oh well, it was worth a shot. How about if I pay taxes and stay a lawyer? Oh look, a steel samurai tote bag. There's a steel samurai patch on his bag. Guess the bag must be Maya's. She probably left it here while she was performing that rite. Is this a piece of art of some sort? There's some sort of a golden orb standing on the claw pedestal. What a beautiful orb! Huh? Is something the matter? Barbed head! Take one step back! Okay, done. Did you spot something? Yes? Your dismal reflection? It was ruining the orb's beauty! Did you have to put it like that, your benevolence? There's an old TV. Oh. What show is this? It is the Plumed Punisher, Warriors of Neo Twilight Realm. Ah. That's the Steel Samurai theme song, but with an into twist. It is based on Lady Kira's and is the #1 action hero show in Kurain. The Plume Punisher, Warrior of Neo Twilight Realm. Okay. Okay, now we have a better picture of her. She's wearing a dress. Not a big, she has the same cape, but instead of being a big cloak that we cannot see her body at all, same golden mask. 3 feathers on the mask, still wearing the Warbat dagger, same shape. The cape is more wearable like a superhero. She's wearing a dress kind of like those female Power Ranger, but still clad in black, yellow, and red. Red boots. More practical for a superhero, at least. Yes, it's an entirely original show created right here in our kingdom. I'm not so sure about its originality given its overall look at that theme song. It's something the matter? Well, it's just we have an action hero show back home that's really similar to this. I'm guessing this shows why Maya is so into Lady Kira. Honestly, the theme song is exactly the same as the one from Maya's favorite show, The Steel Samurai. Yeah. So are they gonna say that the trial is gonna be the same as the Steel Samurai? The Steel Samurai Warrior of Neo Old Tokyo. It's a popular action hero series filmed right in LA. Set in a city known as Neo Old Tokyo, it pits the Steel Samurai in mortal combat against his nemesis, the Evil Magistrate. Maya's collected DVDs and merchandise from that series as long as I've known her. The Plume Punisher seems awfully similar to the Steel Samurai. The Plume Punisher originated here in Kurain. Is that clear, Barbed Head? Yes, your benevolence. Note to self, never suggest that again. This game looks kind of like checkers for chess. You mean to say you have never heard of Kachu Damal? I have heard described it as Chinese chess. So two players take turn moving their piece in a bit of to capture the other's king. Not quite. In Kachu Damal, the object is the utter annihilation of your opponent. Furthermore, each piece has a special move that can only be used once per game. Special move, it sounds like a game right up Maya's alley. Okay. A poster of the mountains. Oh, the Inner Sanctum Mountains is featured against those other towering peaks. So yeah, we see the Inner Sanctum and we see the mountain and the stuff like that. It says 2,310 meters for the Inner Sanctum and 2,298 meters for the other ritual something. Those beautiful mountains are known as the Roof of Kurain. Ah, and I see they have even included Mount Punipuni in that poster. Mount Punipuni? Oh, the smaller peak to the left. Okay, so I was right. The peak to the left is Mount Punipuni. It's 2,298 meters tall. So it's 12 meters lower. Known as the Little Sanctum, it is just west of the Inner Sanctum. Is it also not beautiful? Sorry. But I suppose a lawyer with a defiled soul such as you could not perceive such beauty. No, that's not true. I think it's absolutely stunning. Mountain range poster added to the court record. Lady Believe has not had a change of heart, and simply waiting shall not change that. Can't we wait just a little longer? I wonder if she'll ever open up. Oh, you still here? Lady Believe?
Mrs. and me.
Mrs. and me, do you think you're ready to talk?
Is it okay with you, dear? Yes? Yes, I will let him know.
Lady Believe, you don't have to speak to this lawyer if it's not your wish.
No, it's quite alright. If my husband were still with us, he would say...
I puts it in front of her face. As much as it pains me to have my lovely wife speak on such matters, if it will help to find the truth, then ask whatever you may. Okay, I'll take you up on your generous offer. Wait, did Mrs. Inme call herself lovely just now? Well, whatever you're waiting for! Ask your questions quickly so your departure may be just as swift. Yes, of course. Okay, let's ask Tarust Inme. Do you have any idea why your husband might have been killed? Was he acting different or doing anything out of the ordinary lately?
No, I don't recall anything of the sort. ...
This is really difficult. Did anybody had a grudge against him?
He was a kind man and one of peace. He would never do anything that would cause someone to bear a grudge against him.
Oh! Level 3 Cyclock. These are Cyclocks. This means Ms. Inme is trying to hide something from me. This is the Magatama Maya gave me all those years ago. And it has a really amazing power. It reacts when someone is hiding something. And allows me to see the Cyclocks that are holding that person's mind shut. Whenever I see any, I only have to present my Magatama to try and unlock it. Unlocking them all usually allows me to coax the truth out of someone.
Take that!
So this is why the game wanted me to inspect the area to get all those clues before talking to her. The High Priest. Cyclops. They appear when I ask her whenever anyone held a grudge against her husband. That must mean that Mrs. Inme thought of someone who just might have such a grudge. Let's just stir the pot a little and see what happens. Mrs. Inme, I have an idea who your husband's real killer might be. That would be
Maya, would it not?
No, of course not. It has to be someone with a motive to kill him. This is who I believe had a reason to kill your husband. The escaped prisoner, Lady Kira, or the rebel Dirk. The escaped prisoner. I believe the escaped prisoner killed your husband. He probably thought that your husband would get in the way of his escape plan.
But were that the case, wouldn't Maya have been slain as well?
Oh, you're right. Guess I'd better find someone else with a possible motive.
So you see, Maya must have been the killer.
No, it has to be someone else. Dirk? The rebel leader Dirk killed your husband. He did it to stop the purification rite.
He must despise Lady Kira for capturing his fellow insurgents. But were that the case, wouldn't he have slain Maya for playing the part of Lady Kira?
Are you for fucking real? Are you for fucking real? Good point. Alright, so it wasn't Dirk. Time to think about who else might have a motive. Ah, the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira. Everyone's talking about her. Ah, okay. So they presented the choice of answer as Lady Kira. It's like, no, it's not. But by that they mean the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira. That was not precise enough. Bullshit. Picture in front of her face. Turns it to show an angry face. Boo. I know not of what you speak. Really? Because she even made the front page recently. Happy face. Qua ka 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 ka. I love it when games mislead you. Ah, yes.
I am but a humble servant of Lady Kira. What reason would she have to kill someone as insignificant as I?
Actually, I have something that just might show why Lady Kira would kill in me. The warning.
Take that!
This is a letter of warning from Lady Kira. Maya found it. It was in the inner sanctum, and only Maya and your husband were there at the time. Ah! One down. This letter reached its intended recipient, your husband, the High Priest, didn't it?
And how do you know Maya wasn't lying to you?
Because
I have never seen that letter before, and I doubt my husband ever did either.
Sorry, but I have evidence that proved this warning was meant for your husband. The envelope?
Take that!
What's that?
It's an envelope addressed to the High Priest. The warning letter was delivered to your husband inside, wasn't it? Ah! Second lock. Neutral face. What nonsense is this? How can you prove the warning was delivered in this envelope? There's gotta be some way to prove it. Wait a second. Don't the envelope and the warning letter have something in common? Yes. I think there just might be something that links the envelope to the warning letter. There is. Show me what you got. That proof is right here on the warning letter. This spot on the warning letter proves that it was delivered in that envelope. The holes.
Take that!
The 3 holes in the envelope are in the same shape and arrangement as the holes in the warning letter. And if you fold the letter in thirds and place it in the envelope, the holes lined up. Ah! As for what made the holes, I believe it was this. The warbat arrow.
Take that!
They were made by this warbat arrow, one of the weapons favored by Lady Kira. The warning was folded in thirds, placed in the envelope addressed to the High Priest, and delivered to your husband on the points of this arrow with no return address. Gust of wind? And all the locks have been broken. Speak now, woman! Unlock successful. Are you ready to tell me the truth now? Believe ...
I admit the warning was sent to my husband, but he was not an insurgent.
Then why did you keep it a secret?
Because the authorities might have suspected him of being what if I hadn't.
I guess that makes sense. If the rebel hunter was after him, I can see how people might at least suspect.
We are the Kurainis kingdom. As such, rising up against the monarchy is the same as blaspheming Kurainism itself.
Your husband was a devout priest of Kurainism, and you fear that his good name would be tarnished if the warning went public.
Yes.
That makes sense, but is it the honest truth? What if the high priest really was a rebel? The rebel hunter would have a motive to kill him. Still, believe ... This just doesn't feel like the right time to ask her about it. The warning. Could you tell me a bit more about the warning?
It arrived about 3 days before the purification rite. When we woke that morning, it was already there by the side of our bed.
It was by the side of your bed?
Yes, we had the whole house locked up tight. And yet, someone still managed to slip in. Oh, it was so frightening, wasn't it, dear?
But you didn't contact the police, because you didn't want them to suspect your husband of being a rebel.
That's right. If only we had told the police, maybe Tarust would still be alive today.
But in jail. Happy face? Oh, lovely wife, no need to fret, my dear. Sad face. My only regret is that I left you all alone. Barthead! That is quite enough! Yes, you're probably right. Mrs. Inme, I'm sorry to have bothered you at such a difficult time.
Don't be silly. I'm happy if I have helped.
Priest on front of her face, happy face. Your benevolence. May you swiftly shine light upon the truth. Barbed head! You seem bent on casting suspicion upon Lady Kira. And by doing so, you seek to deflect the blame from the real killer, Maya Fey. That is the only logical conclusion. I'm in no position to disprove her at this point. If only I could find something to support my theory that the High Priest was a rebel. The only other person who might know more about Abba Inme would be Maya. They might be done questioning her by now. Maybe I'll stop by the detention center again. Then we have the nun, blah 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 blah, the aide. She nods. My mother has said what? It seems I must go. Did something happen? Yes, my mother has decreed that a rite shall be held for the high priest's passing, and that she shall conduct the prayer of lament therein.
Her Eminence has so decreed, does she? Oh, but she should not concern herself with a humble priest like my husband.
No, it's only natural, considering his meritorious service. The rite will be held at the palace. You are to accompany me there at once, Lady Believe.
Thank you, your benevolence. My husband is most delighted, too.
How wonderful of you, Mrs. Inme. A direct decree from the Queen. That must be quite an honor. Barbdead, you are coming as well. But I don't have much time left to investigate. As the one charged with monitoring you, you must remain within my sight at all times. Besides, it will take but a moment. Now, come along. Arguing the point will probably just make things worse for me. I'd better let her have her way this time. Alright, we're going to May 10th, Garan Palace, Audience Chamber. So the palace is Garan Palace. For Grand Palace. The doors are opening. The minister is there and the queen as well. There's the symbol. Here's the queen. She stands up. Her name is Garan. Welcome, Lady Barib. She has some sort of scribbles underneath her cheekbones. Her crown hides her diamond between her eyebrows, but the mark underneath her cheeks suggests that she's a higher royalty. So this is the Queen of Khura'in. Okay, I'm gonna give her a more regal voice. She has an Amidala haircut. She has a lotus brooch. She's wearing like royal priestess, high priestess, judge. She reminds me of Judge Courtney. I think I'm gonna give her a Judge Courtney voice. She has very beautiful, long eyelash, gray eyes with a very big crown. What is wrong with you, Barbhead? Show some respect! Should I bow or prostrate myself? No, it is quite alright. Stay as you are. Her name is Garan. It says Garan Palace, but it's probably... I thought it was the name of the palace, but it's actually the name of the queen. I don't know who Judge Courtney is. Okay, you have to refer to Miles Edgeworth's adventure. Ace Investigation, Miles Edgeworth 2, The Prosecutor's Pat. This is the name of the judge who was always defending... Like, she stands like as not. She speaks for Lady Justice. She has a gavel that retracts her handle like a big mallet, and her theme song is one of my favorite songs in the whole series. Mother?
Your Eminence, I would like to give thanks to you. You honor both me and my husband.
His exemplary service deserves to be honored. Have I watched you play? No, you could not. But it's in my archives collection under. It's even on YouTube. Oh, but what a terribly trying time this must be for you, Lady Believe. May my prayer comfort your soul and that of your dearly departed husband. Nothing would please me more.
Oh, Your Eminence, your words are wasted on my humble husband and I.
Sniffle. Now that's what I call a commanding presence.
So, you are the lawyer of whom my daughter speaks.
Yes, Your Eminence, I am so very honored to make your noble acquaintanceship. I'm humbled to bask in your resplendence. Ech. Did I overdo it? I have no idea how to talk to a queen.
Oh, may the Holy Mother's blessing be upon you. Now then, Lady Believe, let us go to the chamber of prayer. Refa, you are to accompany us too.
Yes, Mother. Wow, the queen is seriously something else. Question mark. Hey, the prayer of lament, huh? Oh, fuck, it's the Inga, the Minister of Justice. Ha! Don't see how that'll do any good. It's Justice Minister Inga. Who are you, buddy? Nice to meet you again, Minister Inga. Again? Have we met? I'm Phoenix Wright. We met in the accused lobby the other day. All right, blue suit, jagged hair. You're that lawyer who brought my daughter down to peg or two. What? What? That's Rafa's dad? Not the king, Minister of Justice. The queen can do that? Your daughter? Yeah, Rafa. He's Princess Rafa's father? So he's Queen Garan's husband? You planning on sticking your fat nose in this mess too? The accused is a good friend of mine. Like I said the last time, you'd better watch yourself, she. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions? You want to question me? That would be great. You got balls for a lawyer. Guess I can play along a bit. But I got things to do, see? So we'll have to talk while I work. This incident. I wanted to let you know that I'll be the defense lawyer in this case too. Looking at his cigar. Oh! Oh, okay, I see. So he unscrews his cigar. Oh, or fuck. You know what? Why is it always like this? Okay. It's censorship again. They did it again when there was a detective. He was a hard-boiled detective, always going for his gun, but it was actually a lollipop every time. And sometimes it was like talking with a cigarette in his mouth. It was not a cigarette, it was a lollipop. This is the same. It's not a weapon. It was, it's a stamp. So that was never a cigar. That's a stamp with his seal on it. Because, yeah, he's wearing a crest on his cape. So that's basically his signature. And there's an aid with a series of the creed. And the sound that you hear is him stamping the creed. So I'm doing some paperwork. So basically, okay, I'm signing this. This is my signature. I'm signing this, and this, and this. And this, and this. He's not even looking at what he's signing. It's just basically paperwork. But there's a big pile of it. Well, don't say I didn't warn you. Another page. You only won last time because that idiotic prosecutor filed false charges. And he's done. And then he puts it in his mouth again. But it's gotta be different this time. I got Corain stop prosecutor on this one, see? He's just stamping anything he can with his approval. Exactly. But he's not even reading it. I don't care who I go up against. I'm going to prove my client innocent. You haven't forgotten that little thing called the Defense Culpability Act, have you? Blow this one and you'll suffer the same fate as the accused. How could I forget? Your lawyer's all the same. You shut your stuff till the DC Act comes down hard. Then you start begging and pleading for your lives. It's really hard to watch, I tell you. Well, I don't plan on letting it come to that. The Defense Culpability Act. Were you the one who wrote the Defense Culpability Act? Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. What's it to you? Either way, as Justice Minister, I'm gonna enforce the... Either way, as Justice Minister, I'm gonna enforce the thing. Exclamation mark. It started as a way to counter the dirty tricks of your trade, like falsified evidence. But it turned out to be quite handy. Efficient, even. Handy? Efficient? Yeah, made my job real easy. Any goons who cross me or the Garan administration are gonna get just what they deserve, especially those rebel scum! Exclamation mark. You can't get away with that here? Better watch your mouth, lawyer. I enforce the law in Corain, you see. And being that I'm the Queen's husband, that makes me king! No. I'm pretty sure the Queen is the boss around here. Go on, say what you're thinking so I can charge you with lese majesty. I can't get myself arrested now. Listen up, lawyer. We got a low crime rate and a populace that lives in peace. And that's all thanks to the DC Act. So I don't want to hear any more lip about it. But I can't defend my client unless I can speak my mind. Even without the DC Act, Dirk and his insurgent scum buddies' days are numbered. What's that supposed to mean? Let's just say I got a little trick up my sleeve, so I would watch it if I were you. Cause you got a defiant attitude like one of them dragon dupes. He's gonna stamp more stuff? Yeah, stamping more stuff. Say, White! You know what these are? No, what? Orders of execution. This guy's dead. This guy's dead. This guy's dead. I don't even read their names. It's the same paper. This guy's dead. This guy's dead too. They're really piled up if I start stacking off. What? Okay, I'm done. They're gonna die later anyway. So, tomorrow I'll have even more work to do, processing the one for your little friend. And if you really do defend her, I'll have to add one more on the pile for you. But you're not stupid enough to waste your laugh on that criminal, are you? Don't worry, I'll make sure to lighten up your workload, Inga. I won't give you a single execution order to sign tomorrow. Rafa's back. I have returned, Barb dead. Your benevolence, are you done with the rite? Yes, it was performed flawlessly. Lady Believe stayed behind to speak with Mother. I hope this will help her ease her sorrow, if in just a little. So, you have been speaking with my father? Yep, you could say that. My father is a great man. He works tirelessly to keep the peace in our kingdom. Khura'in, as it stands today, owes everything to the efforts of my mother and my father. You should feel deeply honored. Under normal circumstances, they would have never spoken so readily with a lawyer. Yes, of course. It seems Rafa doesn't know what her father is really like. Well, now that we're done here, let's go if I can talk to Maya now. Yep, Maya's back. But is Rafa with us? Or can we have some alone time finally?
Oh, it's you, Nick.
Maya, are you okay? The questioning wasn't too harsh, was it?
No, I'm alright. How about you? Make any progress?
Well, I haven't found any conclusive evidence that could prove your innocence. But I have a small lead.
Really?
But for right now, I'd like to ask you about the High Priest.
Sure, ask away. By the way, what's the princess doing with you still, Nick? Doesn't she have anything better to do?
Doesn't seem like it. I heard that! How rude. Of course I have many other things I could be doing. Okay, so she's here. The High Priest. It's just a thought, but do you think the High Priest could have been a rebel?
A rebel? Why would you even think that?
Because if he was, then the rebel under Lady Kira would have had a motive to kill him. What? Uh-oh, Princess Rafa overheard me. What idiocy is this about Igmi, a rebel? It is beyond the pale. My mother has offered the prayer of lament to this soul. That is the sort of person he was. Alright, we're just raising the possibility. I will not listen to such tomfoolery. She stormed out. Oh well, nothing we can do about that. Alright, so she left. Great. Alone time. Do you recall the High Priest doing anything suspicious?
Come to think of it, he seems unusually restless during the ride. He kept glancing up at the sky, though I have no idea why.
Paratrooper, ex-military, was restless and kept looking up at the sky? That doesn't really tell us much, does it? Anything else come to mind?
Sorry, that's about it.
Guess this is all I'm going to learn about the High Priest right now. Oh, but there is one thing I should follow up on.
I want to keep my spirit channeling ability a secret while I'm here, Nick.
What? Why?
I'll explain later.
Okay. With Princess Rafa gone, this might be my only chance. Channeling. Maya, about what you said earlier. Why can't you tell anyone you're able to channel spirits?
Oh, that! You know all the queens are also spirit mediums here?
I heard. It was kind of a shock at first, though.
In Korainism, spirit channeling is a secret art that can only be performed by the queen.
Oh! Here, it's very high belief that channeling spirit makes them royal blood. If she can channel spirit as well,
no one else is supposed to be able to do it.
I see. So spirit channeling is a symbol of power or authority then, in that sense. I can see why it would look bad if a nobody from another country will be able to do it too.
Spirit channeling in the Korean tradition was developed from a Koreanist style that was brought to the US via Japan. But it seems like my clan's spiritual power is greater than that of the average Koreanese. It may be a quirk due to how our styles diverge, but I don't really know.
So, if spirit channeling is a power possessed by only the queens of Korean, and it's a power that somehow made its way down the line to Maya, then I guess that makes Queen Garan and Princess Rayfa distant relatives of Maya's.
Anyway, it's not like there's some kind of rule about it. It's just I'd rather not have it become an issue or anything. That's why mediums who come here to train hide the fact that they can channel spirits.
I see. I had no idea it was so complicated.
Either way, training here is a must to fulfill the qualification needing to become the master.
And what is this qualification to become the master?
To be able to channel spirit of one's own volition and without fail every time. Like, remember how my spirit channeling was always hit or miss? I only ever succeeded about 30% of the time.
Yeah, and it was more like spirit possessed her as opposed to her channeling them. So you can do it every single time now, whenever you want?
Yeah!
She's like pearls now.
At least I think.
You think?
Well, I haven't actually tried channeling anyone since I completed my training here. But once I get back home, I plan on taking the final spirit medium test.
Okay, she cannot do it here. Yeah, it's like contradictory. She cannot channel spirit where she must take the exam, so she's gonna take it home. She's gonna do the training here, and then gonna go back home and do the final test, and then see if it's 100% of the time.
I like to try channeling one spirit after another in a marathon channeling session.
Only those who pass the test are worthy of becoming the master, huh?
Yep, but I know I can do it. I'm going to ace that test and become the next master. After all, I can't let my clan and the other villagers down.
Right. Maya's the next big hope of Korean village. That's gotta be a lot of pressure. So, speaking of similarities, I've noticed another similarity between our countries besides spirit channeling. I saw a show on TV earlier that reminded me of the Still Samurai.
Oh, you must mean the Plume Punisher, warrior of the old Twilight realm?
Okay, so she's familiar with the Plum Punisher. So,
you already seen the Plume Punisher? You really don't miss a beat.
Actually, it was her benevolence who told me all about it. There is not a single person in Korean who does not know it. Oh, you're back. Your benevolence. As the royal priestess, I am charged with monitoring your movements. So I have changed my mind, for in order to fulfill my duty, I must not avert my ears, not even from your blasphemous theories. Her sense of duty is commendable, but I wouldn't mind if she backed off a bit.
Great timing, your benevolence. There's actually something I wanted to show off to the both of you.
Show off? Maya sure seems excited all of a sudden.
Yup! Ta-da!
What's that? Looks like a keychain of the Plume Punisher.
It's an ultra-rare Plume Punisher strap! There's only one of them in the whole world! It was specially made to promote the TV show!
You're the owner of this strap? Don't tell me you're a Plume Punisher fan, to your benevolence. No, I'm not. Of course not. Only children watch that show. Little children, I say. Oh, she's mad. She's jelly. I have no interest in such things. Right. She's just like Edward with the Steel Samurai. She's a closet fan. No, I'm telling the truth. Sure, let's just leave it at that. So how did you get your hands on that, Maya?
I found a kindred spirit in the Plume Punisher fan here in Kurain.
Yeah, she's jelly. Right now she needs some peanut butter. Yeah.
Resulted in exchange of culture transcending national borders.
And by cultural exchange, you mean swap TV show promo merch. Oh. She traded the tote bag of the Steel Samurai for the Plume Punisher strap.
You bet! I traded my Steel Samurai watch for this strap.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't the bag, it was the watch.
It's a super rare watch that plays the Steel Samurai theme songs when the alarm goes off.
Okay.
My newfound Karaini's friend was so happy I got this one-of-a-kind strap in return.
I guess there are people like that wherever you go, even here in Karain. So let me guess. The fan is the no-name soldier that we found. Pretty sure it is.
Watch this! When you press the Maga thumb on the belt, it plays the show theme song.
That song just like the Steel Samurai theme song. With different notes.
What are you talking about? Can't you hear the folk instrument in the intro and the exotic notes throughout?
Yes, it's different instrument, but it's the same tune.
Plus, the Steel Samurai has Japanese taiko drums that go ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Da-da-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum in the intro.
Plume Punisher strap added to the court record. Right. Guess my ears just aren't as good as yours.
Anyway, I have this amazing idea for a new show.
It's a crossover.
The Plume Punisher versus the Steel Samurai. I'm going to totally go pitch it some TV station when I get back home. It's going to be a huge hit.
Right.
Right, Your Benevolence?
Well, there's that and also taiko drums. So this is Plume Punisher right now. I have no interest in such things. Well, if nothing else, talking about the Plume Punisher has thankfully seemed to cheer Maya up a bit. It's getting late. Try to get some sleep, okay, Maya? And leave tomorrow to me.
Okay. Thanks, Nick.
Think I've covered just about everything. Time to head back to the temple and go over everything I've learned so far. Oh. Temple? Yeah, May 10th. Temple. It's getting late. Won't be long until sundown. Question mark?
Mr. Wright, your benevolence.
I'll be.
Are you done with your investigation for today?
Pretty much. I thought I would go over what I've learned so far. Care to join me?
Yes, please allow me to help.
Okay, first we know that the High Priest received a warning 3 days ago. It was from someone claiming to be Lady Kira, and it told him not to perform the rite.
That's right. It was that rebel hunter. But what of it?
That's what I'm not sure of yet. Why would Lady Kira want to stop the rite? If you could solve that mystery, right, I could figure out her motive for threatening the High Priest. It might be the break I need, but I just don't know enough right now to act on that lead. How unfortunate for you, barbed head! Your only hope is pure speculation that shall not stand up in the hall of justice. You have no actual proof of Lady Kira's involvement in this crime after all. Yeah, the warning letter alone cannot prove who killed the High Priest. I'll give you one last chance to withdraw before you're charged under the Decent Act.
Your benevolence!
Well, is it true you did not forge or suppress any evidence? That is perhaps a product of my careful monitoring of your every move. I wasn't planning to do anything like that in the first place, Your Benevolence. But I am going to prove Maya's innocence. Within the confines of the law. How can you be so sure you will? Because of my undying faith in my clients. That is a lawyer's greatest weapon. Huh! What nonsense! You have chosen to dig your own grave. When next we meet, it shall be in the Hall of Justice. As Royal Priestess, it is my duty to reveal the truth through the divination séance. This time, I will prove that the insights I gleaned thereof are the very truth itself. Prepare yourself, for this shall be your last trial, and your last rites. Tomorrow shall end with you under the headsman's axe. Tomorrow, I'll be defending Maya in that so-called Hall of Justice again. Flashback of the last court with the other judge. Rafa doing the seance. That whole seance thing makes trials here completely different from those back home. Plus, I don't have a shred of conclusive evidence. On the other hand, I've got plenty of confusion and anxiety to spare. I'll have to think of something. After all, I'm the only lawyer in all of Khura'in. I'll have to do this. I will do this. I'll prove Maya's innocence if it's the last thing I do. To be continued. Alright. It went a bit on overtime a bit, but I'm very glad with my progress.